Why, hello. How you guys doing? It is a good morning. Freezing cashews makes them more crunchy. Okay. Okay. I think we talked about that the other day. But I didn't know why freezing cashews is good. Nemo baby is awake. Yeah. That's a good ferret. Alrighty. We're gonna build all kinds of shit today. We're building shit, so it's a buffet. Okay, buddy. You gonna play Hytale when it releases? Dude, 100%. I've been waiting for years, man. Alright, give me just a minute. I gotta get water. One sec. I didn't make water at all. Instead, made tea. Chocolate milk. Hell yeah. What are you talking about, Slarduke? What, dude? When will the stream start? Dude, maybe never. Maybe it'll just be this screen for the next 24 hours. Good morning, Schnappy. I had a whole conversation with Hightail Peeps last night. And then the host. And I took a shower. I went to bed. So, I've got some cool shit we're going to do. I don't know what the tools look like in-game. We've got an idea for how we can set this stuff up. No cam because of no pants? Joke's on you. I've never worn pants in my life. They worried things might explode with over 1 million people. I think they're counting on it. What are pants? They're like gloves for your legs. And I'm not wrong about that. It's weird, right? Mute. Oh, I exist. All right. General dorks of the internet. It is time. It's time for Hightail Day. I never thought this day would arrive. I've been waiting for this day since, is it 2022? And then we watched as Riot bought Hightail. And then Riot fumbled it. And then it died. And then they killed it. They assassinated it. And then Simon came out and was like, I have a lot of money. I would like to buy it back from you. And they went, I don't know, man. And then they did it anyway. And they sold it to him. And now it's back. And now it's launching today in 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's like the wildest adventure for this freaking game, dude. But our original intention was to port Blockgame into it. And if you don't know what Blockgame is our MMO that Jake and I work on. Built inside of Minecraft, using Minecraft as a game engine. Because, I'm going to be honest with you, I never thought it would be like a big thing. It was just one of those things where it's just kind of fun on the side where we can test design ideas and build out systems and do cool shit. And then it got big, which is usually how side projects go. So Now we'll be porting it into Hightail, which is crazy. And I can't believe that this day is real now. So, yeah, today we're going to go over all the systems that I want to update, all the systems and how they're going to change in Hightail, because I have considerable design changes that I'm going to be doing for this. And, yeah, we'll just talk about it. We'll talk about it and design them all out, man. And then, later, we'll play Hightail. And we'll see what we can do. All right, so in Minecraft, we have these things called dimensions. Let me actually go do this. How many of you guys have worked with the dimension before in Minecraft? So, Minecraft, Minecraft, and Hightail. So we actually have dimensions in Minecraft, and they're kind of like, they're not right out of the box. You have to use programs to do it, like extra plugins and shit. I think we use MyWorlds for our server, right? Hightail has that first party. They're called universes. So, we don't need a plugin for that. It's just part of it. You don't even have to restart the server to implement them. You can just modify and build them. Which is kind of wild. Yeah, so we have native support for dimensions right out of the box, which is really interesting. It may not work correctly, but that's what it is. The other thing for Hightail is that you do still have plugins. However, this is the part that really got me. You know all of the plugins that we actually have, right? Like the plugins that we have in Minecraft, and we have to take them offline and put them back on the server and everything like that, and the only thing that the plugins do is that they modify over top of Minecraft, right? All the base functionality in Hightail is plugins. So if you want to turn off some kind of a system in Hightail, you just disable that plugin, which is crazy. It's almost like it's running the whole game like a modded Minecraft server would be, is what I'm seeing. Yeah. Yep. So it's plugins all the way down, which I think is fascinating as shit and makes our lives really easy. Because now, if that's done as a plugin format, from what I've seen so far, then that means that we can modify those plugins. And we're not going over the top of Minecraft anymore. We're not canceling an action and then reinitializing that action as a different thing. We just go, that thing is different now. No wasted time. So, yeah. I'm pretty into that. I think that's wild, man. Yep. Your engineer brain tickles, yeah. They also have, like, asset... What is it? It's like asset... component? The one thing I am wondering about is I don't know how items store stats. I don't know how that works. We don't know how that works at all. We don't know how we could do, like, custom item values or anything like that. That's the stuff we're probably going to be investigating today, is how this actually functions together. You build engines in Hightail? Somebody's already ported Doom into it, so... Yep. It's like that, yep. That's going to go that way. Yeah, like we don't know how. I don't know how state is saved for the player. I don't know how. Like we've already got a DB set up. We're already hooking everything up to a database, so we'll save all player state to that DB, all the stuff that we're doing custom. But the real question is, how do we determine, like, save and load to a database inside of it? Because we don't know the function calls for this. We don't actually know how it functions at all. Are there any constraints on, like, what it can reach out to and connect to? Are there constraints on how UI is loaded? Are there constraints on, like, how item stats are saved or expressed in the game? How do I, like, is there, like, how much of this do we have to build and how much is native is basically what it comes down to. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, I think. You got a lucky you escaped the meme. You were very close to the meme. Very close. Yeah. Looking for save data file formats? Are there MCA files where topology can be read? That's the other thing, too, is how are world files formatted? Like, how is that formatted? Can we have structures? Like structure files, right? Can that be imported? Imported? You know? Because, like, The basic way that I feel about it is if we can take structure files from, say, our Minecraft server, go grab this real quick, and we go over here and we go into, I think it's under Agartha for this one. I'm waiting on it. And then we do generated Minecraft structures, 10,000 years. 10,000 years. And then, yeah. So if we could take these NBT files, right? If I can write a converter to take this from blocks in Minecraft and convert it into whatever file format structure they have in Hightail, can I take our original builds and just like bring them over, but with different blocks? I'd have to build like a block converter of like, depending on what the file format is, I could read all the NBT. And then we just take it from that and then pass it over to whatever the formatting in Hightail should look like based on the coordinate system that they have in NBT, and just change them into a different block, whatever block is appropriate in Hightail. And like that's really what it comes down to, is like, what do structures look like in Hightail? What do world files formats look like in Hightail? How are item stats stored? Like, because I actually did an audit last night to determine how many items and how much stuff that we're going to be carrying over. Let me grab this real quick. We've got this. We have 1,918 items, 1,296 recipes, 233 unique monsters, 15 different worlds, 9 professions, a number of reputations, an entire talent tree, and then a shitload of custom stats and systems. So, like, that's a lot of stuff. And to be honest with you, a lot of that, what we want to do is get one item transported programmatically, and then just all of them is the idea. As long as we can port one item in a programmatic way, then we're good. There's this. You can import OBJ files. Oh, really? Wow. Well, that's neat. That's really goddamn useful. That's really goddamn useful. Block pattern is really interesting. I wonder if that takes, like, I wonder if that's Hightail's version of processors from Minecraft. Yeah. Oh, no, they're under NDA, Abyssus. When we find out the answer in 6 hours. So don't worry about it. What if you could take a screenshot and import that to build in Hightail? I mean, I guess you might be able to do a thing, right? But that would be really weird. Like, you just import the OBJ file, man. Yeah. You wouldn't do a screenshot. Like, you need the full 3D, not a screenshot, you know? New Jeff for Hightail? Well. Do you mean this Jeff Bezos? Do you mean Jeff Blocksos himself? We'll see him later, don't worry about it. So yeah, if they allow OBJ files, then we can just do that. I don't know. We would have to find a way to convert NBT into whatever their system is. We wouldn't be using OBJs, but that is goddamn cool, because that means that you could just take anything from, like, Blender, export as an OBJ, and then go from there. Like, look how wild that is, dude. And then it looks like that they have, in this case, the block pattern, Rockstone, is like their format name for processors, effectively, for Minecraft. So I'm really excited for that. I think the biggest thing to me is World Gen. Like, you can already see that World Gen looks really good, but I'm really excited to do World Gen natively live. Because one of the things that's crazy about this is, if you want to do World Gen in Minecraft right now, and you set up a whole bunch of, like, a custom biome, setting up a custom biome in Minecraft is a bitch, dude. Like, if you've never done it before, it is not a fun experience, generally, and you have to restart the server every time you make a change. So, like, in Hightail, you can do that live and then just regenerate, and you're cool. which means rapid iteration, which is something that's crazy. Yeah, the Hightail countdown is over here. There it is. There it is. Just use World Edit. World Edit doesn't let you do that dynamically, right? Like you can't just regenerate a world with a new custom biome with all the constraints of how large it should generally be and how many assets you should have and what kind of trees and structures. Like you have to go build all of it. Yeah. Someone imported a spaceship model. Imported a spaceship model for fun using the new feature. I guess now I need to decorate the interior and add some paintwork. Let's see what you got. All right. Oh, yeah. You know, yeah. I'm going to be honest with you. You do that with World Edit, the server's going to shit itself for the next couple of seconds. Oh, no, that's pretty great. Yep, that's pretty good. Transparent Thor, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's wild, actually. What is he doing with this? What is he doing with that? Oh, okay. It's like a fully hollow structure, too. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Also, they added model importing on December 18th. You didn't get Hightail hype, but you're starting to see? Yeah, dude, like, I think the thing a lot of people don't realize, man, is, like, just how insane these tools are. It's almost like you've been trapped in Minecraft forever. You know? Like, you've just been trapped in Minecraft. And now you don't have to be trapped in Minecraft anymore. Like, look at this. A Hightail mod from the team. This is just done in the last few days. It's just a castable book with summonable skeletons. Like, or this shit. This whole workbench. And all of these craftable items. That are placeable and then work. Like, and these are just from, like, people on the team. This isn't even once, like, the community gets it and goes wild. Or, like, the placement of stuff. Like, look at this. Look at all the placements of all these objects. They showed this live, too. Let me go find the video for that shit. It was completely wild. There it is. This is, like, one of the craziest things that I've seen in terms of, like, environmental design. Like, you can just spawn entities anywhere that you want to, and you can rotate them in any direction you want to. One of the things about... No, this is base Hightail, dude. Look at this. Like, if I could do that in Minecraft, I would... Do you know how much better environments would look? Do you have any idea? Like, that's crazy, dude. Like, you could do a D&D game in Hightail. What do you think Blockgame is, man? Like, what do you think it is? Look at this. Just being able to scale up an object, rotate it around any way you want to, set creatures in there, and make it so that they're animated in certain ways, so you can set creatures to sit on benches, knock chairs over, like anything you want to, man. Like look at this environment, right? And then we'll go get into Minecraft, and I'll show you what it looks like in Minecraft when you want to do stuff like this with entities. This is why, like, I don't think people understand how powerful these tools are. I don't think they get it at all. Yeah. Blockgame is not that. Oh, it will be. Just you wait and see. How do existing Minecraft mods port to Hightail, though? We rebuild them. That's how. And oh, man, am I excited. Do you know how great it's going to be to not have to deal with any of the scuff of Minecraft? It's like finding an old VW bug covered in rust, and then you've just finally peeled all the rust off, and you get to paint it now. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful moment, dude. You don't have Hightail Blockgame money, but one can hope? What do you mean Hightail Blockgame money? Behold, watch this. Warp to tutorial. Let me just show you what you can do in Minecraft by comparison, right? Most building in Minecraft is by using specific blocks to like make things look nicer. This is using entities in Minecraft. It took years to get to this, by the way. That versus this. I cannot express to you how big of a deal this is because this is fully server side. And this is fully server side. I don't have to make a client mod to make the game look good. If we go and look at this, do you see this arrow? Do you see how it looks weird as shit? You can't rotate it this way. You can only rotate it this way. And that's it. The objects are not 3D rotatable. We wanted to put an arrow directly straight on into it. You can't. It's not possible. You think Minecraft's blocky environment is kind of neat? Cool. I want this, you know? Like, that's the thing that's crazy about this is I can go through and make these environments look really, really nice. And, like, if you look at kind of like a more detailed environment like a built-in Krognar's Bastion, right? Let me see. GMC, we'll go up in here. And we go look at this. Like, this type of an environment, right? This is kind of like the most that you're getting without modifying the client. Rotated skulls is one of the things you can do, but you can't rotate pots, you can't rotate candles, you can't do any of that stuff. They have to be abiding by the block that is in there and nothing else, right? So like I can't rotate that, but I can rotate stuff like this because it's a skull and that's it. That's the only thing that you could really do that with. So like to be real, I think this is extremely limiting in terms of environmental design. By comparison. Like, extremely, extremely limiting. So if we go into... Here we go. Into this, you can see how much you can change. That's the same asset for all three of those bottles. You can lay it on its side. You can rotate it in any direction, around any axis. You can do whatever you want with that. And you could set up a scene that is completely unique for that. So if I wanted to set up this environment here, I could do that. I could set up any of this stuff and make it look really nice. It doesn't have to be a stair. You don't have to fake animations. You could set up a chair there and then have them use a sit animation in that chair until you aggro them and have them stand up. I could literally make it so that all the monsters spawn in chairs around the table, and when you bust in, they all stand up from the table and attack you. Like, that is so much more immersive to me than just spawn all the monsters in a pile in one little spot and have stairs as chairs around the room to give the illusion of it being chairs, right? It's just better. It's just so much better, dude. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Jim the Dandy with the poop pants emoji. What's up, dude? Minecraft's moddability was impressive at its launch. Yes, exactly. I think that's the thing that's really important is Minecraft was impressive when it launched. It is still impressive for some respects today. Like the redstone system lets you do really cool shit. Like if you look at this whole jumping puzzle is done with redstone. Super fun. Super cool. Really goddamn amazing. And it got a lot of younger people into building and programming and modding and everything like that. It has its place. But to be real with you, I've been excited for Hytale because it shows me a future of a better shared building environment. Like, the tools don't even compare to me. And I think that's what's wild about it. You're a programmer because of redstone. Bingo. Super good. Honestly, super good. Minecraft is 15 years old. Yep, and 11 of those years were owned by Microsoft, which a lot of people don't realize. Yeah. It's like going from Bronze Age to Steel. Yes. Yes, it is. It absolutely is, dude. So I cannot wait for this shit. They have a long time to make improvements. They just didn't. Well, they did make improvements. They did. They just never added a modding API. They didn't really push for the modding community as hard as they should have. And I think the reason Hytale exists is because of that. Because they didn't prioritize that modding community, Hytale was a necessity from a group of people its entire livelihood is modding Minecraft. It's the Hypixel team, dude. Do you know the server player limits in Hytale? Nope. I've talked to some of the hosts that are out there, and they found that the cost, the server cost of stuff is pretty low, though. And the reason why is it's not single-threaded, my dude. Minecraft is single-threaded. Hytale isn't. It's dramatically more efficient right out of the box. Like, there's two things that it has going for it that are insane, right? Let me go grab this. No, that's not what I want. What is this? What is that? What is this? Oh, look. It's all my weird notes. Let's put that over there. It's from when we were playing Chance of Centaur. There's the ruler. I'll delete the ruler. Whoop. There we go. And layers. Give me a layer. Do this. Do that. There we go. So, like, the thing that's kind of crazy between these two things, though, is when you seem very translucent today. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't worry about it. What is single-threaded? Minecraft. So you have the difference between Minecraft, right, and Hytale. And you have single-threaded versus multi-threaded. Imagine you have to put... I'm going to give this the really layman's term for you. And guys, tell me if this makes sense to you. Imagine you have a one-lane highway, right? Imagine you have a one-lane highway, and everything has to go down that highway. But this dude, like the way that it works is, let's say you have a traffic jam like that, and like the stuff that takes a long time might slow down all the other stuff behind it. This is probably the laymanest term way that I could explain this. Does that make sense? Like, you are waiting for the slow guy in front before everyone gets to go. On a multi-threaded system, it's like a multi-lane highway. This guy's slow, so this thing might change lanes to go through. Or you have different lanes so that traffic jam doesn't happen in the first place. That's the whole point with that. Yeah, juice straw versus boba straw. There you go. But, like, Minecraft works this way. Which is deeply horrifying when you're dealing with a giant shared environment, right? Like, the fact that they've never updated that is wild, right? In fact, there is a community of people that has updated this. They're the guys who made Paper, which is generally seen as the most performant version of Minecraft, the most performant modded Minecraft version. And they call this Folia. And Folia is the name of a new one by them that is multi-threaded. And the way that they did it, I believe, is by taking every one of the chunks in the game, creating clusters of chunks, and making each one of those chunks effectively a single-threaded environment for each one of these, but it's a different thread for each section of chunks. So it's multi-threaded based on area, which is really weird. But it's way faster than Paper. So the reason why this is a really big deal is because this allows you to have 600 people simultaneously on one server instead of maybe 100 most. Yeah. It's like kind of insane. So Folia fixes a lot of this problem, but it's not really a perfect fix. It's a coat of paint, right? Yeah. So Folia is like server workers in AOC. You got it. Exactly. That's exactly what it's like. That is probably the best description I've heard, and I didn't even realize that. So good. Yeah, really good description. Yep. Ugh. I'm full of slime, sorry. We got Minecraft CPU server workers before we got GTA 6? Yes, I know. Ooh, thank you. I have tea now. What kind of tea is this? Ah, mint tea. Hell yeah. In simplest terms, there are multiple lanes instead of one waiting lane. That's probably the simplest way to put it, yeah. There's a lot more nuance in there, but yeah, that's effectively the best way to put it. And when you're thinking about that, let's say that you need to do 500 actions. Do you really want to queue up those 500 actions one at a time in one lane? Or do you want to disperse them between multiple lanes and handle them individually across all those lanes based on priority, based on cost, etc.? This is just more efficient, and it always will be. And Minecraft has never updated from single-threaded, partly because if it did, it would break every plugin in Minecraft. All of them. Every single plugin that exists would break. They have to rebuild all of them for Folia support as a result of this. So if they did that, they would destroy a very big part of the community. The part that's really funny about this is they had the opportunity to. And that's when they made Bedrock. So it's just kind of a meme, right? You know? Yeah. Bedrock is so bad. Yep. Bedrock does actually use multi-threading for a number of things, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that it uses for that is multi-threading, but it's also really bad and has like a lot of problems. And now they are maintaining both the Java and the Bedrock version. The Java version is much better for the modding community, entirely so. So like, you know. Yeah. By the way, I believe Bedrock is still... Minecraft nerds, do correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe Bedrock is still using... Its core functionality is still single-threaded. But it has multi-threaded other stuff. But I believe the core functionality is still single-threaded. Is it? Yes? Okay. I don't work a lot in Bedrock, so I wanted to know. Java's still single-threaded, which is a mess. But yeah. Yeah. Does Hightail support Linux? Yes. Yeah, Bedrock Edition is also microtransaction edition, which is kind of a meme. The what bit you're scared of is server software for Hightail's closed source. All the improvements that came to the Minecraft server software from people the world likely not having in this model. So understand something, Cabrace, or Cabra, is it Cabrace? Cabraca? The people that are generally doing super high-end Minecraft modding, those are the ones making Hightail. If you don't know the Hypixel server, that's that's who's making this. That's why it's called Hightail, right? Yeah, so you have to know that team is extremely, extremely knowledgeable about modding Minecraft. Extremely so. Yeah, that's the whole thing. So I would not worry about that too much, man. Yeah, so like Hypixel server was goated, so Hypixel is Hightail. That's who's doing it, right? Like Simon is Hypixel. So like That's why you're seeing these dudes just pump out these mods. They're like, look, I made a mod. You're a necromancer now. Look, I made a mod. There's a whole like crafting tree. Look, I made a mod. It's a side scroller now. Like this is why, you know. Yeah, it's gonna be rad, dude. So Naja, it's got as far as I know, there's C++ support, there's Java support. So we'll be doing Java plugins too. I'm never gonna escape. And then also it's got in-game visual scripting. My hope, and this is a big hope, my hope is that we can then take the Java side of stuff, create a Java plugin, and have it act as components, and have those components be expressed in the visual scripting system that they have so that we can tie them together in interesting ways that we need to. So we can define a component in Java and tie them together inside of visual scripting in game, and then just reload so that we can hotfix things in. Yeah. Hey, Jake, how's it going? Yeah, this is. I was talking about like the Java component system that we were talking about yesterday. Of like we build components in Java and then we use the visual scripting in game to tie them together. I hope that whatever we build in Java is exposed in Hightail as visual scripting nodes, so that we can tie those components together in any way that we want to. Because the general idea, and this is the hope that I was talking to you guys about before. Let me pose a system to you. This is how I want to do cooking. Right now, cooking in Blockgame is pretty restrictive. It is probably the most fleshed out system in the game. There is a lot of recipes. We have, I think it's like 400 something recipes, but you can make flour, and then you can make dough, and then you can make bread out of that, right? My hope is that instead of doing it all like that, right? Instead of doing all of these different levels of like tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., this goes away. And it is more like Breath of the Wild. So what I want to do is I want to set it up so that you guys would be like, I got lettuce, right? And you add lettuce to the recipe, and lettuce has components on it such as HP max and HP regen. by a certain amount, right? And then this adds these components to your recipe. So that makes it so that when you want to add something else, you say, I'm going to add bread. Bread, if I could write, actually I can't. Bread could be like defense plus. And then that could go into the recipe as well. And now you make a lettuce sandwich. Now, the idea behind this is we would have a number of recipes that we know which materials we want to have, right? We know that this recipe needs lettuce and bread and nothing else, and that makes a lettuce sandwich, and then we can build that. But if it's anything else, we go, it's a strange meal. And then it has statistics based on what you put into it. So you would be crafting the recipe, and the game would have some static recipes that make sense that you could discover. And that's the idea with this. And then when I want to add a new ingredient to the game, we just add a new ingredient to the game. And with this, based on your herbalism skill, right? Based on your herbalism skill, the stats of the lettuce would be higher or lower based on how much skill you have, up to a maximum. So let's say levels 1 to 10, the lettuce bonus HP max and HP regen scales. And let's say at 10 plus, it doesn't scale anymore. You're at maximum amount from lettuce and that. But then the person's cooking skill then defines how much percentage of these goes into the recipe at end result. And the cooking cohesion of lettuce to bread. Like if lettuce and bread work well together, you could get 100%. If you have a high enough cooking skill and these ingredients work together, 100%. But let's say that, you do lettuce and, I don't know, dirt, right? That doesn't work very well together, so maybe it would reduce it by up to 50% or more. So this is the type of thing that I'm trying to do, of like, what kind of ingredients can you put together? And food will be tagged as a food ingredient or something like that. But this is the general idea for this. Now, this is the basis that I want to have for cooking. But I don't want to stop there with cooking. This is going to be the basis for crafting. So if you have cooking work this way, we can make alchemy work this way. We can do all kinds of stuff. So if you want to discover what the alchemy recipes are, you have to mix and match and play around. And my idea for that is when you have an item, such as a mushroom, you may not know what the statistics on it are quite yet. And then when you play around with it, you start to learn about those, and it will unlock on your character. So this is sort of the idea for the basis of what I want to do it like in Hytale. And I know we can do this, and I'm excited for it. So the idea is first is just get one thing working. I think we're just going to get a mushroom working as the first one. Once we have a mushroom working for harvesting and then scaling based on your herbalism skill and changing statistics, we're good to go. Like once we get that working, we can start making them all, But that is, the basic way that I could put it is how Breath of the Wild does food. Yeah. Yep. Also, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that I don't like our items system, like our armor system. And the way that armor works right now is if we go over here to Warrior, it's level 1, level 5, level 10, level 20, level 30, level 45. I want filler items, dude. These set bonuses are cool, but I just want filler items. I want it to be level 1 through 50, and I want it to randomize the statistics based on... I want it to do statistics and then based on the level of the item itself. You could get level 3 items, level 5 items, level 4 items. Like, I want it to be more like Diablo in terms of the statistics on the items and the drop rates of said items. I've already got a full mod component system for Blockgame in Minecraft that we have that does that, and I just want to make a better one. I want to make items where we could go, okay, I'm doing prefixes and affixes. You're generating an item. That item has the set bonus for Warrior, and monsters can always drop something that could be good for you. I also don't like a rarity system outside of that. I don't really want to do rarity on ingredients. I'd rather do rarity. Yeah, Path of Exile, Diablo, exactly. Yes, there you go. That's exactly, when I say Diablo, like Path of Exile is exactly what that is. So when we're talking about like itemization, I'd rather it be like Diablo style for drops. Same thing for World of Warcraft. It works exactly the same way. And then on top of that, I would also say, yeah, I think that's the big thing. So let's start writing these down. These are the things that I brought out of my head, and it's time to put it on the paper. Okay, so herbalism. Actually, crafting. All ingredients have components that define what stats they apply to an end craft. Why is this not word wrapping? Why are you doing this? There we go. All ingredients have components that define the stats. What stats they apply to an end craft. These stats, not components, these stats scale based on the gatherer's skill and have skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Done. What about efficiency on gathering materials? When you say efficiency, what do you mean? Where can I find Thor's creator code? It is pirate, the word pirate, and it is in the pinned comment above you. There's going to be a tutorial on how to start playing this, downloads, etc. To play Hytale. We will not have it available to play right off the bat. Yeah. Yeah. What are you talking about, Ham? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. These stats scale based on gatherer's skill and have skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Holy shit. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much for the gifted subs, dude. Thank you. And we'll do stat. Trying to think of how we build this. We excited for Hytale? Yes. Just pseudocoding it out. Power. I don't think we actually applied the duration to this. Yeah. Emron, my opinion has not changed. Go watch my videos if you want to know what my opinion is. What's your new opinion on this? Yeah, none. Yeah. We'll see, my dude. Yeah, no, so the thing that I'm thinking about, Jake, is when we're thinking about an example item for this, in terms of, like, lettuce, we'll put a list of items, or a list of professions it's used in. So we'll have, like, cooking, alchemy, we'll have modifiers such as the stat. The stat will be then listed in there, and we'll actually, I don't know if I would have put duration on the ingredient itself, because I think that gets a little bit weird. I think the duration should be on the craft, right? I think that makes the most sense. Example... Wow, that was weird. Example craft, name, lettuce, sandwich, right? And then profession. Yeah. Cooking. And then modifiers. Yeah. And we could say stat. We'll actually say modifiers duration. And we'll say 30 minutes. So I think the way that I want to do this is I want to set it up so that our craft defines the duration of a consumable, and the items that go into it define the actual statistics, if that makes sense. I think that feels fun to me. Like, that seems like it makes sense, because the ingredient then just has stats applied to it. You don't have to worry about how long the stat lasts on that one ingredient. It's more like the end result is how long the stats last, which I think is interesting. There you go. Does this mean we won't have 450 pre-baked consumable items? No, we totally will. But it also means that players will be able to make a strange meal, right? And that's basically it. So we'll do like this. We'll make this one instead of example craft. We'll do another example craft. We'll say name strange meal, right? And we'll say strange meal and profession cooking and requirements. Right? We'll just list it as nothing. Nothing. And then duration 15 minutes. Right? And this would just pull through all of the ingredient modifiers when it's crafted. Does that make sense? Hightail card with that pirate code? Hell yeah. In theory, we can combine any ingredient. Yes, as long as it is a cooking ingredient. See how this says cooking ingredient for that? So this has to be profession cooking. Profession cooking. And we could break it down from there. So that way they can craft anything, Jake. But if they use the right components, like let's say they do a food craft and they use bread and lettuce, it will make a lettuce sandwich. If they use bread and pizza, it'll make a strange meal. Does that make sense? Yeah. We're going to have what we have now and also allow people to combine random shit. But the way that I want to do it is I want to put the components for stat modification on the ingredients. So imagine beetroot. Beetroot itself would like be plus max health. So if you include beetroot in the craft, the end result would have plus max health. Does that make sense? And based on what recipe it comes out as, that defines the duration. So all we do is we just inherit the stats. Now, the real thing is, let's say that I need to add one more thing to this, actually. Yeah, we wanted to add a thing to this. Example item, professions alchemy. So let's do this, right? We'll do cooking. So the name. We'll do like name level, right? Name, cooking. Let's see. Name, level, cooking 1. We'll do the exact same thing there. So the idea is that we do a list on each one of these to say, like, how much stat do you need to cook with this effectively? And that way, if the player is at or above this, they get 100% of the benefit. If they are below that, for every level below that, they'd get minus 20% of the benefit to a minimum of 20%. Does that make sense? So if you're like 4 levels below the cooking requirement, maybe we could even soften that, make it 10% per level. So if you're like 9 levels below, it's 10% of the benefit, right? So that's sort of the idea is, like, let's say you have a max health of 10 to 15. We'll say, 5 to 15. Then the scalar from like level 1, and you require a cooking level of 10, right? Let's say that you're level 1 cooking, you would get 5. Let's say you're level 10 cooking, this would have 15 on it. And then, or not even cooking, I would say in this case it would be professions. Let me think about this. This wouldn't be on this one. This would be on this one down here. Let me grab this. One sec. This would be here. And this one would be herbalism, because that's an herbalism profession to get that. So let's say that you need to have level 10 herbalism. If you have 1 herbalism, you're there. If you have 10 herbalism, you get that. So that way, when you pick this item, it gains a modifier onto it based on the player's skill. So high-level herbalists get the best ingredients. High-level cooks can do the best with them. So if you have a modifier that comes through, let's say you have an ingredient that's really good, right? And it gives 15 max HP instead of 5. And then a cook is only level 1 and they use it, then it will pass down to that 1 again, or to that 5 again. Because they are not able to use that ingredient to its max capacity. Or maybe even like modify from the 15. Maybe it cuts it in half, right? Something like that. We're going to have it modify based on the skill of both parties, effectively. So let's work through this and we'll figure out how it works. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Oh, if you have multiple ingredients with plus max HP, they just additive. They all add together. One sec. right. I am back. I have an idea now. Okay, so this will be really simple to do. What does zero wait time for TTS mean? It means I haven't clicked the button yet. So let's take a look at this. Basically, the idea is if we have an example item, right? We have a name of lettuce. Maybe we'll have, I don't know, the tier. Be like tier 1, whatever it's going to be. Maybe we don't even need a tier. Here's a question. Do you guys like rarity? I kind of like static rarity on stuff where it's like lettuce is common, right? Not lettuce can be common, uncommon, rare, legendary bullshit, right? Do you like static rarity or no rarity? Static rarity's fun. You like rarity? How Final Fantasy XIV does it? How does it do it now? Because they used to do high grade and low grade. Static is okay sometimes. What's the difference between rarity and static rarity? So the way that AOC does this is, let's say that you get a piece of wheat. That wheat can be common, uncommon, rare, and then heroic, and then epic, and then legendary. This is 6 rarities of the same item, which is kind of stupid. And I have never liked that, and I complain about it like a lot because it doesn't make any sense. The alternative is static rarity. Wheat is a common item. And then the last one is no rarity, which is wheat is wheat. Like, that's the difference between them, right? I do like rarity generally for items, like equipable items. I don't really like it for droppable materials, right? The kind of adaptive rarity to me should only apply to finished crafts. That I agree with. Yeah. I completely agree with that. Maybe quality might be good for some stuff. Yeah. Static rarity, I think, is better. That's exactly how 14 does it. Static rarity or wheat is wheat. Static like WoW. Yeah. So here's the problem. This is the problem. And it's the same problem World of Warcraft has. What happens when you have a helmet that is your legendary helmet, and then we release a new zone where scaling increases, and you replace your legendary helmet with an uncommon that is just better? That makes you feel bad. Remember when Burning Crusade launched and then everybody lost all their amazing gear because all of their endgame epics weren't good anymore because the first uncommon staff in Burning Crusade was amazing? That moment cannot be avoided if you do static rarity. The thing you would have to do is you would have to release another rarity, and then another rarity, and then another rarity, and then another rarity, and so on and so forth. Get rid of that. Division's exotic system have a way to reroll it higher. That gets really awkward. Really awkward. Quality is a modifier. So you're talking about 1 to 100 quality. Is that what you're talking about? So that the quality of an item can be increased or decreased. I like that. I like that. Because that also denotes how good the crafter was. I think that's quite cool, right? I think that's very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Go grab this. And then we'll have 3 different items here. 3 different things. So we'll say example item, lettuce, rarity common. Maybe we get rid of rarity, right? We just get rid of rarity then. Isn't that weird though? Like if an item drops, does it not feel good to have a rarity on an item, like on a piece of gear? Lettuce is lettuce. Lettuce is lettuce. We could actually call this system lettuce is lettuce. You need static rarity? Well, personally, I don't like heroic. I think 5 rarities is better than 6. I think that makes more sense. I think that sucks. And I think at that point, quality can be defined by this, is all of these are equal to 20% of the rarity pie. So if it rolls 80 to 100 in quality, then it's legendary, right? Does that make sense? So we can make rarity is quality, and then we don't have a problem. So if it rolls 0 to 20, it's common. It rolls 21 to 40, it's uncommon, right? I feel like legendary should be static. Okay. We could do it like this, and it works exactly the same way. Right? Legendary should feel legendary. It shouldn't just be a random modifier. I agree with you. I completely agree with you on that. Yeah. So it's like good wheat versus crappy wheat. Yes. And that's based on the level of herbalism skill the player has. So if we have an herbalism skill of 1, we're probably only going to get common wheat. If we have an herbalism skill of higher, we get epic wheat. Now here's the problem. How do you fix that? How do you fix that for new players? Oh no, you've just re-implemented Ashes of Creation. What happens a year from now? And everybody's got all this gear that increases their quality on all of their gathering. And they're only getting epic wheat. And the new player comes in and only gets common. They can't enter the economy. GG. So I don't think that works. Legitimately so. Yeah. Wheat is wheat. Better crafting requires more wheat. Yes. I agree with you on that. Yep. Volume-based material like Warframe or Final Fantasy XIV. Now, there's a couple different ways that we can do that. Yeah, the Eve model is wheat, tritanium is tritanium, and the only thing that you need is large amounts, right? You need large amounts for that kind of a thing. So you don't need rarity to accomplish that. Skill level determines quality at base. Bingo. We don't need this. We don't need this. We need quality. And what I think I want to do is quality can cap at 80%. Quality can cap at 80% from skill. So let's say that you have 1 skill, right? Let's say that the requirement is 10 and you have 1. That means that maybe we'll make the minimum 20% base and the maximum 80% base. And we roll based on the variance between these two, the distance between these two. So if you're at 5 on this, it will take the difference between these two of, we have a difference of 60%, and it will cut that to 30. So we basically take 20 plus the 30 and you get 50 because you have 5 skill. Does that make sense? And if it requires 50 skill, then you would need 25 skill in order to reach that 50% quality level. We could write a very simple math system for that. Very, very simple. So that way new players are still producing value, but they may have slightly less value. Would that make stacking hard? Yes. It would likely make stacking impossible. So that's the thing that I'm wondering about next. But what if we make a system where stacking doesn't matter? Right? What if we make a system where you have a mining bag? What if we make it so it's drop rate related? Could be drop rate related. Could do that. We get rid of quality entirely, and we base it on drop rate. So then we take herbalism off of lettuce. Why do you need such a mechanic in the first place? I'm finding out where inside of an item we put skills to determine progression for the player. So let's take one more piece here. That is not this. Copy again. Thank you. Example node. And we'll say harvestable lettuce. And we'll say professions. We'll remove profession from this. Right? Actually, no, we'll keep the profession on that. Maybe it always adds max health. And it doesn't get the amount displayed on it. Maybe that's defined by cooking. We counting down to Hightail? We are. Look at those gifted subs, by the way. What about using quality modifier based on apparatus? So you can have legendary forge in a dungeon like AOC? That's kind of the thing that I was wondering, is maybe we add skill to the player based on the station that you're crafting at, right? We'll go from there. So we've got example node, harvestable lettuce, profession, herbalism 10. Now, here's a big question. Do you like the idea of needing to be 10 herbalism to harvest the lettuce, or 10 for the perfect harvest? That's the question. So you can harvest anything. 10 for perfect? I think I agree with that. I think I agree with that. And the way that we could set this is, let's grab this. Drops. And we'll say name, lettuce, amount, and we'll say it will be between 0 to 3. So if your skill is too low, and we'll make this 5 to 10, right? If your skill is 5 or below, it'll roll the bottom two numbers, 0 to 1. If your skill is 10 or above, it'll roll 2 to 3. Like that. And I think that works, because then we can do, let's see, minimum, minimum and maximum 3. We'll say minimum 5, maximum 10 skill. There you go. Needs a skill floor. Min skill level to harvest some things. So you think that it needs a skill in order to harvest? You think that unlocking new nodes is fun? Where you're like, oh, I can't harvest that till I'm 45 herbalism. I agree with you on that. Yeah. Yeah, I actually do agree with you on that. I think there is an amount of joy that you have as a player when you reach a certain level and you unlock new content. You're like, I can get the purple flim flam now instead of the green one, right? Like there's a niceness to that. So we could put a minimum and a maximum skill on this. And if you're at the minimum skill, you get 1. And if you're at the maximum skill, you get 3. And lettuce is lettuce. There's no anything outside of that, right? It's just lettuce. That's what it is. Yeah. I could tame the purple axolotls now. Bingo. Exactly. So if we have a node called harvestable lettuce and we have a profession tied to it, which the profession is herbalism, the levels are minimum 1, maximum 10, meaning that you get 1 ingredient when you harvest it at level 1. And if you're level 10, you get 3 ingredients, and we do a scalar between those two. So if you're at level 5, you get 2, right? That's the idea. And we could do a roll in there, whatever it's going to be. And then example item, the item itself is lettuce. Lettuce applies maximum health when used in an ingredient, as an ingredient. And we'll say that the profession this can be used in will be cooking. So that way we know what profession this is tied to. Then the example craft, the craft system, will be a lettuce sandwich. Profession is name cooking. And then level. Actually, I think we'd have to do name level as one block on this. Because we could do cooking and then the next one and then blah, blah, blah. So do name level. We do cooking, level 10. Actually, I think we just do it like this. Profession, cooking, and level 10. Like that. There we go. Format this a little bit better. Profession, cooking. There we go. And professions, herbalism, minimum, maximum. There we go. I'm going to start formatting these a little bit better. There we go. There we go. Pseudo make me a sandwich. I know, right? I know Bezos is blocking the view. Don't worry about him. It'll be fine. What if each rarity represented the quality? So even common would be usable. You would just need more of them. I don't like rarity for materials, personally. I think rarity for end results is nice. Stuff that you don't really necessarily need to stack, if that makes sense. Yeah. Let's see. What time does Hightail come out? Soon. In 5 hours. You like the 2 rarity system in Final Fantasy XIV? Are they still using high quality and low quality in Final Fantasy XIV? Are they actually? I don't know if they are. I haven't played in a long time. Kind of. Only on crafts, not on ingredients? They used to do it on ingredients, though. You could add perfect lettuce that is a shinier drop. It counts for 5 lettuces. You could, yeah. Already do that. We do sentient wheat. You know? Now understand something. This doesn't stop me from making other types of lettuce. Like harvestable lettuce doesn't just have to make lettuce. It can make golden lettuce and sentient lettuce. It can make rare versions of the same materials that make different crafts. Like we could do another example item of like, you know, whatever it's going to be. We could say amount, minimum, maximum, right? On this one. And we could say minimum 5, maximum 10. And then we could do the exact same thing here and be like sentient lettuce. And then we could do minimum 20, maximum 30, right? Like we could do that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So like if we add rarity, static rarity makes the most sense, but static rarity runs into problems when you release expansions, if that makes sense. You have rarity creep is the issue. Craft sandwich with more lettuce with higher chance that increases based on cooking level. Using more lettuce with higher chance that increases cooking level. I don't think I'd want to do more into a food, right? You don't want to make a lettuce sandwich with like 50 lettuce. It'd be weird. But yeah, you get the idea. It's like we could do different items that do different things. And there will be items that could just be better, right? It does the same thing but better in some way. What about devil's lettuce? We can make devil's lettuce. It's sentient devil's lettuce. It knows it's devil's lettuce. You can just do it, dude. The sky's the limit. Whatever, right? But I think the idea of adding minimum to maximum on the max health there does make sense. Or alternatively, we just say lettuce adds maximum HP, right? And we could add new ingredients that do new things. So if you want to make AoE size increase on your spells, maybe you have to harvest a specific mushroom, right? Maybe we do a thing that does like AoE size minus on this one. So we say minus, like this modifier decreases the size of your AoEs but increases your max HP. I think using ingredients that have drawbacks is way more interesting. So I think every ingredient that goes in should probably reduce a stat and also increase another stat if it's a rare or weird material. Like some materials should just be, that does max health. And other materials should be like, that does minus AoE size and max health. So that way you can make decisions at how complicated and weird your craft is going to become, right? That'll get complicated fast. Exactly. But that means that you as a crafter determine what you want it to do. Concentrated effect. More damage, less area. Exactly. We could do like plus spell damage, right? But minus AoE size. You had a whole bunch of those. AoEs would be really tiny, but they'll hit really hard, right? That makes it really interesting. Yeah, and you have to be careful with your crafting, like whatever way you want it to do. So this is kind of the end result idea that I think about. is I want to give you weird materials and then let you go wild, right? It makes crafting skill-based because you actually need to know the resources and what is good to craft. Now you're getting it. I don't know if I want to add a mini game to this at first, but I want to add weird items that let you express yourself in crafting. Does that make sense? Like weird materials. It'll get complicated for you and Jake. Actually, it won't. Do you know why? Think about it this way. Let's just take a look at this. Example node. The node is called harvestable lettuce. You need minimum to maximum herbalism to get anything off the node. At maximum and above, you have a very high chance of getting 2 to 3 every time. It'll be 2 to 3 every time you roll it, right? The example item that comes out of it, lettuce. Lettuce is used in cooking. The modifiers that lettuce does is plus maximum health. An example craft, the lettuce sandwich. This requires cooking level 10. So if you don't have cooking level 10, you probably can't craft this item yet. If you go to put bread and lettuce together, it will do a moderation, like a modifier of a duration of 30 minutes for whatever mods are on the existing materials that went in. Let's say that you failed the craft, right? Let's say that you don't have the materials. It makes a strange meal. Strange meal could have a duration differently. We do it like this. Strange meal. Let's say that you only put bread in. It makes a strange meal. Cooking is level 1. Requirements are any non-standard craft for cooking, and the duration will be 15 minutes. So you basically make an odd meal, like a strange one, because you didn't meet the requirements of the other one. You will learn these different things, and I won't have to tell them to you. You guys will then discover them. People will find them on the server. It's like a level of puzzle craft that goes over the top of it. People will list them on the wiki. Eventually, you will find them all. But I could just add new ones. I could just sneak new ones in and be like, I added 50 crafts today. Good luck. Like, people will happen upon these, and I think that's really interesting, right? So, like, maybe the duration is reduced. Maybe the modifiers are reduced in some way. So if it's not a specific craft, it defaults to the strange meal. Does this make sense? That makes it so easy for us as devs and makes it a system of discovery and control for you. Is 3 lettuce leaves on top of each other a lettuce sandwich? All it would need to contain is bread and lettuce. The amounts maybe don't matter. I probably could do this. We could say amount, and we could say 1, and amount 1, right? Like, we could just do that. So we could say amount for those. Does that make sense? Larger amounts should make multiples of an item? Yeah, I could say that. So that way, if you put in 5 bread and 5 lettuce, it makes 5 of these. Amount could define potency? I disagree on that. That would be really weird. That would start to get really insane. I'd say amount defines number result out. Yeah. You could multi-craft it this way. I would rather do it as multi-craft. So you select, you like, basically the way that I see this is a UI. And this is kind of how I want progression to work. It's going to be kind of interesting. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I want to define all the items first. When you go to cook, like cooking, your baseline is it will show 2 boxes. You put bread and lettuce. That is all you get at your basic cooking station, right? Now, let's say you're wearing the full Tier 1 chef gear. All we have to do to give you a sense of progression is unlock a 3rd ingredient. Just have another slot. Maybe Tier 2 gives you a 4th ingredient slot. And that's it. That system immediately expands a shitload for you and costs us nothing in terms of development time. Done. Like, that is so much more interesting to me. And the reason that I want to do it this way is because we did that in Potioncraft. That's exactly what we did. Like, all we saw in Potioncraft was just add another component. There you go. Right? And for us, we're still using this baseline system of just take the modifiers off of these base materials and do something with them. And then the craft is what defines what is done with them. The item itself is what defines which modifiers they are, and the node defines which items drop. Da-da! Right? And that's it. Example-specific craft. We'll start doing that. And then basically when you go and craft that, you would slot in the items. So you drag and drop them onto a UI. You're like, I'm going to drag 64 bread, and I'm going to drag 64 lettuce, and that makes 64 lettuce sandwiches. Done. Right? So once you learn it, you can mass produce it. How long till Hightail releases? 5 hours. All meals should be defined as soup, sandwich, or Wellington. I agree. Oh, we could do soup, sandwich, and Wellington as the buff categories. Oh, that's perfect. All food is a soup, a sandwich, or a Wellington. This replaces your soup buff. This replaces your sandwich buff. This replaces your Wellington buff. Done. Done. A potion is a soup. Done. I do think we should still have tonics and concoctions and elixirs and all that stuff on top of it, but food should be soup, sandwich, and Wellington. Yeah. What are the uncategorized recipes then? So an uncategorized recipe, we do example specific craft, example default craft, right? Let's say that we have a default craft. The default craft is you didn't fit any of these, do that instead. That's all. So we'll have a list of all the specific crafts, and if it doesn't match any of the specific crafts, then it matches the default craft. And that'll be pretty easy to set up. And then we can go set up down here, and we can say type. I'll probably have to put a thing for like type and everything like this. So name harvestable lettuce, and then name here. We're going to say type. This is an ingredient. Now, do you want to know why this is really interesting? Because it lets me do other things. Maybe you craft a sword. Maybe you added special ingredient when crafting that sword. And that special ingredient is hot chili peppers. And now you have made a sword that does fire damage. We can do stuff like this with this, and you are the ones who define what that is going to do. It is still going to be a sword, but it's a sword with extra modifiers that you have chosen as the player. And that is what I'm after. That is, yeah, you're going to give it away now, dude. But that's the whole idea, right? Like, that's exactly what I'm after. I want you to have control over your crafts, and I don't want them to have to be defined by me. I want my side of it to be fun in that I get to make specific crafts, and I want your side of it to be fun in that you get to define how you want your items to come out. So this is the vision right now. It already sounds too OP. I'll make monsters that rise to the challenge. Don't worry about it. Trust me. With that in mind, let's keep going on this. We're going to put up example-specific crafts. So this is our lettuce sandwich. Profession is going to be cooking, level 10. Requirements are going to be this. And I think we'll do... Oh, we'll say ingredients. Ingredients. That's much better. Modifiers. Duration is going to be 30 minutes on this. I just realized you can actually make good enemies, though. Not just follow AI. Dude, I'm telling you right now. Do you know how hard it was to make Cinder, Schnappy? Did you know that all of Krognar's Bastion was a 48-hour full build, and Cinder was about 2 weeks of work? It's just such a... And it was so broken. It was so broken, like 90% of the time, because the way that boss works is insane, dude. Like, let me show you guys what Cinder is. Here doesn't know what Cinder is. Cinder is so immensely scuffed. Cinder's awesome now. So Cinder is a boss that spawns in this room on that block. He's a fire elemental. As you are fighting him, whenever you hit him, he shoots a fireball back at you, so it is reactive fireballs. He shoots 3 fireballs in a burst at a random player on his threat table, so someone randomly in the room. When the fireballs hit the ground, it lights the ground on fire. You have to put these out, or it fills the room very badly. When he gets to 75, 50, and 25% HP, he explodes, dealing damage to everybody in the room based on line of sight, and also changes a number of blocks in the room into molten blocks. So like magma blocks, right? So while you're going through this fight, you have to make sure everyone is topped off, push him into the next phase, and then keep fighting him, then top everyone off and push him to the next phase, and then keep fighting him and top him off. And the room is degrading around you. Like, it starts turning into magma blocks everywhere. There's fire all over the place. It's like a nightmare, right? And once you do this and you finally kill him, the room has to reset. Changing the floor into magma blocks based on a noise, like a noise overlay of being like, oh, it's a noise channel for this. So, like, we actually have to generate noise, determine how many percentage of the blocks are actually changed, make sure that that feels balanced, make sure that it's not doing it like in the walls and shit, and then get it to work, and then reset cleanly in Minecraft. It works, but God, that was annoying. That was a hell of a thing. Cinder and Hytale can grow in size as he goes through the phases. Actually, you know what would be even better? Is if he shrank in size as he went through the phases. He started off really big, and then he explodes and loses some of his mass, and he's harder to hit because he's tinier. That's what I'm going to do with him. Yep. Every time he blows up, he shrinks. Yes. Yes. No, Cinder spelled C-I-N-D-E-R. Yeah. But Cinder is good. I mean, like normal enemies, they just follow you and it's too easy. Oh, no, dude, I super agree with that. Like, the only enemies that have custom logic for that are the skeletons. And it's because they use a shoot-dash mechanic. And then, like, they'll dash and shoot and try to use cover. Anything that's a ranger does that. Casters don't, though. Like, wizards in the game don't use that mechanic. Yeah, skeletons take cover. Rangers, any ranger enemy takes cover. Rangers are annoying? Yeah, I want everything to feel like rangers. They should all be annoying. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the only thing in the game that is custom in terms of fighting mechanics is the ranger mechanic. I think outside of that, I want to do casters where they try to move away from you while shooting. They don't just stand there and just cast, right? I want them to, like, back away and shoot at you and then try to use cover and shoot at you, kind of like rangers do. I want warriors to rush you. Just straight up rush you, right? And use mechanics like leap so they can get at you. They can charge you, you know? And I want guardians to be able to do like a lockdown mechanic where they go slower, but they reduce all damage they take. Stuff like this. I like the sniper class from Division 2 a lot. Agreed. Thank you for the rating party of 31, by the way. We're doing some game dev design stuff for our upcoming crafting system. Oh, yes, please do that. You want all that? Yes. So you understand what I'm going after. This is why we're sitting down and writing this stuff out today, Snappy. The first thing I wanted to do was the crafting system because Jake and I are going to start implementing that pretty much today. Like, today is well, we start this. I'm going to start doing TTS because I haven't pressed the button at all.
Sapphire_Sniper has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Good luck. Good luck on your poll. Good luck. It's going to get weird. This is what we want. Good. Yeah, I'm really happy with it though. Like, I want to build this all out in a way that you guys think is cool, that I think is cool, and we were so limited before, man. You already completely ready to start coding things? I sent your DMs. Let me see what you got. What did you send me? You already have the blank Java project ready. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Everything's ready. Everything's ready. Oh my God, we're starting over from scratch. It's going to be so... Do you know how nice this is for Jake and I, dude? Do you know how nice it is to just be like, it's a big empty room. It's a big empty room. And there's so much room for activities, right? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. When is the next game jam? 4 days from now. Do exclamation point
Chat
jam.
has cursed Sapphire_Sniper with cooking.
Cooking. I'm very excited for this. I'm going to swap to the Hytale category in 1 hour. And then we're just going to sit there and design out the systems we're going to do in there. So with that in mind, we've got example node for harvestable lettuce, right? This tells us what profession we need, what drops can occur off of this, and the name of the node. Maybe we can even define the model in this. Maybe. I don't know if we can define the model in this. I'm not sure, but I'm going to put it in here anyway. Lettuce. We'll actually call it like herbalism lettuce, which naming schemes are going to be the most important thing here. You know? Yeah, I think naming schemes are the most important. So with that, name lettuce. Because we'll have to have internal tokens. I'll figure out what that's going to be. But maybe model on this. Example item is going to be model. Whatever it's going to be. Ingredient lettuce. Ingredient lettuce. And then we could do... Model is going to be... Consumable lettuce sandwich. There you go. This makes our lives very, very simple. There's so many things that we just didn't name super well, right? Where different items all count as lettuce. I don't really want to do that. I don't want to do, like, node lettuce. Ingredient lettuce, right? Because that starts to get really complicated. Because what if you have to take a bunch of files down and you're like, is that the ingredient lettuce or the node lettuce? Yeah, you have to, like, name it in a way where, like, the name is descriptive of what it is. And I think this makes more sense. This is what I do in all of my projects is, like, if I'm going to have lettuce, like I have lettuce sprite. I do SPR underscore lettuce and model underscore lettuce and object underscore lettuce, right? Yeah. Lettuce is the crafting slot. There you go. So then example default meal, we've got the strange meal. So for the meal itself, we get the item. Name lettuce, model ingredient lettuce, type is an ingredient, profession is used with, it's cooking. Maybe we could also add alchemy, right? Maybe it's used with both of these. Maybe we would use lettuce and alchemy as well. And we could just add that. That's the part that's really interesting, right? So, like, if I want to make it so that this is usable in a different craft entirely, with all of the things that go into that, we could just say alchemy's on there now too. Lettuce can now be used in alchemy. And now you guys have an unlimited amount of possibilities from a simple change on our end. Because you can add lettuce to any alchemy recipe that you can think of to modify it, right? And that is really interesting. That is really interesting. Now, from there, we have specific craft. Specific craft can be lettuce sandwich. That means you need one bread and one lettuce. There's a couple ways I can do this. Let's say that we have an ingredient of bread and lettuce, and you just put bread and lettuce into the slots, right? And it makes a lettuce sandwich. What happens instead, though? What if we did one extra ingredient? What if we did one bread, one lettuce, which fits the craft, but then also added one tomato? And we don't have a special one for that. We don't have a BLT, right? What happens if we do this? Do we make it... I think there's a way to do this would be kind of interesting. It's a partial success. So instead of a strange meal, it makes a strange lettuce sandwich. So it indicates that you're onto something, but doesn't tell you exactly what. Does that make sense? Like, it's a lettuce sandwich, but it's not quite right. And I think that's a way where players can discover where it's not hit or miss, it's partial hit. Which I think feels kind of like Battleship. Yeah. You like this? Okay. Let's go put this up. So maybe a partial can modify the statistics. Yep. So we could do this. We could say example-specific craft. You do a bread and a lettuce, and you're cool. But if you get bread, lettuce, and something else, it makes it a strange lettuce sandwich, and the duration drops. What if you partial matched multiple recipes? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe we get rid of that then. Because that would start to get really weird, right? That would start to get kind of weird, right? Maybe partial matching doesn't really work. Yeah, if it hits two, you're totally right. That gets overcomplicated and bad to manage. I think I might get rid of partial matches. Yeah. Well, you add cannibalism to the game? No. What? Maybe. What if you can eat people, but then you find out later in like a horrifying twist that you aren't people? Maybe that's not cannibalism then. Maybe that's fine. Have the first two slots be main and secondary ingredient, the other slots are extra? Okay. What happens if I have something that has 5 main ingredients? See the problem? Do you like the game where wins meet? It's kind of alright. I think players would end up getting confused with this. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of the partial match. Good idea. Can't think of a way to implement that where it actually makes sense to the player, and without an immense amount of work for not a lot of gain. So example-specific craft, example failed craft. I think this is clean and easy. Right? I think that's clean and easy. Highlight ingredients that are onto something? Well, order of ingredients determining... No. If we do order of ingredients, all hell is going to break loose, dude. Because then if somebody puts bread and then lettuce and they make a lettuce sandwich, but if they put lettuce and then bread and they don't make a lettuce sandwich, I can already feel the amount of tickets. It would be so many tickets. I can already... Please, can you give me my lettuce back? I put them in the wrong order. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with any of that. No, that's so confusing for the player. Yeah, the server would turn, like, there'd be, like, lettuce gate on the server, dude. Like, I'd have, like, 500 tickets about lettuce. Jake and I'd be crying and shitting. Like, no, none of that is good. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. We got ads in a moment. Yep. Wordle for cooking. Yeah, you got to solve Wordle and then you get to make a food. Okay, I think this actually works really well, though. Jake, does this make sense to you? We have a node. The node is defined by herbalism. The drops scale with herbalism. The example item, lettuce. Model ingredient, lettuce. Type ingredient, profession, cooking. Modifiers, max health. Example specific craft is bread and lettuce together. The duration makes it so that these modifiers that were applied from the original ingredients last 30 minutes in a sandwich. I haven't paid much attention to the presumption that this will be sent to me when we start working, but I think get the gist, yeah. And then if you craft something that doesn't use these specific ingredients or any specific ingredients from any specific craft, then we make a failed craft, which is a strange meal. And that makes the duration 15 minutes and maybe modifies the potency of the ingredients down by something. No, everything will do random effects. You'll see. Yeah, I'm making it less effective overall by 25%, which is like a lot, but not really a lot. In Abiotic Factory, you can eat human brains and get an EXP buff. Well, I mean, yeah, knowledge is stored in the brain, so like, you know, yeah. Shit sandwich, nice. Should be gardening, not herbalism. No, it's herbalism. Herbalism is a catch-all for all plants in the video game. We already have it in the game. Knowledge in the brain, pee in the balls. I don't think the balls store pee. I don't think that's where it is. I think it's time for an anatomy class for you, bud. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think so. What if you have balls of steel? Then what? Right? Yeah, herbalism is gardening and farming both at once. What are they for? Yeah, I could actually make a knuckle sandwich. You're right. Like, I could make it so that, like, monsters drop their hands sometimes, and then, like, you can make a hand sandwich. And if you get 5 different hands, I could give you a sandwich called the high five. Or a knuckle sandwich with one hand. The possibilities, Chet. The possibilities. Now, here's the difficulty. This is the difficulty part, Jake. And this is where we're going to have a little bit of problem. I think we need to set up a priority system. Because if we have something that's like a lettuce sandwich, right? We do like a knuckle sandwich that takes one hand, and then a special knuckle, like a high five that takes 5 hands, right? Called a super lettuce sandwich. It takes 1 bread but 5 lettuce. If I put 60 lettuce and 60 bread in there, which of these does it make? And I think it might need a priority system where more complicated crafts have a higher priority, so it checks those ones first. Does that make sense? I think that's where things start to get a little bit weird, is ingredient amounts. Actual knuckle sandwiches that cause damage if you eat it, hell yeah, it punches you. It's like a punch in the face. Or do the ingredients from high ingredient quantity to low ingredient quantity? So if you try to mass produce lettuce sandwiches and it makes the special one, would a player be upset? I'm not going to present a menu of possible crafts. I think this is more interesting. Quantity button doesn't make sense. No, not this. The way that this works, to give you guys an example, you don't know what you're crafting. You pass into this system. You have 2 windows, 2 boxes, right? You place ingredient 1 and ingredient 2. You don't know what you're going to get. If you add bread and lettuce, it'll make a lettuce sandwich. If you have bread and dirt, it'll make a strange meal, right? That's the idea. If you make a sandwich with lettuce, the order in which it checks which sandwich it should turn out to be, the sandwich with the most lettuce is checked first, and the sandwich with the least lettuce is checked last. Okay, let's say one sandwich uses 5 bread and 1 lettuce, and the other one uses 1 bread and 5 lettuce. Which one does it take? Let's say that this one needs 5 lettuce and 1 bread, and this one needs 5 lettuce, 1 bread, and 1 chili pepper. Which one does it take? Let's say that this one uses 1 lettuce, 1 bread, and 5 chili peppers. Which one does it take? These are the types of situations that I'm talking about. How do we define which craft is the craft that goes through? It depends on how many items we use for the craft. Is it total items or is it individual? Let's say that this one takes an iron ingot and a shiny flim flam. And this one takes 2 iron ingots. Which one does it use? Which one is higher priority? And they wanted this one, but they get that one. First slot has priority. What if you put the iron ingot here or here? The one with the higher rarity, we don't have rarity. We're removing rarity. We're doing it based on quantity. What about a confirm? The confirm button doesn't change this. It won't tell you what you're crafting. If you had the flim flam, shouldn't check the one with the only iron? Maybe. If you do 2 iron ingots and a shiny flim flam, it should pick the recipe that has the most matches. 1 iron ingot plus 1 flim flam equals 2 matches. So the reason why I'm asking this, Jake, is for mass crafting. If we're doing mass crafting, if I put 60 iron ingots and 60 shiny flim flams, and this one takes 2 iron ingots and 1 shiny flim flam, and this one takes 1 and 1, and then you craft it, your expectation is this, but you get this. The player's going to be upset. Does that make sense? I think the way that I feel about this, actually, you know, it might actually work really well. You can't mass craft until you learn the recipe, and then that goes in a book, and then you can mass craft from it. I think that works way better, man. Yeah. Mass crafting is disabled until you learn the recipe. And you learn it by making weird combinations. I was just going to say, even with priority-based system over a dynamic system, you end up not being able to mass craft whatever has lower priority. Bingo. Yep. So that will work. Say all ingredients have components that define what stats are applied to an end craft. These stats scale based on the gatherer's skill and have skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Ingredients can be combined within their ingredient archetypes to craft fantastic or terrible items. An archetype is defined by a component that lists all available professions for that ingredient. Now, here's the next question. Should the skill of the herbalist change the statistic on the item? So minimum versus maximum, max HP. Or should the skill of the herbalist determine the number of items that drop? I think it should be number of items that drop. And I think that this is a trap that locks out low-level players from the economy further down progression. I think resources should be only number. Yeah, I'm going to change this up here. So all ingredients have components that define what stats they apply to an end craft, what modifiers they apply to an end craft. The number of items that drop when harvesting are based on the gatherer's skill and have skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Ingredients can be combined within their ingredient archetypes to craft fantastic or terrible items. An archetype is defined by a component that lists all available professions for that ingredient. So this ingredient is an herbalism profession, right? Or this node is an herbalism profession node. The ingredient is in profession cooking. So that's the archetype for it, is its profession, right? And then the example craft is there. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlocked when random secret combination. This gives us 2 modes of crafting. discovery and mass production, which I think is really cool, personally. I think the idea of doing discovery-based crafting in order to unlock new recipes and mass production-based crafting is really cool. It also lets me do something like drop recipes that automatically unlock secret recipes for you. So I can give the player a number of recipes that they begin with, and then when you use that, it unlocks that recipe for mass production to give you an idea of what it does. This is much better. Yeah, this is a way better system. So I could drop, like, when you start off, I will probably give you a lettuce sandwich recipe. You consume that. It opens it up in your book and shows, you now know lettuce sandwich. Good luck. Go mass produce them. Kind of like in Guild Wars 2. I don't remember Guild Wars 2 crafting. So maybe. An archetype is defined by a component that lists all available professions for that ingredient. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlocked when that player stumbles upon the secret combination that defines it. Once unlocked, the player can choose to mass produce the item. Yep, and this means I can make raid bosses drop recipes that you guys otherwise wouldn't have. Now, here's the part that's really interesting. That means that as an end player, you have a choice. You can find a recipe, and you can keep it secret, and no one can know how that's crafted. Or you can find a recipe, you can consume it, you can know exactly what it takes to make it, and then share it with others. And that's your choice, which could lead to silos of information where you're the only guy on the server that knows how to make that thing, and you don't let anyone know, and it's for a profit for yourself. Or someone finds out, and they're a close friend, and they leak it. And I think that is really interesting. Like, that is a really interesting kind of gameplay loop. Yeah, it makes a dynamic economy as well. Yep. Or you can sell the knowledge to it and be like, I will tell you how to craft this, but it's going to cost you, right? Yeah. Yep. It also doesn't block other players from learning it on their own. Exactly. All ingredients have components that define what modifiers they apply to an end craft. The number of items that drop, we're going to say gathering. And crafting. There we go. Now, here's the thing. The output of these modifiers, let's say that a piece of lettuce says modifiers plus maximum health. It's not going to show a statistic. It's not going to be like 1 to 5. I think that the crafter themselves and the recipe will define the amount that these modifiers produce at. Lettuce is always used for plus maximum HP. In a lettuce sandwich, the modifier may, let me go pull this up, modifiers, scaling, we'll say scaling for this, may do plus 10% over the top of that, right? Plus 10% modifier strength. And we can maybe do that based on your cooking skill, your stat, right? And I think that might work, if that makes sense. So we have a duration that is static. We have a scalar, and the scalar can do that. How would gear interact? Cooking skill goes up with your gear just like it does in current Blockgame. So like if you're wearing a chef's outfit and it does plus 10 cooking skill, you have access to more crafts, or you have access to, you know, more scaling on that up to a certain amount, if that makes sense. Does that work? Does that make sense? Yeah, golden spoon. So if you're a better cook, you make better food. That's what it comes down to. If you're a better blacksmith, you make better weapons. Done. Yeah. And it will cap. So, like, a better cook is always going to make better food to a limit, right? And that way, if a player, like you have a lettuce sandwich can only be so good, is the idea. If you have, plus maximum health, and it works there, right? And we do stats, whatever that's going to be, and we define it there. That'll be that. Whatever it's going to be. It's up to a certain amount of strength based on the things that you're doing. Feels like it'd break the economy if you can access high-level crafting from the get-go. You can't access high-level crafting from the get-go. Where are you going to get the materials for it? I am definitely locking materials behind difficult activities, my dude. Yeah. Like, you want to craft that really cool thing that you know the recipe for? Go kill the boss. Yeah. Exotic dragon meat? Yeah. Okay, so the number of items that drop when harvesting are based on the gatherer's skill and have skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Items that come from gathering have base modifiers applied that do not display any kind of scaling. The output of these modifiers is defined by the skill of the crafter. All ingredients have components that define what modifiers they apply to an end craft. Ingredients can be combined within their ingredient archetypes to craft fantastic. Their ingredient within their allowed professions. I'll make this much better. Allowed professions to craft fantastic or terrible items. Get rid of this. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlock when the player stumbles upon the secret combination that defines it. Once unlocked, the player can choose to mass produce the item. Recipe items can also be consumed to unlock a specific craft without having to discover it. This adds a level of dynamic gameplay around knowledge hoarding and secret trading, which I think is quite interesting. I think that works really well. All right, this is good. There's one weakness. I just discovered a weakness. I just realized. If we are not applying the ranges on modifiers for a piece of lettuce when it drops, then how do we apply strength bonuses and minimums when crafting on that specific craft? There's nothing to modify. Where does that work? Random based on skill? If we do random based on skill, do we do random based on skill for this, for the crafter or for the gatherer? I think it should be for the crafter. And the reason why is if we do it on the gatherer, then none of your lettuce will ever stack. Which is going to be a nightmare, right? Crafter? Okay, so with crafter then, and we go and do that, none of your food will ever stack. Right? Unless you mass produce it. You'd have to mass produce, wouldn't you? Crafting should be quality based, while gathering should be quantity based. I like that. I do like that. Think of the friction. Friction is dog shit. All right. Let's see. Make it tiers, 5, 10, 15, 20 instead of 1 to 20. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. The most you have is 4 stacks. That makes sense. Okay, I like that. No, I really like that, actually. We can say that the material can be up to 20% bonus, 20% higher, and we do that in scales of, well, it'd be 5 stacks, because you have 0% bonus, 5% bonus, 10%, 15%, and 20%, right? 20% is pretty high in that, to be honest with you. I think 10% is fine, because you have 0, 5, and 10. You have 3 different stack limits, right? Does that make sense? Because then you can actually stack them, and it's based on you're like, wow, that dude can do 10% bonus. That's freaking huge. Yeah, I think 3 is better. Yeah. What I slipped in yesterday, disprove friction being dog shit. It's gross, dude. Yeah. 20 is an example. Totally. Yeah, no, we can go through this. Now, with that in mind, where are we defining the base statistic? I think the base stats should be base of this one is going to be max health and plus defense. Now, here's the problem, right? How do we do that for our failed craft? I think we do ingredient qualities. And I think we do ingredient qualities from the gatherer's skill of 0, 5, and 10%, which is like low grade, medium grade, high grade qualities for the ingredients. What would feel so bad, conductor? Let's talk about it. Explain. Yep. Why not the same for failed? Because failed is going to be random based on which ingredients you included. Failed can be any ingredient in the game. The variable potency of ingredients would be rarity by another name. True. I agree with you on that. I agree with that. Food spoils over time is awful. We've done that before. It sucked. It was not fun. Better strength and more ingredients. At a percentage increase in existing stacks. No. Let me think. Yeah, food spoiling was the worst addition I ever made to Blockgame, which is why we killed it. I think it lived like 48 hours. It was the worst thing I ever added to the game. I think it was before you came on, Jake. I tried it out because I was like, yeah, let's make food spoil. And I was like, this sucks. Yeah, I think this is before you joined the Blockgame team, Jake. I added food spoiling, and it was horrible. It was not like every food had a timer, and the timer ticked down, and then you would sign in and your food would have rotted away. It was not good. It worked perfectly, but it just felt like shit. It was horrible feeling. Yeah, spood foiling, dude. Yeah. I think I had it on the server for 48 hours. I killed it off. What are you talking about, Troy Tech? Have you seen the clip of Neuro making Vito cry? No. Food doesn't stack, but there are lunchboxes. Why are you like this? All right, let's think about this. Lunchbox would work. I could see that. That actually isn't a bad idea. I just like it. I think it's funny that you walk around with a lunchbox as like a warrior, right? Fighting the demons from hell. Example node. This drops the items. We have a quantity-based economy for this. The example craft, modifiers. The craft itself should be what has on this. But that leaves our failed craft in an odd area, right? The strange meal should actually just be whatever base modifiers it has. But now it doesn't know. It doesn't have anywhere to inherit what the base abilities are going to be. Because failed craft is anything that is the wrong ingredients. Does this make sense? So how do we inherit what the ranges are for those stats? Apply the base number to the item when harvested. That means gatherers are going to get quality levels. Unless we do a basic statistic on this of like lettuce does max health as a static range. Instead of a range, we do max health. We'll do like max health, and then we'll do amount and 5. We could do that, and then it's always the same. So this always gives 5 max HP added to the system. I think static range would feel best. Yeah, so just 5 health, right? I think that works. And then what we do is we get rid of the base on this. We make it so that your lettuce sandwich, we could do max health, right? We could do food amount, and we could do 5, right? Or 1. Actually, no, we'd probably do food level on the actual craft itself. I think, you know what I honestly want to do? I know this might be a little bit weird. I think all food should fill you up. I don't like the idea of, like, scarfing 15 beetroots. I think it feels terrible. Does that make sense? I think when you eat something, you should become full for, like, 20 minutes. Not even easier to code. I think it should just, you just eat. Yeah, I don't want you eating 50 cabbages, dude. Food needs to be harder to get then? Why? Why does food have to feel like a detriment instead of like a buff? Right? Food should feel... Here's the thing that I see, and I know this is going to be kind of... In Minecraft, when you're in the middle of combat, how often do you have to eat in the middle of combat to keep fighting? Minecraft has the Skyrim problem of fighting. That sucks. I want you to eat as a pregame to going into fight. You eat, and for the next 20 minutes, you're good. Does that make sense? Like, I want everyone to be like, okay, we're about to fight the boss. Everyone eat your beef sandwiches. Let's go. Right? Or this is Monster Hunter. We eat, we go out and fight. And then we go home and we eat. We don't eat in the middle of combat because we're running out of food in the middle of combat. At that point, do we need hunger? Yes. Hunger needs to be there as a system to do this. But it should be you're full for 20 minutes. Or even for 30 minutes. Maybe food lasts for 20. Yeah. Pop your buffs and go. Yeah, pop your buffs and go. That's what it should feel like. And it should be, we should have shitty quality food so that you just eat it and you're good to go. In Wilds, you do eat mid-range sometimes, though. Yeah, if you stay out for over an hour. Like, I play Wilds too, man. What happens if the character fasts? You slowly die. A buff when full? I mean, you already get a buff when full. It's from the food. What about crafting slots being tied to the tier of crafting station in town, but you can only use as many as your skill allows you to? Way ahead of you, Chnappy. Way ahead of you. I want it to be skill-based for the player. Like your gear defines how much you can mix and match. So I talked about this earlier. When you start off crafting, we get rid of all this. When you start crafting, you will only have 2 slots. These are the baseline slots for all crafting. And then let's say when you get your full tier 1 cooking gear, you get a 3rd slot. Tier 2 cooking gear, you get a 4th slot. But the station has to support it. Does that make sense? So it's partially build the thing, and it's partially wear the stuff. So that way, crafting automatically gets more complicated as you get better at crafting. Yeah, I want the station to play a role. I think that's how that should work. It is a mixture of the crafter and their tools is what I want it to be. And I think what I'll do is what I want to do in the UI is always show the 2, and if there's a 3rd slot, it will show it if you have the skill for it, but then the station will say this is not available at this station. Does that make sense? So it incentivizes you, oh shit, I need to upgrade. It will always tell you, I need to upgrade. You're still playing old school RuneScape? All the time. Do you think of making it kind of like Valheim? Instead of not eating slowly killing you, you have stat negatives when hungry? As long as those stat negatives aren't movement speed. Movement speed sucks ass. When you don't eat and you like turn into a slug, I hate that. I actually really hate movement speed loss. I don't like stamina either. I think stamina sucks. That's one of the things that Jake and I already talked about ripping out of Hytale the moment we get access to it. It's realistic, though. I don't give a shit what's realistic. You're playing a video game. Bro, I can't make 50 lettuce sandwiches by putting more of them on the table. You ever gonna get back into Arc Raiders? Maybe. Do you do farming in old school RuneScape? No, not really. I do.
Tumor_factory
slap.
said today I embark on my 28th surgery for my ongoing cancer. They are removing 5 tumors from my groin in total. 3 in my scrotum, 1 on my lower pubic and 1 in my perineum this time around.
Jesus.
Now
dude.
on to something positive. Happy birthday Shay and Thor. It is an amazing coincidence that both of you share a birthday.
It's not. No, it's Shay's birthday today. By the way, everybody go on Discord and at Shay. Happy birthday. It is Shay's birthday. It is Shay's birthday. I'm going to do news. There we go. I did an announcement for it. I can hear the notifications from here. I know, right? Do not send chainsaws. Her Discord notification box is gonna explode. I think she's asleep right now. Maybe not. I don't know. All right. All right, we're back. We're back from the ads. So, let's think about this overall. Harvestable lettuce is the node. Let me see. Number of items that drop when harvesting are based on the gatherer's skill and skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Items that come from gathering have base modifiers applied that do not display any kind of scaling. Do not have any kind of scaling. The output of these modifiers is defined by the skill of the crafter. The end result of these modifiers is defined by the skill of the crafter. All ingredients have components that define what modifiers they apply to an end craft, with static amounts. Ingredients can be combined within their allowed professions to craft fantastic or terrible items. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlocked when the player stumbles upon the secret combination that defines it. Once unlocked, the player can choose to mass produce the item. Recipe items can also be consumed to unlock a specific craft without having to discover it. This adds a level of dynamic gameplay around knowledge hoarding and secret trading. Crafting initially starts with 2 slots for materials. Increasing the number of slots based on the player's crafting gear set bonus and the power of the station they craft at. I would say, and the tier of the station they craft at. A higher tier station has the capacity. Yeah, we'll do the capacity on that. There we go. There we go. A higher tier station has the capacity for more slots, but the crafting gear set bonus is required to use them. What's up? What's up, Jake? I was locked in. What if the quality of the meal affects how long you stay full? Eating a single apple wouldn't fill you for so long, but eating a proper meal would. I wouldn't say the quality at that point. I see what you're saying. What if every ingredient applies an amount of hunger? Right? Like, what if every ingredient adds to this? Yeah, we're just using calories. Right? So if you make a sandwich, I think it's a better approach. Let's do that. Yeah, I think we could do that. And I think we should add those together. I guess the problem that we run into if we do it that way, man, is what happens if I want to add like a really good salad, but it doesn't, like lettuce on its own doesn't add a good amount of hunger. I guess we would need specific modifiers on the craft. You know, we could put it on the craft. Yeah. Oh, the cursed quest. I'm an idiot. Let me go see what it was. I'm sorry. The cursed quest. Sapphire Sniper, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Okay. You need to come up with a really weird-ass combination meal using 4 ingredients, whatever they are, 4 ingredients that we are going to put in Blockgame. And you have to make it in real life. And then eat it. And it could be whatever you want. It could be the weirdest thing imaginable. And I will put it in the game. That is your curse quest. 4 ingredients. And you got to make it weird. It's got to be weird. And then I'll hide it in the game. Good. You accept? Nice. Okay. So with this in mind, lettuce as an ingredient has maximum health applied of 5 and hunger amount of 1, right? So it adds food. We'll say food. We'll call it food instead of hunger. It adds food and it adds max health, right? Then from here, actually, instead of max health, I swear to God, we're changing all the tokens, Jake. It's going to be health max. Never again are we going to have health regeneration and max health. It should be health max, health regeneration, health reduction, like whatever. It should start with the word health. Naming schemes will be fixed. I will lose my mind otherwise. If you wanted to be a filling salad, make a salad with ingredients that fill. Here's the problem. Meat generally is more filling than lettuce, right? I want the player to be able to decide what they want to make with what ingredients they want to use. If you make a really good meal that gives really good stats but doesn't give you very much food, that kind of sucks. I think we can solve this in 2 parts. We can do a lettuce sandwich where we get modifiers, like duration is already set in there, right? But we can also add food amount 5. So what'll happen is you can use lettuce to make a meal. That will pass down to strange meal. If you use 3 lettuce, you get a meal with 3 food and 15 max health, and then it destroys the stats and makes it really short, right? Or you can use 1 lettuce, 1 bread, and it passes on food and then gets a bonus 5 because it's a specific craft. Does that make sense? The craft can add bonuses to the baseline ingredient bonus. Yeah? All right. There we go. Yeah, synergy bonus for ingredients that taste good together. You got it. You got it. That's exactly it. You figured it out. What happens if you get to stack multiple buffs with low-calorie foods? You could totally do that, and it will reduce the strength of the modifiers and make it so the duration is much shorter. You can eat slop, is what I'm telling you. If you want to make a gray pile of sadness, you can make and eat a gray pile of sadness, and it's not going to be as good. It's going to be a waste of materials, and it won't last very long. Sadness, right? It's just kind of how that's going to go. 4 hours you're vibrating in your seat. All right. I think this works. Yeah, so all ingredients have components that define what modifiers they apply to an end craft with static amounts. Ingredients can be combined within their allowed professions to craft fantastic or terrible items. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlocked when the player stumbles. Let's do this one. All modifiers are combined between ingredients and specific crafts to ensure certain recipes gain additional improved effects on top of ingredient effects. There we go. So all ingredients have components that define what modifiers they apply to an end craft with static amounts. Ingredients, let's see, which allows them to stack and makes gathering a volume-based economy. Ingredients can be combined within their allowed professions to craft fantastic or terrible items. All modifiers are combined between ingredients and specific crafts to ensure certain recipes gain additional improved effects on top of ingredient effects. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlocked when the player stumbles upon the secret combination that defines it. Once unlocked, the player can choose to mass-produce the item. Recipe items can also be consumed to unlock a specific craft without having to discover it. This adds a level of dynamic gameplay around knowledge hoarding and secret trading. Crafting initially starts with 2 slots for materials, increasing the number of slots based on the player's crafting gear set bonus and the tier of the station they craft at. A higher tier station has the capacity for more slots, but the crafting gear set bonus is required to use them. A crafter is only as good as their tools, and tools are only as good as their wielder's skill. Easy. Is this still for Blockgame? This is all Blockgame, yeah. This is what we're changing everything into. So, with that in mind, we have a node. This is all of the stats that are defined. All the stats. Does max hunger scale with level? No. I think it should be 0 to 100, personally. I think 0 to 100 makes sense, and I think every one of those points should last 1 minute. That's kind of my feelings on it for right now. Is rune carving going to utilize this system as well? Everything is going to utilize this system, Snappy. Rune carving, cooking, alchemy, even weapon crafting. All of the crafting will work this way. All of it. So that way, instead of saying lettuce cooking, it could be lettuce alchemy. Or it could be lettuce cooking alchemy. So it can be used in both. And then you know that that ingredient is good in cooking to add health max, and good in alchemy to add health max. So I can drop demon blood. Yeah, I could drop hot chili peppers, and a hot chili pepper can be used in cooking or in weaponsmithing. I love to see the design doc come to life. Yes, that is the idea. Blockgame might be fun to play now. Dude, some people like it. Are we getting a lettuce sword? I mean, maybe eventually. So, like, here's the next piece, right? So let's walk through this. We find a node. The node is called harvestable lettuce. We get that lettuce. We have 1 herbalism skill, so we only get one lettuce off of it. If we had 10 herbalism skill or higher, we'd get 3. So there is scaling based on volume, based on the player's ability. They can get 1 or 3. This allows a low-level player and a high-level player to still produce value, even if they're producing value in different amounts, right? Everyone wants to buy lettuce because lettuce is always going to be available between all of them. It will always be an ingredient that is used, and you are not excluded because it's your first day. Next, the item that comes out is called lettuce. It is an ingredient. It is used in cooking. It gives +5 maximum HP, and it gives +1 food. These are baseline amounts that are combined with other amounts when we do the craft. We have bread from another part of crafting, and we have lettuce. We combine both of these inside of the 2-slot system that we can show here. to craft this. We put our bread, we put our lettuce, and that produces a lettuce sandwich because those are the specific ingredients required. We don't have that unlocked yet, and we discover it through this system. This takes the amount of one food and adds another 5 food to it. It makes sure that the buffs applied of Health Max now last for 30 minutes, and it scales the modifier's strength between 0 and 10% bonus at rates of 5% per based on your cooking skill. If you're at level 1, it's 0%. If you're at level 10 or above, it's 10%. Make sense so far? If you're at level 5, it'll be 5%, whatever it's going to be. Then, from there, if you tried to use 3 lettuce and there's no craft for 3 lettuce, it makes a strange meal instead. This then takes plus 15 maximum HP. It reduces the overall stat modifiers on this by 25%. I'll probably make it even lower, right? Actually, you can only do 2 because you only have 2 slots. You do lettuce and lettuce in this case. So you do lettuce, lettuce, and that would make it so it'd do plus 10 maximum health, right? But this gets reduced by 25%. So that is now doing plus 7.5 max HP and only for 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes. Does this work? Maybe we'll even do minus 50% modifier strength. Probably do minus 50. Because then it gives him the amount of 1 lettuce sandwich. But like bad. Maybe 75. I don't know yet. Yeah. But this is the idea. The idea is that the strange meal is you failed to find something interesting. Now, let's say you don't know any recipes. You can find a recipe and eat it because paper is delicious, thus absorbing its knowledge, and it will teach you lettuce sandwich. If you find lettuce sandwich through experimentation while you're making strange meals, this will then give you the ability to mass produce it. So in the future, you can just hit a button and say, I want to make 50 of these. Right? Does this all make sense now? Cool. The failed craft penalty should be reduced based on the skill of the crafter. Maybe. I think a failed craft is a failed craft. It's not really about burning eggs, right? It's not like your skill is down. It's like you tried to mix applesauce and a brick, right? Like it's not a good meal. No amount of skill is going to make that good. Like you can't really polish a turd is what I'm saying, right? Yeah. Lettuce harvestable? No. It should be based on the style. So ingredient. This is an ingredient. The ingredient type is lettuce. This is a consumable. Consumable type is lettuce sandwich. This is an herbalism node. The herbalism node is lettuce. Category first, specific second. I swear to God. So model is going to be consumable strange meal. Yeah. Out of context, lettuce node sounds funny. Yeah. Now, here's the interesting part, right? We could do wild lettuce. And we could do farmed lettuce. Oh, one sec. Little man. How's you doing? How you doing? What you doing, little buddy? What you doing? Look at Nemo. Look how good his arm spot is going, man. Look how big she is now. How'd you get so big?
Remember you could hold him in one hand?
How'd you get... I have to use 2 hands to hold you now. You're so big now. You've expanded in size. Hi.
Yeah, that's like over a month
Look
and
at
a
that.
half.
Sniff, 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 sniff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Little buddy. You don't smell weird. You have a blaze on the top of your head.
Anyone?
Where did you get that little blaze?
In fashion.
Where did you get it? Who gave that to you? Where are you going? Oh. 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 What are you doing? He nose bumped me. Yoop. Yoop. He's doing really good. Yeah, he was the one that came to us that had to have his leg amputated. And he's doing really well, man. He's doing real. Yeah, he's very energetic. He's very fast. He doesn't even care that he's missing his leg. He lost it so young that he's already adapted to it. And that's it. What about the birthday human? That's Shay. That was Shay who came in. Yeah, he looks really good. He looks really good. He's also growing really fast. The dude's getting big. When we first had him, I could lift him with one hand, but now he's too large. Yeah. Hightail thing? What is this? Oh, yeah, no, people are making skins and stuff already, dude. That's cool as shit. I can't wait to see, like, what the skins look like, because I think they released models for stuff. Yeah. I think they released models for stuff, so you can do this. All right. So, like, if we do this, maybe we can make other versions. So we could do wild lettuce. We could do farmed lettuce, right? Lettuce farmed. And then this one can do, like, 2 to 4 because it's like a tamed variant of it, right? So like this gives me the ability to make a ton of different nodes that do all kinds of different amounts based on different conditions. So like lettuce in, dried up lettuce, and then this does 0 to 2 because it's in a shitty climate. See how that starts to get really interesting? Like, if you don't water the lettuce, it dries up and gives you maybe a shitty amount of material. Or if it's in a bad area that doesn't really fit how lettuce grows, we can do that. Frozen lettuce. You could even do, like, frozen. And then lettuce frozen. So if you put it in a bad climate, we can do that. And then this allows me to set up biomes. This is way further down the road. This is not right now, right? This allows me to set up biomes and biome-specific variants on different recipes and biome-specific variants on different ingredients. Because maybe it doesn't drop lettuce. Maybe it drops frozen lettuce, right? It's elemelons. That's exactly it. I can make elemelons. I can make element-based melons, my dude. We could totally do that. And I think that's the part that's really interesting about this, right? I think that's really what I want to do with this. Lava lettuce, whatever it is. Actual iceberg lettuce, yes. The ferret stream restarted? Island. It did just restart. Let me do the announcement. Let me do ferrets. The ferrets reset. There we go. That is not all out. There we go. But yeah, so to give you like the idea, finally lava fishing. Lava fishing is already an idea. What I want to do with fishing is actually pretty complex, and I'm going to be looking at fishing, like Jake and I are going to look at fishing after cooking. Cooking and herbalism are the first two things I want to do. With this in mind, the fishing, I want you to be able to construct the rod. So you can make the handle, you can make the reel, you can make the I don't even know what that's called on a rod, like the rod part of the rod, and then the line, and then the lure itself, right? I guess the rod part of the rod, right? And then the lure itself on this. I want you to be able to put each one of these as a component that modifies the actual tool. So when you craft it, you piece it all together on the UI, and then you build it. I want this to mimic what it felt like creating your lightsaber in SWTOR. You created every component, and then you combined them all together to make the lightsaber. And I loved that. I actually thought it was fantastic in SWTOR. It felt really, really good. So I want profession tools and other weapons and everything like that to work this way. If you want to make a sword, you should be able to make the sword. You should be able to make the pommel. You should be able to make, the guard on it, and then the blade itself as separate components. So like the handle, the pommel, the guard, and the blade should all be, Tinker's construct. I don't know what that means, but like tinkering with items is the idea. And so like when you want to build a craft, this is what you do. You love the saber crafting, 100% agree. So now imagine this. Imagine you use a reel and a line and a rod and a handle grip and a lure that all work with lava. Because if you crafted those using another system that makes it so that they're lava immune. Now you can fish in lava. Does that make sense? Tinker's Construct is an MC mod that does this exact thing. Cool. I don't know anything about it. That's cool as shit, then. The Tinker mod in Minecraft is amazing? Well, hell yes. Yeah, the material's got to get wacky. Like, I don't even want it to just be lava. I want, like, maybe acid. Maybe steam. Maybe, I don't know, poison. Right? This is sort of the sky's the limit kind of a thing. We can just make it so that all of, like, you can fish in every one of those types of environments. Can you remove the parts back? That's where I don't know, Schnappy. I think you should, when you complete a craft, it stays static. I don't like the idea of mixing and matching components. I like the idea of mixing and matching runes. And I also like the idea of removing runes from an item instead of just destroying them. Does that make sense? I think that when you use a component, it should be permanent. That item stays together. Yeah. And I think that runes should socket into the item as extras that can be added and removed at will. Runes are saber crystals. Bingo. Now you get it. Saber crystals in SWTOR allowed you could take the crystal in and out, but the rest of the blade, it was static. It was permanent. I love SWTOR. I loved SWTOR's crafting for blades so much. Like, saber blades were just, like, sabers were awesome as shit to make in that game. Really, really awesome. Can I swap out a new component into a current thing that I made if I have a better reel but good everything else? Nope. Once you build it, the components are set. They're locked in. Maybe we can deconstruct the item and get some of the components back based on your skill. Maybe we add deconstruction later on, right? Or maybe you can deconstruct and select one component to get back. I don't know yet, but I think for now, static, right? Partial deconstruction would be awesome. I think partial deconstruction might be cool because you will find randomized items in the wild. One of the things that I want to do is anything you can craft is something you can also find. But the things that are found in the wild are randomized. So the idea of getting your perfect best in slot item in the wild is just impossible. You find best use case items in the wild, and then you craft your perfects. I'm also making it so that items that drop in the wild are no longer corrupted items. I don't like that. I think that sucks. With all the level of modification we're going to have on this, I think that you don't need to have corrupted items drop off enemies. More Hytale stuff? What do you got for me? Twinkie's Wellington? You're Wellington. Oh, that's cool. Like a One Piece character. Sick, dude. Twinkie is a Wellington, though. You're right. Actually, no. No, it's got a hole. Maybe it's not. That means you have to define if a jelly donut is a Wellington. You have to choose. Jelly donut has a hole, too. Maybe it's about intentionality. Maybe it's about intentionality. I don't know. There are crazy mods for Minecraft? Yes, there are. We make some of them. Maybe earth fishing? Yeah. Come with a whole bunch of different ideas for this. Oh, let me turn on the music again because apparently my buttons don't work. There we go. Everything is soup once it's eaten. If I eat a battery, do I become soup or does it? Spoilers. Don't eat a battery. Is this a sandwich with a Wellington? Dude, maybe it is. Oh. Ew. That's gross, dude. That's rough. Since we're no longer limited by Minecraft, would you consider a headshot damage multiplier? Absolutely. 100%. Now, we have our crafting for material-based setups. This is finished. We have our crafting for material-based setups, right? That's done. I just realized that the ad thing is not covering. One moment. Give me a sec. Ads. I changed the timing on this. There, it's fixed. So, yeah. Yes, Schnappy, I want headshot bonus to be a thing in PvP, 100%. I want to add critical locations on monsters. That is not something we can do at first. But the idea of having weak spots is incredibly compelling to me. I like Monster Hunter a lot. And I like the idea of, like, if you hit that enemy in his backplate, the backplate makes him take 20% increased damage. If you hit him in the face, he's probably not going to like that and takes 20% more damage. If you hit him in his elbows that are heavily armored, he's not going to give a shit. Reduce 20% damage, right? Like stuff like that. Not just basic backstab, but like weak point damage. And I don't like the idea of backstab as a stat. I like the idea of weak point bonus damage, if that makes sense. Being able to craft without first finding the recipe bypasses the recipe system entirely? No. It's knowledge-based. You should be able to discover those things. Recipes, I think, should be powerful, right? Now, here's the other thing. We might be able to do it where the recipe is used as part of the crafting for specific recipes. You have to include the recipe to craft that item. Think a blueprint copy in EVE Online. The recipe is consumed. It's fed into the, into the process, and that is required to make a special thing. So some of them will use specialized components. And a lot of these will use specialized components that only drop in very specific areas. We're talking about baseline baby crafting right now, right? Now, here's the next part. How do we create a suit of armor? It would not use this same crafting system. It would not. I think that crafting ingredients in this way do not work for making a suit of armor. I think that we have to change this up a little bit. So let's take a look at this. Let's say we want to make a sword. I think we display the sword on the screen, and then you apply, say, steel and iron and leather and iron. And you have to slot them in on the screen, right? So instead of having the two-block system for cooking, we have a separate UI, and the different UI is here. And maybe you can change steel to wood, and that modifies it somehow. Now, here's the thing. Every one of these components now has to change the values on the weapon based on where it is placed. So if you place steel on the blade, maybe this does plus damage. But if you place steel at the guard, maybe it does plus defense. If you place steel on the handle, maybe it does plus attack speed. Maybe if you place, steel on the pommel, maybe it does plus durability. Does that make sense? These values should be defined by the material you place in those slots. Higher rarity materials, higher difficulty class materials should give higher statistics in those locations. I've never seen Tinker's Construct. I don't know what that is. You guys keep bringing it up. Like Dragon Age Inquisition crafting? Didn't play that either. Could have 3 types of crafting areas. Oh, I keep doing TTS.
Tumor_factory with 500 bits said also keep the factory growing.
No,
Wait.
no, not your factory. Your factory should stop growing. Swap pommel and handle for the stats? Maybe? The handle being durability is kind of interesting. Attack speed for the pommel is kind of interesting. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of irrelevant, right? I think the way that we have to do this is we have to define the stat block for a sword. And then these materials have a quality modifier that changes the percentages for that sword. Does that make sense? So the stat block for a sword is it's always going to have damage, it's always going to have a little bit of defense, it's always going to have an attack speed, it's always going to have durability. And then maybe you want to make a shield, and the shield will have a completely different stat block. And then the values are defined by the materials you use in those slots. Pommel, better chance for the enemy to miss. Guard yourself. I mean, that's what the guard is for. But, like, whatever. We can change the values, whatever the values are. You're literally reinventing Tinker's Construct. I think you want to look at it. I don't want to look into it because it's going to change the way that I want to build things. I'm doing this blind, and I'm happy with it. Attack speed for Pommel due to helping the balance of the weapon. Could, yeah. Attack speed for Pommel could make sense there. I think attack speed on the grip because it's easier to hold, too. Yeah. Maybe an expertise stat. I don't know. I don't know how we do that. I think this works. Higher tier forge has more sword parts. Well, higher tier forge would let you make more complex materials as per the slotted base crafting system we're doing for other materials, right? Does that make sense? I guess this is processing then. We'll call it dynamic crafting. We have dynamic crafting, and what are we going to call the other one? Dynamic crafting is the one where we can find recipes. Yeah, we have dynamic crafting and static crafting. Yeah, we could call it static crafting. Okay, so static crafts have a basic stat block that can be modified based on the materials used for each location in the craft. Box in the craft. There we go. I think the idea of using a pommel for crushing, because that's really what a pommel's for, is it's a baby hammer. You just into somebody's armor, and I think crush proc chance would be kind of cool. Like crush chance is kind of interesting. Handle for attack speed, pommel for crush chance, guard for parry chance, and then blade for damage. Because the weapon could also be like that. They're for balance. They can also be used for crush, though. Pommels can be used for crush, and they can also use for for that. Maybe handle for something else. Then what would the handle be used for? If we use attack speed for pommel, yeah. Just think. Here's the other thing too: is like the only reason a pommel is used for attack speed is because it balances the weapon, guys. That means that we'd have to figure out a weight capacity for blade and a weight capacity for pommel and keep them in parity with each other. There's a whole lot of bullshit. Yeah. No, accuracy sucks. Handle for durability. I think blade for damage, guard for parry chance, handle for durability, and pommel for crush chance sounds kind of cool. Called a grip, not a handle? I guess, yeah. We'll call it a grip. Grip. What would we use for pommel then? Critical hit for grip? What do you mean a hilt, not a grip, or not a guard? No, it's called a guard. You can call it a guard too. Look here. Yeah, it's not just called a hilt. It's called a guard. Because you can have back guards too. Different types of guards. Stun for pommel? Are we gonna have Monster Hunter like decorations with the parts? That'd be kind of cool. I mean, that's what rune carving is. So, yeah, rune carving allows you to slot extra stuff into it. Stun and crush for pommel. So the way that I feel about this is adding crush to a sword feels weird. The more that I think about it, crush should be on a mallet, dude. Should be on a hammer. You know what I mean? That feels very strange. What about blade length? That'd be kind of odd. Range. Crush on a blunt weapon? Yeah, crush should be on blunt weapon. Blade for damage. Guard for parry chance. Grip for durability. How would you define a two-hander versus a one-hander? Damage amounts. One-handers are always going to do less damage, but you get a shield. Maybe you get a focus. There are no two-handed melee weapons in Blockgame right now. The way that it works is warriors carry an item in their offhand that's like an empowerment. It's called a battle totem, and you carry a one-handed weapon. So the battle totem is like an empowering focus for you as a warrior. If we go into the game, I'll show you what they look like here. So go warp to origin, and we go over to the warrior vendor man. Warrior vendor man. And then we look at this. So like the Ankh of Montu, you wear it in your offhand. It gives you knockback resistance. It gives you movement speed. It gives you durability resilience. And it gets a bunch of rune sockets for it. And that increases your overall weapon damage by a percentage. And then the sword itself has an amount of base attack damage that then is modified by your weapon damage overall. Yeah, battle totems are really cool. Could pommel be more wacky effects based on materials? Something that gives XP bonus? Ooh, you know what might actually be really interesting? Pommel for special ability. You could socket a gem as a pommel, and maybe it makes it so that the weapon now does fire damage. Or maybe it lets you leap through the air. Like, that is your special ability. I think that works really well. Yeah. Blade for damage, guard for parry chance, grip for durability, and pommel for special ability. I think that's cool. Each material chosen will then modify the appropriate stats for the sword that are tied to that location. The pommel will probably be... Yeah, I like that. Because it's a neat slot for it, right? And that's where you had your fantasy back. Power. It applies. So with that in mind, we would use like iron for the blade, iron for the guard, wood for the grip, right? And then the pommel you'd craft as a secondary thing, and the pommel would get like the power that's applied, the duration, the cooldown, the effect, right? Like all of that stuff. That would go into the pommel, and then you'd take that pommel that you've crafted and socket it into this thing, and then you've got your special power. So I think giving you the ability to make special abilities is kind of the cool thing. Like if we look in here, all swords right now in Blockgame have a leap. Swords have a leap on them. If you look at that, and they have combo attack. I think the idea of making a pommel that has leap on it, and then you define the cooldown of it, the force, and then you make that thing, and then you socket it into the sword. It would be kind of neat, right? Unique pommels could be drops that give you creature abilities. Bingo. I can add all kinds of shit like that. And now you're like, oh man, we found this cool component. Let's go sell it. Making a materia slot. Yes, you got it. Yeah. There we go. Pommel system here effectively mimics materia, but cannot be removed once applied. Yeah. How about tempering? Nah. I don't know what I would do with tempering. I don't know how I would do that. Yeah. What's up? You have a lot of news for old-time players of modded Minecraft. The team of on Orespawn, but not the creator of it, will be working on bringing Orespawn to Hytale. Thor is going to ask why the creator isn't, but only the rest of the team. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Orespawn. I'm going to be honest with you. We are not using any third-party anything this time around. We're making everything in-house. I will not be using a third-party tool. I will not be using a third-party plugin. All of it is going to be ours from scratch. None of that shit. None of it. None of it at all. Yeah. Don't want to deal with it. Don't want to deal with it whatsoever. That shit sucks. I hate third-party tools. All my homies hate third-party tools. Make it at home. Yeah. There's no need for it anymore. I don't want to do it. Cool for Minecrafters, yes. No, we're not programming our own operating system and text editor, dude. I'm talking about for our Blockgame server in Hytale. We're not using any third-party anything, dude. Making it all in-house. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. Eddie is unthrowable and equipable goblins. Weird as shit. Made a GDD about it? That's funny. Hell yeah. Alright. This is good now. Higher skill in each crafting in specific type of craft will allow more of the stat from the base material to come through to the finished item. This means highly skilled crafters will be sought out. Let me think about what else. The camera tools in Hytale are going to be so fun. Yeah, dude. Trying to think of what else. Higher skill in a specific type of craft will allow for more of the stat from the base material to come through to the finished item. This means highly skilled crafters will be sought out to ensure materials are not wasted. This means low-level crafters can still produce value. There we go. Number of items that drop in harvesting are based on the gatherer's skill and skill caps to prevent infinite scaling. Items that come from gathering have base modifiers applied and do not have any kind of scaling. The end result of these modifiers is defined by the skill of the crafter. Volume-based gathering like this ensures that new players can always enter the economy and are never excluded, even years down the road. All ingredients have components that define what modifiers they apply to an end. What modifiers they apply to an end craft. A crafted item with static amounts. All ingredients have components with static amounts that define what modifiers they apply to a crafted item, which allows them to stack and makes gathering a volume-based economy. Ingredients can be combined within their allowed professions to craft fantastic and terrible items. All modifiers are combined between ingredients and specific crafts to ensure certain recipes gain additional improved effects on top of ingredient effects. Crafts are initially hidden from the player and unlocked when the player stumbles upon the secret combination that defines it. Good. Okay, so I'm going to do blocks around these. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. By the way, to be clear, gathering and crafting is the most important thing in the game to me. Like, it's so goddamn important to a social sandbox game that if I get this wrong, the game is going to suck. So I'm going to... This is why I'm spending so much time on, you know, specifically doing this. Yeah. Life skills are super important, man. They're really, really, really important in these games. Yes. Example specific craft. Example failed craft. There we go. A wiki can be made though? Yes. Yeah. A wiki can be made. And you guys can list all of the recipes in there. You can do that. And someone likely will. But it doesn't mean that I can't keep adding more. You don't want life skills, though? Get owned. You're getting them anyway. All right. Now we need to add something in here. We're going to do mining. And this is a game design doc? Effectively, yes. Yeah, I'm listing out all the stuff for gathering and crafting first. Yes, I did, Vexy. You can look at my work history by doing exclamation point jobs, my dude. I'll see everywhere I've ever worked. And all the jobs I've ever held. Let's see. Herbalism. We'll do professions. Mining. Maybe rich copperstone. Rich copperstone. Mining. Copper. Stone. Rich. Mining will be 5 to 15. And then the minimums will be 2 to 5. Right? Something like that. Copper than bronze too? Yeah, we can do bronze. I don't have a problem with that. Yep. What if you put a sandwich into the soup? What if you do? Also not a lettuce vein. We could do a lettuce vein. We could. Yeah. Fake philosopher's stone. There's a chance of failing the more you use it. That's kind of funny. Lettuce ore, dude. All right. This is where things start to get really interesting, right? We need to do modifiers on this, and we need to do all the modifiers for everything it could possibly turn into. So I think we need to figure out how this is going to go. This is where things get complicated, right? If we have a sword, and the sword can use copper for the blade, the guard, the handle, or the pommel, what is the stat that we put on that material? What would be the stat there? For ingredients for our other system, it works just fine. But how do I list the stats on this? Right? I think I would have to list every stat for every component it could be a part of. It'd have to be different for each, yeah. It'd have to be different for each and every one of those. Is Crafter still going to increase the chance for prefix? I don't know yet. I'm not sure yet. I likely don't even know if I want to do prefixes. I kind of want you to have more control. If that makes sense, Schnappy. I think you should define the item, and your skill should improve or degrade it. Invader, that is the terrifying Mahoodle's face. I like you having more control as a crafter. I think fully chance-based kind of feels bad. The prefix could boost the stats that you choose. Could, yeah. Copper's conductive, so bonus to magic special attack. Well, maybe we do specifics on this, right? Maybe we do tiers. And the way that we do tiers is bonus and drawback, right? We'll say drawback, conductive, 5%. And the reason why is because if you use copper, it's a highly conductive metal, you take more damage from lightning. Bonus, we'll just have be an amount. This is the strength of the material. The strength is 5. Iron will always be better than copper, right? In this case. Maybe it needs to have something special for it then. So strength, if you slot strength into each of these, let me go grab this. If you slot strength into, say, this, it'll be plus 5 damage. If you slot strength into this, maybe it's plus 5 defense. Slot, because it's the strength of the copper, is that. What happens if you add alloys? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. Please consider ductility of the material. I will. The unrefined ingredient probably isn't going to be used. We'll probably use another material. Copper ingot. Yeah. That'll probably be in that. No, it's not weird, PC Tech. It's not weird at all. All right. Now we get our stat blocks. So we've got an ingredient, copper unrefined, right? And then we refine that into a copper ingot. Copper ingot gives bonus of strength 5, right? And this strength can then be then used in our crafting system. Let me go grab this. In our crafting system, when applied to different components in a sword, it will then take the statistic that is there and modify that up or down. A copper sword blade is going to be weaker than a steel sword blade, which means the materials used for specific crafts will have quality amounts that will be required. Now, the overall weapon that comes out should probably have a level requirement, and it should display that. And that should likely be defined by the ingredients that are used for specific crafting. Not for food crafting, for specific crafting. I think that an ingredient of copper ingot's probably a low-level material, that should probably be defined by the copper ingot itself. The unrefined is just a baseline material that can be refined into other things. Because unrefined copper, I might want to turn that into copper powder. I might want to turn that into copper ingots. I want to turn that into maybe a copper solution with alchemy. Like that, the unrefined copper should be an interim material that can be used for many things and doesn't really have statistics on it. The ingot has statistics on it, if this makes sense. Will there be slimes? Yeah, there'll be slimes. I like slimes. Slimes are cool. Can you add sushi? That's already in the game. We'll be adding that. Is it going to be rune etching? It's actually rune carving. So the way that it works is you carve a rune and then you socket it into your gear. This is already in the game. So like this right here has 3 rune carving slots. And if we go into here, yeah, there's already sushi in the game. Sushi is actually over here at the axolotl under the food area. And sushi actually applies to different like crafts. So like this one increases alchemy experience by 10% multiplicatively. Ta-da! It's already in. It's been in for ages. And there's different ones too. Like this one is the rock and roll for mining. Multiple playable races, not at first. I kind of want to add that eventually though. But I want to get I want to focus on all the crafting first. So we've got our dynamic based crafting. We're making our static based crafting now. So in this case, we're going to do node lettuce wild, right? We'll call them nodes when they're like gatherable nodes. We'll call this one node copper rich or stone. God, if I could type rich. There we go. And then we can do, here's ingredient lettuce, here's ingredient copper unrefined, here's ingredient copper ingot, right? We can make alchemy and medicine different. Alchemy is medicine, right? That's the whole point with that. That is entirely the point. So I would say ingredient copper ingot, ingredient copper ingot there, ingredient blacksmithing. Do I want metallurgy? Should metallurgy be its own thing? Should we have an interim craft? Should we have, I guess the biggest thing is, do we want gathering and crafting? Or do we want gathering, crafting, and processing? I think processing sucks. I think that should just be part of crafting. I think it should just be gathering and crafting. I think gathering and crafting. I don't like processing at all. I think if you get unrefined copper, as a blacksmith, you should be the one using this, right? Yeah. Do you think weaponsmithing and armor smithing should be different? Should that be 2 different things? Those should be the same, so blacksmithing. I think magical gear should be different from blacksmithing, personally. I think so. Like if you're making a spell book, it shouldn't be the same as blacksmithing. That should be its own thing. Right? Yeah. Magic should be arcane something, yeah. I also like the idea of artificing. eventually. I like artificing. I think it's cool. Yeah. Arcane tinkering? What do we call it? I don't know what we call that. Setted, we have over 2,000 over on Twitch. Most of the community is always on Twitch. Like, YouTube has always been much smaller. Leatherworking too? I think leatherworking should be its own thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's that. For Artifice, check out Caves of Good. Oh, I know. I super know that. Yeah. I'm very into like steampunk shit too and dieselpunk. So the idea of making artificing would be really cool. I'm trying to decide if we want to have artificing is only magical technology, blacksmithing is arms and armor, and then tailoring for like clothing, right? We'll have to list these all out, but I think for now, I'm trying to think of what copper would be used in. And the answer is blacksmithing, it'd be alchemy, it'd be artificing, it'd be blacksmithing. What else? Yeah, steampunk profession is artificing, my dude. That's 100% it. I want to have airships and guns and shit. One of the things that we couldn't do in Minecraft because Mojang prevents it is we can't have guns. At Hytale, like Simon posted a video like, here's a gun. It's like, all right, let's go. I'm going to make a whole bunch of weird steampunk guns. I'm going to have like elementals living inside of them, like freaking Howl's Moving Castle, but you shoot things with it. You know, like I'm done. I was super excited for that, right? Arcane engineering, copper used in wand and staff making. I don't want to call it arcane engineering. That's odd. We got to have another word for it. Yeah. Airships, yeah. Hermetic magic system, custom spells. Well, I don't want to do custom spells quite yet. We'll get into that. Gadgetry. Gadgetry is kind of cool. Magitech. That's kind of cool. But that's, yeah. Tinkering is artificing. Artificing is what I'm calling it. I think artificing is anything magically related for weaponry. But it's also engineering, right? Is the problem there. That's the issue for this. Yeah. If I can get a clockwork rifle, I'm throwing Cinder's Firebrand away. Yeah, I'm going to make a clockwork rifle. Yeah, yes. That is... The way that I want to do this, I was actually talking about this the other day, Schnappy, is I want to do this when we're making like a gun. I want it to be like, you have to build it with this component system that I was talking about, where like maybe you get the handle, you get a grip, you get like the body of the gun, you get like a chamber, and the chamber could be like an element, and then like the barrel of the gun, right? So like this would affect your range and precision. This would, you know, affect your kickback on this, your knockback on everything. This would affect like, so stability and knockback, you know, kick up on that. And then also for this, it would be like the element that you fire, because you use like a fire elemental in there and it imbues the weapon and then launches it out. And maybe scopes for like zoom in. Like I want to build all of that stuff on it. Yeah. That was the whole idea. But like to introduce, like, you know, Calcifer in Howl's Moving Castle, where like he powers the castle, that little fire elemental controls all of it. Imagine that inside the gun, and you use that, and he's like it's like a living thing that's in there. Like I really, really like that. And that was something that I did back in, God, ages and ages ago, when I made a steampunk FPS MMO. That was like a really long time ago. It was a piece of shit, and it used a single PHP file to interact with the database for all the players. But it worked, you know, and it was cool. So like I want to do stuff like that again. I think it'd be really neat. Cinder's Flamethrower, I know, right? But this is long time ago. Long-ass time ago. I think artificing, so alchemy, artificing, blacksmithing. Yeah, PHP to the rescue too. I was young and dumb. But it worked. It's just, you know, didn't scale well. Do you have a map of what professions can improve others? Not yet. Not yet. We're doing baseline shit. This is all the baseline stuff. I've already got the dynamics crafting set up. I understand what I want to do there. Static crafting is what we're defining right now. And we kind of got off into a tangent. So I'm going to get back on track with this. I'm going to do alchemy, artificing, and blacksmithing for right now. But a copper ingot may be used in artificing and blacksmithing. So it'd be used for something less, right? And then artificing and blacksmithing, it has a strength of 5. Maybe we have other statistics, right? So like strength is how, maybe we choose like the rigidity. Rigidity, apparently. Rigidity of the material. Like, how rigid is the material? Like, let's get some other modifiers that can do this. How flexible? I guess rigidity and flexibility is the same. Maybe strength. Like, how much can it take? How flexible is it? The density of the material, right? Strength, flexibility, and density. Malleability is kind of flexibility, I guess. Right? I guess we can do malleability. I guess instead of strength, we do hardness. Hardness is a good word for that. Right? How flexible is the material? How dense is the material? I guess weight is going to be density. Weight. Right? What does ductibility mean? I don't know shit about metallurgy. A material's ability to deform plastically, permanently, under tensile stress. Wouldn't that be flexibility? Wouldn't that be flexibility? Not the same? I guess flexibility goes back. I guess ductility is what we're looking for. Yeah, we'll do ductility. So hardness, ductility, and weight. Do we need anything else there? Sounds like microplastics. Microplastics in my brain, dude. Conductivity. Yeah, we could do conductivity instead of a drawback. Like, how conductive is this material? Conductivity. Right? And we'll get rid of the word bonus. Conductivity is for spell stuff. It could be for spells. Like, I honestly, I like mixing magic and like magic and technology. I like doing that. I like the idea of magic and technology together. I like steampunk a lot because of that. I like dieselpunk a lot because of that. Is Hytale going to go online for 3 hours from now? Yes. Yes. That covers most of what you need. I think so too. I'm trying to think of any other material, right? Yeah, wizard punk, dude. I love wizard punk. I love wizard punk. Reactivity. That's kind of interesting. How reactive is the material? Like, is it stable? Stability. Stability. Right? Is this a stable material? And we can say 0 to 100 for each of these. And now, how do these react when you create something? Durability would be a probably a value between hardness and ductility. Because let's say that the hardness is very high, but the ductility is very low. Then it's not going to be very durable. Because it's going to be really, really rigid. And if you hit it on something, it's not going to bend at all and it's going to shatter. Like glass, right? You'll make it brittle. Because it's got too much hardness and not enough ductility. Does that make sense? Yeah, or obsidian. Obsidian's a good option. What about reactivity? If reactivity is really high, I guess that's stability, right? If stability is very low, you have a very reactive material. It'll explode. Like, if you make a sword out of gunpowder, it's probably going to detonate, dude. That's what I'm getting at. Is like, you could maybe totally do that. You know? Be a good thing in a certain applications. Could be. I know Hytale in 2.9 hours. I know. Yeah, thermite. You can make a thermite sword. Thermite sword. Nice. A gun blade. Yes. Question mark in conductivity for magic. Yeah, so conductivity and stability are the two biggest things for that. I guess reactivity is really what we want there. Reactivity, conductivity. Conductivity is like, can this conduct, it's a metal. Can it conduct electricity? Can it conduct magic? Those types of things are fine. I think conductivity means that if you are carrying a lot of very heavy armor, you probably should be more conductive, meaning that magic should affect you more. Right? So the conductivity of, say, cloth will be quite low. The conductivity of metal should be quite high. Yeah. Reactivity should relate to corruption. We could add corruption as a stat on this. I think that might work really well. Yeah. Yeah. Where this guy work? Look at my LinkedIn there. You can see everything, dude. You need a LinkedIn account, though. What about solubility of those soluble metals? I don't think that's necessary. I think we can just infer that and not have a problem with it. Doesn't really need a stat because that stat doesn't impact something. Right? This is only for statistics that impact end crafts, not like interim materials, right? I'm gonna make that a meme of like you can always make something into a solute if you want to. Yeah. Nice way to differentiate magical tank from physical tank. That's kind of what I want to get at. Yeah. Is conductivity. Reactivity I don't think works. Metals are not soluble. It's magic. We can just make it magic. It doesn't matter. Potion of copper. Enchantability? I don't want to add enchants in that way. Yeah. Yeah. Would an armor act like a Faraday cage? A cloth would provide less protection from electricity? I think that if you hit someone with water and they get more conductive, then it lets them take more damage from magic. I think that's how that should go. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how that should be. Boop. There we go. Let me see here. What are you talking about? Maybe finish the game you're actually selling to people? I updated it 14 days ago. I update it every month, man. You should check the Steam page, the Reddit thread where we announce updates as well, or the Twitter or the Discord. All of those locations all get updates, and they all announce exactly what's getting worked on. But yeah, every month, man. It's more stable, so it can handle more effects. That might work. Maybe. But then we'd have to create a system where items can overcharge and maybe get broken in some way, which I don't think is good. Hardness, earth, flexibility, water? Maybe. Maybe. Aren't hardness and ductility mutually exclusive? Like, what would be a material that has 100 in both? You might be right about that. You might be right. Yeah, you may be correct about that. We can remove that. We can get rid of ductility. I guess at that point you make like kind of a meta material. I think hardness and ductility are mutually exclusive. No, we can. Because the harder something is, the less ductile it'll be. I guess what we need is instead of hardness, we need resilience. Right? How resilient is the item? I want to use easier terms for people. I'm going to use resilience and flexibility. Does that make sense? I guess resilience overall takes everything there. I don't even think we need flexibility. We don't need that. It's like not needed. Resilience. Yeah, because that's just, at the end of the day, it's does it wear down faster? Right? Yeah, resilience is item HP. We already use resilience as a stat in Blockgame, so. Do we need weight? What does weight do? Yeah, we don't need this to be too realistic. It's a video game. I'm gonna be honest with you, weight and encumbrance sucks complete ass, dude. Like, I don't want to move slower because I'm wearing heavy armor. Like, that's shit. I don't want to do that. No, weight is gone. Stamina is garbage. I don't want that. Yep. Conductivity and reactivity don't need. Resilience and conductivity, I think, makes sense. All right. So let's think about this. If I have a sword and I put a high resilience item into the blade. Resilience, high resilience, should increase the damage. What does high conductivity do in the blade? If it's a high conductivity material, more magic damage, so you can make a magic boosting sword, is what you're saying. That's kind of cool. I think that's cool as shit. Yeah. I think that's really neat. That way you have a chance to make a weapon that boosts magic or physical. Right? Deals more damage, but you take more damage? Increase its reach? No, I don't want a sword with reach. Wizard sword is kind of neat. I like that idea. High conductivity guard would increase defense to magic, right? Resilience and conductivity is very easy to understand. Effect-based. Here's the thing. Magic right now is based on books. Why would anyone want a magic sword versus a magic book that shoots spells? What is the reasoning? Not a stat stick. It does the damage based on you swinging it. Right? Did you just say girls? Okay. I'm going to be honest. Magic sword is a lot hotter than magic book. I get it. It's way... There's so... like, increase Riz dramatically. Yeah, I understand. I agree with you. The ability to block or deflect? Fair. Maybe you can parry spells with a more magically attuned sword. Right? Maybe you can parry spells. That's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. High resilience should increase physical damage, right? Maybe we need another word. Resilience should be the durability of it. Conductivity should be magic. What should be physical then? We need a physical modifier. Density? Sharpness? Before it becomes a sword, you don't want a sharp mace. Doesn't make any sense, right? I hated that about Monster Hunter, is you sharpen your hunting horn. Shit's dumb. Hardness? We could say hardness. Yeah. Hardness kind of sounds like resilience, though, right? You give it the oomph, dude. Call the stat oomph. You love sharpening your hammer? It's so dumb, and you know it, dude. The meat. Weight? Weight can be defined as a drawback, though. So I don't know if that works. Chonk. I know there's a hardness scale. I'm not worried about that. I think density works the best. But density, doesn't that directly tie to resilience? What if we say density? Right? 0 to 100. And durability. We just call it durability. Right? Instead of resilience. Did I put density? Nice. Nice. Okay, so we do density, conductivity, and durability. Cool? Cool. Yeah? Cool? Yeah? Attack is density. The denser the metal is, the more physical it becomes. The more conductive the metal is, the more magical it becomes. The more durability, the harder it is to destroy. Does this work? Yeah? Yeah? Cool. If that's the case, then aren't density and conductivity the same thing if they're trade-offs? What if they're not trade-offs? What if I make a material that has both? Right? What if I make a, maybe, yeah. What if I make it so it has both, but lesser amounts? I can make these whatever values I want. They're not mutually exclusive with each other at all. Resonance? I kind of like resonance more than conductivity. Resonance is a cooler word. That's a way cooler word. Density, resonance, and durability. That's way cooler. I like that a lot more. Nice job. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. You said that? Well, I like it. Make it have both of these. We could have both of these. We could. We could make a bow called Bofa. We could do that. That is possible. What about agility? Agility would be on the main items themselves. This is a material that goes into that, right? Okay, example gathered materials. Example gathering nodes. Say 1 to 10. We could say ingredient copper unrefined, ingredient copper ingot. We could say density, resonance, and durability. Now understand something. When we take the copper unrefined, we can maybe add an item that increases the durability slightly. Maybe you have a rare powder, and you put it on there when you are turning it into an ingot, and you can combine it using your dynamic crafting system. The dynamic crafting system then allows you to add your unrefined copper and another material to make something interesting. So that way, you can bonus up the resonance, you can bonus up the density, you can bonus up the durability by creating alloys. Bingo. Bingo. You get it now. Yep. Alloys. Can you add bacon to the craft? Maybe. I mean, yeah. Honestly, the way that I would handle that is I would add the word greasy before it as a modifier. Cool. We already do that kind of stuff. All right. I'm going to be right back. I got to use the bathroom. We're about to hit ads anyway. Give me a minute. I've returned. I'm eating yogurt. I love yogurt. All right, let's see. Should it be ingredient, ingot, copper? I don't want to do it that way. I want to do generic, and then material, and then type of material. So if I look up ingredient copper, I want to pull all ingredients that use copper, and in whatever state that they're in. So ingredient copper, state. Ingredient copper, state. Does that make sense? I'm eating yogurt. That's why I don't have my video on. Is the yogurt cursed? Yes. It has sodium benzoate. It's bad. I see fair? Yeah. And yes, Notepad++ is now talking to you. Congratulations. Okay, so ingredient copper ingot. We have density, resonance, and durability. I think this works great. So, if we craft a sword, the sword is going to be made up of different components. Blade, guard, and handle, I guess grip, and pommel, right? It's kind of what it's made of right now. If we go in game and we look at a sword craft, can I remove pommels? I don't think I did. You already make a pommel? Or used to. I think I got rid of them. Yeah, I got rid of pommels. There used to be a pommel that you had to use, and I got rid of the item. But if you look at this, it's using, like, the blade. There's a cactus sword, so there's the blade. There's the stone for the pommel. There's the wood for the grip, right? And the leather for the grip as well. So that's kind of the whole point for that. So I think that works just fine. But if we look at this, when we look at, you know, what these stats do, what does resonance do for a blade? That's the question that I have now. Magic damage? How do you cast a spell while you're holding a sword? Right? Adds elemental damage or adds the capacity for elemental damage? Right? Like, do we want to add plus fire? Or do we want to add plus fire damage %? Does that make sense? I think you use the sword to channel the magic, sure. Does that mean that you would wear the sword as an offhand? And you'd cast with your main hand? Not understanding the difference? This would be when you swing the sword and hit the enemy. This would be when you cast while the sword is equipped. Right? That's the big difference between those two. Any possibilities of the sword casting one singular spell? That's in the pommel. Pommel defines what power the weapon has. That's the idea. So a sword can have a leap. Resonance is more leap. I like that. Song is so loud. Yeah. It's also fantastic. All right. If fire attack is more, makes more sense to you, and if we put a high resonance material in there, then we need to have an element modifier. Right? That's what needs to happen there. We need to have an element associated so that the resonance can come through. We need to have elemental attunement for the material, whatever that material is. Yep. Element would come from the pommel. No, the pommel itself is a ability. The pommel is an ability. Ability the weapon has. And if we look back at our notes here, the grip the guard right? Think of it like this. In Monster Hunter, when you have a weapon that has physical baseline damage and elemental damage. Physical baseline damage in, let's say, Monster Hunter now, does a direct amount of damage to the enemy. 100 to 100, right? And don't worry about saving files. It's Notepad++. It's auto-saved. It's already in my app data folder. Anyway, with that in mind, you have 1-to-1 on that. 100 does 100. If you have 50 fire element, that does nothing unless the enemy is weak to fire. What we could do is instead make it so it's 100 baseline damage, 50 fire damage. The baseline damage is countered by defense on basic defense, physical defense, and the fire damage is countered by fire defense or magic defense. Either way we want to go with that. I think fire defense is more cool. Does that make sense? So that way we have a system of resistances that is unique for each one of these. So if the enemy has low defense but high magic defense or high fire damage defense, then we will do a lot of physical damage and a little bit of fire damage extra. So I think what we could do is we could do density equals physical damage component. Resonance equals magic damage component. And then if we place that on the blade, if we have density, resonance, we'll have to define what each of those does for each component. Physical damage. Magical damage. Element. What element? You would just say element is magic damage type. And there you go. And now we can do that for each one of these. So guard then takes this, the type and amount of defense. Density is physical defense. Magic defense. And magic defense type. See how that works now? And now we have this component system that works well across any item we ever want to make, which is why it's good to sit down and define what all these things mean and what they do. Ta-da! You see the idea? There you go. It's supposed to be magical. I guess we could just do magic. Yeah, magic defense type. Magic defense type. Durability is just... I think we'll just use density for durability. Well, we'll just use durability for it. Yeah, I don't know how we want to do that. How do we use durability in this? Because I don't think durability works now. You know? Oh, I guess... grip needs to be something else. There you go. HP of the item? Yeah, HP of the item, like each piece should add to the HP of the item, right? Like each piece is adding to the durability of the item. So I think if you have like a really tough blade, a really tough guard, really weak grip, and a really weak pommel, you can still have like a pretty average amount of durability over the entirety of the weapon. I don't want to have individual durability per component. I want to have stats of durability on each component, and then that adds together for a total weapon, if that makes sense. Yeah. Critical chance for the grip? I like that. I like critical chance for the grip because it's easier to wield. That's kind of cool. So, yeah. The amount of critical damage and chance. I think in this case, we do this in kind of an interesting way. We take density and we make it critical chance. And we make resonance critical damage. Which means that you want higher resonance for bigger crits, you want higher density for more crits. Which I think that makes it very interesting as an item. Right? Does that make sense? Yes, good. It can be functional. Density and resonance, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the pommel is density. The potency of the power. And then resonance can be the cooldown of the power. How frequently can you cast this? And then durability is total increase the durability. There we go. Yeah, so we can do that. And I think that'll be kind of cool. Yeah, I like this. Yep. Less dense, it's faster. No, more dense, more strong. Like, we're not going for super realism here, you know? Element on grip? Element on grip wouldn't apply, you know? Yeah, I don't think we need it there. I think element on guard and blade is really all that matters. Element would end up being none on that, yeah. Resonance feels better for crit chance. You know, I think you're right. Because I think casters want to do more crits, and physical want to do bigger crits. Because casters are going to be belting out lots of them. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. More number. Is Hytale released today? Yes, in about 2 hours. Personally, I always hated durability. It's just, you've had your requisite amount of fun. Okay, so I have to add durability to the game. We already have it inside of Blockgame right now. And the way that it works in Blockgame is you need an item sync in a social sandbox. You have to have that. That is a mandatory thing. You can see this guy right here. We're going to open his inventory for Yujiro. And we'll look at his gear. See how he has corruption on that gear? And it's reduced the overall stats of the gear? That's temporary. If you get corruption to 0, it'll actually take no statistic reduction on that. This is how we mill items out of the game. That's how you do it. You can repair the corruption off of it at resource cost, and as you repair durability on the item, it gains more corruption, reducing its overall statistics. It becomes worn down. This allows me to make sure that you always have something to do, and your character isn't just in a static form. You have all the best gear, and you don't have to give a shit anymore. You need to maintain that gear. Yeah. Yep, we need to have an item sync, and we need to have a material sync, and this allows that economy to keep going. And if you look at this, Repair Powder is actually using essences, and those essences are maintainable by anyone who has Gathering, which means even the lowest level Gatherer now actually is effective in the in-game economy. And that's why I have this in here, is to make sure that you are using these, and it is adding corruption to your gear, and even the lowest level player will always have a material that people want to buy. And that is generally how this works across the entirety of the game. Cores are then crafted through material components, some of which are obtained in dungeons for higher level materials, but these reduce corruption on gear by 5% per. So you get the cores as well. Yeah. How you waiting so calmly? I would be honest, I'm freaking out, dude. I'm ready. So like that's how the system of corruption and item syncs works in Blockgame, and it's been that way for quite a while. We just did an update to corruption this last week that made it so that it displays all the statistics and it is unique per item. It used to be a character-wide stat, which just felt like shit. So that has been removed now. But the new system is, I think, dramatically better. It looks really good. Like everything there is nice looking, you know. But I think that's the biggest thing to me is I don't like the idea of a broken weapon disappearing like it does in like Breath of the Wild. I don't like the idea of no item sync because then it just ruins the game very quickly economy-wise. I don't like binding items to players. I don't like soulbound because I think that limits trade and social interaction. So I wanted to make a system that fit, that didn't feel like shit in all those situations. And I think it works quite well. Yeah. Is that Pit for Archaeology? It is. It is the archaeologist. Look, it's Indy. He's got archaeology gear on him. And Mortimer. He's got rocky essence that he'll trade for archaeological components. Neat. Yeah. Archaeology is one of the professions. Also, one of the other things, too, is for professions, I don't like professions that are just to serve the profession and only that. Professions give you stats. So if you get better at archaeology, you can do more critical hits. If you get better at mining, you have more block chance. If you get better at fishing, you can do more fishing. Like it gives you better cooldown reaction because you're used to casting. Some of them are puns. Some of them are just useful. But like they all benefit you in some way. Like cooking more, you don't get hungry as often because you're able to get more out of your food, right? Rune carving gives you better defense because you tinker with your armor all the time. Herbalism gives you better healing received because you understand like botanical knowledge that lets you kind of augment the healing that you've taken. All of these things modify your character in a beneficial way, which I think is super important. But yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. Yep. I'm going hunting in archaeology because not even being dead for hundreds of years would save you ass. It's funny. We'd be charging for the Hightail server. No. What I want to do is actually what I learned from Warframe. So if we take this back over here, I don't have any monetization in Blockgame at all right now. And I haven't for like 5 years. I want to add a system that is just like Tenogen. I think Tenogen is really goddamn cool. And the idea is that we do a cosmetic-only shop. And people make items for it. They get approved, and they get a percentage of every sale. I want to do it just like Tenogen. Community run, bonus money to people who want to just make items. And that way, we can incentivize people to make cool shit. They can make a living off of it. You know, we can run the servers off the percentage that we take. They can do cool shit with the money that they make off of it, and everything works. I like Tenogen, and I think Tenogen should be the bar standard for stuff like this because I think it builds community, it's beneficial to the artist, it doesn't rip anyone off, everybody wins, right? I guess your 100 Forma journey for your Naros Prime. I haven't played Warframe in too long. I do need to keep adding, like, Forma 2. I think I'm in the 10s right now. Hightail supports custom meshes? Yes. Yep. You can actually upload anything you want with Blockbench, as cool as it is. Yeah. And I'm really excited for that. So you'd be able to make custom models in Blockbench, and then we can approve them. If we approve them, we'll probably do like a community voting kind of a thing. And when people vote on it, if they vote yes, it'll go into the game as a cosmetic only, and then you will receive a percentage of that. But we'll have to like get everyone's payment details and set everything up like that, and it's going to be like a whole thing, and I'm kind of interested in it. So this will be the long-term goal, is to make it like Tenogen. That is the most important thing to me, is that we don't ever have any pay to win, and that anything that is monetary related, it's not just us benefiting from it. It's someone who makes a cool thing, you know. I want it to be distributed value, basically. I just don't like the idea of it just being an in-house cosmetics only. Because that gets into a weird area of like, it would incentivize us as developers to make items that look less cool that you earn from the game, because we could sell you items that look more cool. So if I have it as a community-based thing, and you guys want to make the coolest looking thing, and we're spending our dev time on making the coolest looking things too, there's no like conflict of interest there. Like we just make cool looking shit, right? And everybody makes cool looking shit. And I think that is a better way to do it. Eating monster part gives you monster skill for some hours. I love it. Jujutsu Kaisen moment, dude. Yeah, I've seen the cosmetic economy destroy AAA games. I don't like the idea of splitting off development time to make the cooler looking item for money. I just can't do that. I'm not letting that happen. And I know that happens very easily if you go down that road. So the idea is to make it so that you guys can make cool shit. We can make cool shit. Our shit you earn in the game. Your shit people can buy. And like that's how I want that to be. And I just can't see it any other way. The other thing we could do, which I think might be really cool, is we could have moderators make their own special hat. And then if you want to support a mod, you could buy their hat, which I thought would be neat. You have like a little ham hat. It's just like a ham, right? It's the ham hat. You like little ham, buy their hat. You know, like just silly shit like that. So we can do fun stuff like that. It's my flying neon unicorn. Dude, maybe it's in the game. A bread hat? Oh, bread hat. What if I sold a bread hat and then I blacklisted it from being available to any moderator's account? That would be the funniest shit imaginable to me. It'd be like, sorry, you can't buy this. You try to hand it to him, you know? Mods can't have bread hat. Oh, also, I want to do cosmetics in, I need to figure out cosmetic ownership. Because that's the other thing that's going to be really difficult is I don't know how Hytale handles cosmetic ownership, but I don't want someone to be able to steal an item from you that you paid money for. That seems shit. You know, like, so I gotta invest. There's a lot of investigation that's going to go into that before I do any of it, man. But do you guys think that that's a good system? Do you think that's like a positive way to handle this? Because I've been kind of waiting on it, and I was like, I don't know how this is good, how people are going to like that. Would you let us trade cosmetics? No, because that leads to like weird RMT economies. I don't like that. I think it goes to you and that's it. You like the idea, scared of the application though. Explain to me what you're scared of. Yeah, I want to follow Warframe's example. That skin only. That's it. Yeah, I really like Tenogen. I really like what Warframe does. I think it should be the industry standard is how I feel about it. If possible, you can make it bind on account. Like, wow, that's my hope, is to make it bind on account. Blockchain is the answer. Get out of here. You're bad and you should feel bad. How will you please the shareholders? I won't. The shareholders can cry into their non-existent stock options. Yeah. Have you ever worked on a GTA 5M server? No, I've not. Yeah. What about bread holders? Dude, what about bread holders? You personally don't like cosmetics in games? If I drop a sword, I want to see it, not some random skin. That's fair. That's totally fair. If you don't want to use them, I don't think it'll be a problem. The only risk I have in a combat-related system for cosmetics is visual clarity of what the person you're fighting is wearing, right? So there is a conversation that should happen around that to make sure that someone doesn't wear a cloak in cosmetics, but is actually wearing heavy armor. That is the only time that I could see that becoming a detriment to gameplay, if that makes sense. So there may be some situations where either we disable cosmetics or something else. I don't know yet. That's the unknown that I have to solve. And this is way down the road, so I'm not worried about it right now. That's a future me problem. Yeah, sword looks like ice, but actually does fire damage. That's the problem. Yeah. That's why you'll have the approval process? Yes. It may, to be honest with you, it might be hats only. Like if we did cosmetics of only hats, that would probably be the funniest and best way to solve this. No cosmetic weapons, no cosmetic armors, just hats. TF2 moment, yes. Wigs only. We could do that. Oh, pets would be a really good idea, too. I think non-combat pets is a really good idea, man. I really want to add non-combat pets. I want to have pets that follow you around, and I know we can do that now. Like, I know we can, because we've seen that already in Hytale modification thus far. the idea of having like a guinea pig follow you around would just be kind of cool. Ferrets following you around would be really cool. Like all of that is cool. And like I'm very into a system like that. Mount cosmetics. So here's the problem that I've run into with mounts. Mounts unlock so much benefit to the player that it is devastating to the overall balance of the world. The difference between a player on foot and a player on a mount is staggering in terms of their force multiplier in the world. We got ads. We're going to wait on the ads.
Raziel18 with 500 bits said Yarshir 500 Hail Goblin King, I have a riddle for you, chat no help. What comes in many shapes and sizes, can be seen with the naked eye, and when you put one in a barrel, it makes the barrel lighter.
A hole. Next.
Merlin 159 with 500 bits said execute Oda 77 release the ferrets and give the mods bread.
Yes. Meeting yogurt.
The Flames 1980 said could quality degrade over time, but be repairable.
Already is. That's the corruption system.
Couchinaut said if a Dreadnought converts to Slanesh does it become a Dreadnought T?
Clever.
Massa Suze with 500 bits said I like your vibe my friend. I am also coding here. Web apps, got 8 more hours to go.
Rockin'.
Thanks for the content and keeping me company.
Oh,
Cheers.
you're awesome, dude. Yeah, hell yeah. What a boss, dude. So, Killer Squid, there will always be RMT, no matter what. There will always be RMT, and we will always ban people who do RMT. Like, that's just gonna happen. We even had RMT on our actual existing Blockgame server. We had people that were PayPaling each other for items in the game. And we banned them all. Like, that just happened. What is RMT? Real money transaction. Real money trade. Meaning you are trading an in-game item for real money in real life. And, like, how did you find out? Because they were stupid enough to say it in-game. And they thought that whispers were somehow private. They're not. It's that dumb, dude. So, yeah, no, you can't do that shit. We can't, yeah, it is 100% against TOS. So if they do it, if someone does RMT, we get rid of them, right? It was crafting materials, Schnappy, really early on. Like, really early on. It was crafting materials, and I think it was the original shield. It's named, like, Demon Skin or some shit. I can't remember the name of the shield. But yeah, it was stupid. It was really stupid, man. They're thinking about people who are using Tenogen system to RMT or money launder. You can't if you can't trade the items. You can't money launder. Let me explain how money laundering works, because I think a lot of people don't understand this at all, and because of that, they kind of fall into this like weird area where they think that any online transactions can be money laundering. Money laundering generally has to follow some guidelines for it to function. First, let's say that you are buying a thing, and the thing is purchasable, right? When you buy that thing, the money goes to a third party, like a streamer. And when you buy that thing, the money goes to them. In order to launder money, this should have to be illegal money in the beginning. So this money was illegal. And by buying it into that, it becomes legal now. And then they take this and they give it back to the people that bought it in the first place, usually at a rate of 70% or higher. If they can make a 70% return, it is generally going to be used to launder money. But that requires the streamer or platform to give them the money back. If they don't do this, you can't launder money. So the idea of just a purchasable item being on a store doesn't mean you can launder money at all. If the platform doesn't give the money back to the criminal, there's no laundering. You can't launder. It is impossible. Like, So it's not just buyable goods, right? Like there's got to be a transaction between the platform and the criminal. And if there's no transaction back, you cannot actually launder money. That's not how it works. Yeah. If your Tenogen makes the person 70% of the money they paid for, it meets your requirements. That's not how Tenogen works. Tenogen gives 30% to the person that bought it. And on top of that, not only is that a terrible transaction, and you would never launder money that way, but it's like 30% is standard. That is industry standard. Yeah. So 70% goes to the platform, 30% goes to the individual artist. And that is exactly what Warframe's model is. Likely because of that reason, by the way. Hightail update. What is this? Yeah, it's also logged and accounted for, too. Update the Hightail launcher. Ooh. Oh, also, there's a couple things that Tenogen does to get rid of money laundering, right? First off, when the criminal, in this case, would buy the product for money, and then that goes to the platform, right? They buy the product for money. That goes to the platform, so third party here. Then the third party would give money back. Let's say that the artist is the criminal in this case. The artist would only receive 30% of the amount that they actually initially put in. Generally, money laundering needs to be 70% or higher to be profitable. This is kind of a standard in the world of crime. Enjoy stats, right? So at 30%, you're already taking a massive loss. And if you're going to money launder, you're probably not going to do it by getting approved for Tenogen, by being a very skilled artist, and then submitting your application for it and getting approved and getting all your payment information on file, and then also doing this back. This guy doesn't want to be identified. The criminal does not want to be identified. The act of going through and putting all your payment information on file and receiving a 1099 and receiving all your information that is tracked by the IRS for 30%, it's not going to happen. That's not it. Generally, I'll give you an example of what they do on Twitch when money laundering takes place. A third party will contact you. They will send in 10,000, bits or whatever the hell it's going to be, a shitload of amount. And then, or they'll contact you and they'll say, hey, I'll give you $10,000 in bits right now if you give me 70% of it back. And then you give them 70% of it back, you make $3,000. And then a couple weeks later, guess what they do? They charge this back. And you lose all of the money, and you're out $7,000, and they're up $10,000. Well, they're up $3,000 technically in that case, or $7,000 in this case. But yeah, this happens quite a lot. It is a scam, and this guy probably using stolen credit cards. You'll never know who he is. His payment information isn't really on file. He's not tied into the IRS system, but you're screwed. Don't engage with those. It's a bad idea. Yeah. So I think that's like a really big deal with when you're dealing with kind of like fraud and scams and money laundering. You don't really have anything to worry about when you're coming to Tenogen. That's not really how that works. As money laundering and scamming, well, it's kind of both, because the money that came back is now clean money, right? And that's the problem with that. Nigerian prince just can't handle money. Yeah, it's all weird. It's kind of both in that one. Yeah, it's scamming and money laundering, which is very interesting. Yep. Dealing with chargebacks on your side for Blockgame sounds like a nightmare. I'm not worried about that because everything with Blockgame is going through Tebix, and Tebix is a payment processor. That is what Hightail is using for all of their transaction stuff, and that's standard for Minecraft servers as well. So I am less worried about chargebacks, and I am more worried about handling item removal in the case of a chargeback. So we need to remove the license of a asset from your account if you do a chargeback. Does that make sense? Like if you buy a hat and then you charge back, you should lose the hat, right? That's the idea. That's probably the only difficult part there. And we'll automate that eventually. Yep. Oh yeah, no, I already worked out what resonance does in each of these. So like we'll do sword. Now we got to do shield, right? Let's see, static crafting, gathering. Density, resonance, durability, and what is the last one? What is it? There we go. There we go. So modifiers on ingredients can vary dramatically based on the professions they are used in. For cooking and alchemy, ingredients may have modifiers that directly pass down to the resulting crafted item. For things like blacksmithing or artificing, the ingredient will have density, resonance, durability, and element modifiers that each do different things based on what base craft they are being used in. Density for the blade portion of a sword works very differently from the banding part of a shield, for instance. We can define how each of these modifiers is expressed through a system of inheritance for different craftable archetypes. Swords, shields, chest armor, etc. should always work the same regardless of what ingredients are being used. Their stats will just differ wildly based on those 4 base ingredient modifiers. Easy. There we go. This makes things simple to develop on our end, and deep in terms of control for players. Nice. I think this works out. Put that there. Most of these can use basic materials, but the pommel will be crafted to choose which power it applies. All right. Now we're going to add 1 static craft into this. These are gathered materials. Example, dynamic crafts. And we'll do profession. I think we need to have multiple professions for this. Because we need to have... This is both an ingredient and a recipe. So we should have professions... Spelled chance wrong? Probably. Yeah, whatever. I'll go back and fix it later. I think I need 2 different tags for this. We have professions that it's being used in. I guess it doesn't need anything for that. I think it's fine. Yep. You didn't like the idea of a processor, though? No, but it's a midterm item. Like, it is still an ingredient. It's not a gatherable. Let me actually put example ingredients. What I don't like the idea of, to be clear, I don't like the idea of having a processing skill. You shouldn't have a processing skill. You should have items that can be processed, like take unrefined copper and make it into an ingot. That's fine. But the idea of gaining levels in processing ingots is kind of right. Like it's not that fun. It feels like bloat. Yeah. I don't want to have bloat. Bloat is stupid. Example dynamic crafts, example specific crafts. Now here's the cool part. Actually, this would be a dynamic craft. No, it'd be static crafting. I'm done. Oh, I also think that using different materials should add levels. I think it should add levels to the end resulting weapon, right? Like, if you use all end game materials, you probably shouldn't be able to wear that at level 1, right? You know what I mean? I think that it should have a restriction. Like, you probably shouldn't be able to wear the Giga Death God Sword at level 1. You should probably do that at level 50, you know? Yeah. So I need to figure out, do I add levels to the ingredients? There won't be tiers anymore? No. So, Schnappy, I'm going to be honest with you. My system sucks when it comes to this. I don't like level 1, level 5, level 10, level 20, level 30, level 40, 45. I don't like this. I think this sucks. I want to have filler items all the way down. I want you to be thinking about those items. But what I do like is I do like that this is a warrior item. That is cool. I like that if you have warrior items, you get a warrior set. I think it's more cool that you equip things based on what you like, rather than, oh man, I finally made it to level 5. I can finally upgrade. Does that make sense? The reason why it was set up this way is because of lack of tooling. I want it to work more like Diablo. I want you to be able to make crazy, weird items, you know? I think that's the most important thing to me. You said level restrictions were really good for the game. Oh, no, we'll have level restrictions. They'll still be there. They just won't be tiered like this. It won't be at breakpoints. It'll be all over the place based on the item itself. Does that make sense? Like, you will still need to be, like, level, instead of level, you can't get an upgrade to level 5. And this one is you can't get upgrades to level 10. Now it'll be, like, level 1 through 10. There are all kinds of different items. Does that make sense? Armor will be a class set bonus. Yeah, that'll work exactly the same way as it already is. My system already is, if you look at this, we have warrior. 5 pieces of warrior gear make you a warrior. So like an offhand, boots, pants, chest, helmet makes you a warrior, right? Yeah. Will Blockgame still be super hard to level? Like if I'm leveling with Gathering? No, it'll be way easier. I really want you guys to get more experience for different activities. And I think this is going to work. I actually want you to gain character class experience when you craft something. So like can you change your class on the fly? Yeah. The idea is that you are the class that you're wearing. So whatever your gear is, that's your class. Think Final Fantasy XIV. Same shit. Exact same shit, actually. Yeah. Yep. Doot. What is this? I feel like the crafting system on Life is Feudal would be exactly what you want. Never seen it. What class is the gun user? Doesn't exist. I'm gonna make it. Am I weird for not liking that all warriors just use one-headed sword? You're not weird for that. There are things that I want to add for warrior. I want to add spears. I want to add maces. I want to add all that. I want weapons in the main hand to be class agnostic. Right now, they are not. I want, instead of making it so that the Guardian uses a mace and the mace does rock and awe, that's your AoE taunt, I want to put that on your shield. That should be a shield item, is the idea. Or it should be granted to you by your Guardian set, right? This is the stuff that I'm thinking about, where we don't have it bound. That the only reason it's bound to the weapon is because we had to, you know? And that's the whole point with that, as I don't want to do that shit anymore. We're going to bind it to something else and give you a bunch of different hotkeys and let you play around with it. Can we get dual wield? Not at first. That's not planned at first. I think later, yes, but in the beginning, probably no. Any set bonuses? That's what set bonuses do. Yeah, look. Right there. Set bonus. Warrior. That counts as being a warrior. That's how set bonuses are. If we warp to Mothman's Den right now, there's actually a community event going on where you guys can go and do a seasonal event with old Eggman. And this, if you look at this, it has 2 set bonuses. One of them gives you the Ranger bonus, and the other one gives you Moth Dust. So you actually do particle effects around you. So there's a cosmetic effect and your base, set bonus effects. So if we go into here and we look at this one, that one's Ranger. This one here is Magic. This one here is your Warrior set bonus. So same normal Warrior set bonus for wearing 5 pieces of Warrior, but now also, if you wear all the seasonal gear, you get a cosmetic of Moth Dust flying around you, which is kind of cool, right? But that's the kind of stuff that we added recently, which is multi-set bonuses. So multiple sets at the same time. This thing is good, Not going to complain if stuff isn't available at the start, but I do like that stuff is at least planned. Oh, you guys won't even have access to it at first. We got a lot of shit to do first. Life is Feudal. Oh, it's an MMO. Yeah, I don't know shit about this. Ouch. What happened there, man? That's probably the lowest score I've seen in an MMO in ages. That's bonkers. Damn, dude. It was not a fun game. A lot happened there. Oh. How does current resonance implementation encourage class interplay? When you say, what do you mean class interplay? You mean different classes doing different abilities? Is that what you mean? I got taken over by a new publisher that changed how it worked, I believe. Okay, fair. It's good but hard. But development was a disaster. Okay. Warrior applying magic debuff so mage can do more damage. So that's what I want to do with pommels. Pommels apply an ability, right? Right now, the most class interplay that you have, go back to Origin, is from the Thaumaturge. Thaumaturges are the game's healers, but they're also blood mages. So the idea is that a Thaumaturge casts abilities, and those abilities cost HP for them to cast. So if you want to heal somebody, it's going to come with a tribute. The tribute, in this case, you heal for 5.6, but you take your own health of 11.6 to cast it. So a person who's not trained in Thaumaturgy, which means they're not wearing a Thaumaturge set bonus, is going to cast it at a detriment. So a normal player in Warrior gear is going to sacrifice more health than they give to somebody else. But a Thaumaturge, if they're wearing the set bonus, gets 3 times healing power, meaning you will now heal for more than it cost you in health. So because of this, Thaumaturges basically scale really well with healing, but scale only a little bit with magic damage, while mages will scale a lot with magic damage and no healing, right? Does it also give life regen? It does. You get on your offhand, which incentivizes you to wear an offhand from the Thaumaturge set bonus. It gives you passive health regeneration. So Thaumaturges, there's no mana on them. They use their health. That is their resource. And they heal using their blood, which is what I set the class up to do, and it feels really good. The other thing they can do is they can shut down enemy healing. So they apply debuffs, a curse that stops the enemy from healing for an amount, right? Whatever it's going to be. Yeah. Going for a job interview this morning, any tips? Yes, you are interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. I know the job market is very desperate right now, but if you have gotten to the interview phase, you have already cost them a lot of money. You have. That's very important to understand. They have already spent money on you in the form of paying people to go and do the interview and the processing cost of doing so. When you get to the end of the interview, ask them the question. The question that I always tell people to ask is, if you were to hire me today, how best would you utilize my skill sets? It stops them from thinking about you as a candidate and starts them thinking about you as an already hired asset to the company. Outside of that, when you get your offer, if you get an offer, say, thank you for this offer. I was thinking more along the lines of something like this. Would you like to have a discussion about it? And increase their offer by 5%. They will almost always say yes. There is never a negative to that. They either say yes or they say no, and it won't mark you out as a non-candidate, ever. Like, it just doesn't do that, because 5% is a meme for these companies. Hands down, it's a meme, because they've already spent more than that in the process of hiring you. It's a sunk cost for them. Question for a new graduate? I'd say for anything. I'd say for literally any position you ever go for. Yeah. Have fun, dude. I hope you get the job. Yep, they always leave money in the bin, dude. Take it. It's yours. Is this your own MC server and is it live? Yeah, we're updating everything to Hightail starting today in about an hour and a half. 2 hours. Somewhere there. Yeah, it only counts against you if you go crazy in the ask or if you're incredibly rude. You have to understand something is you must always treat it as thank you for the opportunity. No matter what it is, even if you don't believe that, you have to act that way because it's a job interview and there's a level of respect that needs to be attained between yourself and them. And that's all it is. Bullshit it. If you don't like the job, if you don't care, still be respectful. Yeah. What are the best paying jobs? I need some starting money. Wait, what? Man's going at this like an MMO, dude. Yeah, that question is 20 seconds of slight uncomfortable for a high chance of permanent income increase. Bingo. Now understand something, and this is really important. In a 40-hour workweek job, every 50 cents of your paycheck per hour is $1,000 a year. That's what it works out to. 50 cents is an extra $1,000 in a year. So if you ask for an increase of 5%, and that comes out to, I don't know, 75 cents, you're getting another $1,500 every year. If someone handed you $1,500 for asking a question for 10 seconds, like just think about it that way, man. It's a big deal to do that. Do you need to pay to join the server? Absolutely not. No, the server's completely free. No. What is this? Fake and impossible to get jobs as seniors. Work harder. As a junior programmer, I can learn any new language and super quickly all in under a week. Can I still not get a job? You can get the cursory information from it. I wouldn't say that you would learn the entire language and all the intricacies of it in under a week. But I think that's kind of a fake sort of thing to feel at that point. If you're trying to get a job as a junior, it's going to be very difficult for you, though. Legitimately so. The market is shit. Don't look at it any other way. The market is shit. You're not shit. The market is. And getting a job right now is ass, dude. It's completely terrible. Yeah. It really just is. You've been speaking Arabic and lots of other languages since you were a child, since you live in the UK. I'm going to be honest with you. If someone comes up to you and says, I can learn a language in under a week, that person looks overzealous, and it looks like they're full of themselves. there's no benefit in you saying that. Even if you believe it, you're just going to put other people off. Does that make sense? How do you prove it? You don't say it. You just do it. It's Highdale Day? It is, yeah. Show projects explain the why and how. Yep. Not really blessed. You could say you're a quick learner. I hate that. I hate useless fluff information. I'm a quick learner and a team player. Shut up. Shut up. Stop it. No. I hate that shit. I hate it so much. It's the same as when an interviewer asks you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Employed. That's where I see myself. Next question. Like, God, I hate it, dude. It's like... It sucks so much, dude. Oh, it's very funny. Stop advertising other YouTubers in my channel. You're a team player? I hate that. I hate that I'm a team player. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. You're still alive? Yeah. Nice stream 6 days a week. Release updates to shit every month. And yeah. Most of the community is over on Twitch, though. So if you're used to seeing stuff on YouTube, Twitch is the primary community. Always has been. Alright. TTS time.
Hexakuma said hello. What you are describing have the vibe of the crafting system of Rhizome. You should check.
Rhizome?
It's an old French MMO. It's a sandbox from 2004. Also, the gathering system was a minigame where you had skills to gather, heal resource node. Resource nodes could explode and kill you.
That's kind of cool. A little bit wild, right? So we got to think about this. Do ingredients have a base level requirement built into them, and then that is applied to the end craft? Or does the end craft have a base level? For swords, it has to be on the ingredient. For food, it has to be on the end craft. Right? Your back hurts too much in your chair? Get a back chair with lumbar support, my dude. So I guess for certain ingredients... Why different? I don't know. I don't like consumables being restricted, yeah. I don't like that. Maybe ingredients don't always need it. Maybe we add it as a modifier, right? Right? So we'll do like level. Right? And the level amount could be like 1. And then this passes down. Because what I'm thinking about is this, right? If we do... Let me go grab this. If we do this, and we say that this is the sword, and we make a level requirement of 1 on a copper ingot, and we add copper, 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 copper to all of this, right? Full copper weapon. Then that weapon is going to be a minimum level usage of 4. Does this make sense? And if we make it 0, then it's minimum level usage of 0. And there's no restriction. Yeah, no, it's the minimum required character level. And I think that's how we end up using that. If we make it so that, you know, copper ingot and then steel ingot, so steel takes 2 and copper takes 1, and we use steel here, we use copper, 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 then this will be a level 5 weapon. If that makes sense. And I think that's fine. I think adding levels to the weapon to make it more difficult to use for a higher level player makes this system interesting. The hard part is going to be balance. It's going to be balancing the materials. You feel like it should be an average? How do you average 3 1s and a 2? You have 4 sources, so you take the overall 5 and divide by 4, and then round down to 1. A little bit weird, right? Round up. If you round up, it's even weirder. I think if we did that system, I would use a level 10 material here, and then 1, 1, and 1, and you'd have like a sword that like a twink character would wear, because they'd just be like overpowered as shit, right? If we average it, yeah, because we do 10 and 1, 1, and 1, so it'd be 13 divided by 4. No, that's sort of kick-ass, dude. I get your point. Everyone can inherently eat, but tools kind of require learning, exactly. I think tools and armor, equipment needs that. Use the level of the highest ingredient. Okay. So instead of adding them all together, we say the highest level ingredient. If you use steel, it requires 10. So if you use all copper, it's all level 1, so it's a level 1 sword. If you use steel, which takes level 10, it's now a level 10 sword. Yeah? If you use a level 10 material and a level 20 material, it's now a level 20 sword. I like that. That works good. And it's very easy to understand. I think it's very easy to understand that. It will require the highest level of material that you used. Yeah? I think that works. There we go. That works. I think this works really, really well. So if it's all copper, it's super easy to use. Yeah. I like that a lot. We're making a game design document? Yes. We're making a game design document for the Blockgame update to Hytale. Everything is going to change dramatically. I'm going to be releasing this to the Blockgame community afterwards. There we go. Okay. That under stats. There we go. Level is going to be material defined. Everything there works. I think it's going to be good, dude. I'm really excited for this, actually. What? Is your brain fastly approaching pudding at ludicrous speed? That's funny. All right. So example set of crafts. If we're going to have a weapon sword, we'll have a name. In this case, we're going to do... shit. I think we need to have... How do we name the swords from this system? Do we name it based on the blade? Right? Like if it's a stone blade, do we name it a stone sword? I'm trying to think. Do you have any tips on for a group of game devs who are in the process of making their first game? Sure. I have a website for you. I really prefer freedom of knowledge. You live in a time where all this shit is free. You know, you have access to all of human knowledge on the internet. So, read through this. Sit down and make a game design document. You'll find it in this section under what kind of game should I make. Go to game design document. This is what we're building right now, is kind of building out structures and game design document for this. Write out your game design document so you know exactly what you want to do on paper. Then, with your team, split up into roles, talk about what you want to do for that. Here's a big one. If you guys are trying to make a commercial game as a team of people, write up contracts. Set up a contract so that it is defined how the money is handled later. Good contracts keep good friends. And it's something a lot of people forget because they go, oh, we'll just handle it if the game does well. No, handle it now. Outside of that, if you're trying to go and make stuff together, maybe do some game jams together. Find out if you guys work together really well. Find out if you like to make stuff together. Find out if you like making games at all. We're actually running a game jam in the next week. So if you go up here at the top and you look for Game Jam and click that, it'll take you to our itch.io page where we're running the 18th Pirate Software Game Jam. There's already almost 600 people involved. So go sign up. We got 4 days till it starts, and it's a great way to get started on shit. And again, all this stuff is free. You shouldn't have to pay for knowledge, man. NVIDIA CEO Jensen thing? What the hell is this? Yeah. 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 This is my favorite, actually, because once people start realizing that intellectuals also criticize AI, framing them as people stuck in the past no longer works. Yeah. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang doesn't want well-respected people like PhDs and CEOs to criticize AI, especially in front of governments. Yeah, no, I'm going to keep criticizing AI. That's not going to change, dude. Insane behavior. All right. Defined by blade material. A blade ingredient. So, EX stone sword. Right? I think that makes sense. I think that's cool. Stone sword is sort of the idea with that. I do think that there should be specific crafts for swords as well. So if you want to make a specific weapon, a specific sword, then you should use specific materials in that, which we can totally do. We can do the exact same thing that we do for cooking. It's just more complicated with these, you know. And I think that's it. I think we can do that. Yeah. Unique or legendary crafts will exist, yeah. That's a static craft. And here is an example dynamic craft for these. Right? But we can do static crafts for these. I guess we need a new name for this. It's not static and dynamic. What do we call this? Discovery crafting. I'm going to call it freestyle. I like that. Freestyle crafting and mold. It's like a mold, right? It's like mold-based. It's like you get a grid. Because like the way that it works is it pops up a UI. What we want to do is do a UI like this. And then pop that up. Then you slot things into it. Deterministic, predictable. Template. I like template crafting. Yeah, so we have freestyle crafts and template crafts. It's going to get very complicated. The model is going to be... let's grab these ones. Requirements are going to be level, material defined, and then we're going to have attack or damage. Amount. Material defined. We'll call this blade density. So we'll call this damage underscore physical. And then we'll call it damage underscore magical. Amount is going to be blade resonance. Right? And then we'll do defense, physical, and magical. Because we're going to have different values for this. And we'll do like range too. Oh yeah, magic. Defense magic, defense physical. Yeah, it should be damage magic. Not magical. Well, it's just weird to say it's weird to say physical and magic, right? So it should be like physic and magic or physical and magical. It just feels odd. Guard density, guard resonance, and then we can do element. And it should be type. Actually, we don't even need type. We just need an element. Blade resonance. God damn it. There we go. Durability. Trying to think if we have any other statistics. Density, resonance, element, durability. And I think that's all we have. Yep. What are you talking about, Skibbity? What's, dude? Oh, because you're trying to promote some other dude that we don't want promoted, dude. That'd be weird. Let's see. Element, blade resonance. We're going to do element based on blade element. There we go. And then element for this one is magic defense type. Damage element is the blade element. And we'll do defense element. Actually, we could do, instead of damage element like this, we'll do amount. And we'll do element like this. I'll probably do it secondary, actually. Blade element. There we go. Actually, do we want to do that separately? No, I want to do that separately. The more that I think about it. Yeah, it's got to be damage element. Yeah, because that'll be really weird otherwise. The way it displays is just going to be wrong. Defense physical, defense magic, and then we'll do defense element. I think under defense magic, that should be the defense element. Element. Guard element. So from there. All right. Template craft modifier breakdowns. There we go. So we have template crafting. There we go. So this is for sword. This is for weapon sword. Can we eat a little ham, some bread? Yes. Yep. Give them some breads. Do it. It'll definitely be bread when it arrives. Definitely. You can totally trust me on that. What is this? Big man, I don't know who you are. This guy said, bro, what? A Twitch admin just power tripped and banned me, even though I bought a subscription to his channel. I don't even know who you are. Like, I literally have no idea. What are you talking about? No one's banned you. The only person who's been banned is a guy who's screaming, rage bait, L, rage bait, rage bait, L. Is that you? If that's you, like, kind of deserved, put in an unban request. That's weird, dude. Like, like, calm down. Like, that's the only person who's been banned in, like, the last 10 minutes, you know? Just put in an unban request. Be calm about it. Stop being a weirdo in chat, right? It's not hard. Let's see. So with this, we've got a couple different ways to do this, right? We've got our requirements here, which is the level is going to be material defined based on this, right? So highest material value. And then defined by the blade ingredient. So example, stone sword. Model is going to be sword material. Or stone ingredient. Or we'll do stone and then we'll say blade ingredient. as a token, right? So stone blade ingredient or sword blade ingredient. And then requirements are going to be highest material value. So out of all ingredients, ingredient value. And then damage element, blade element. Damage physical, blade density. Damage magic, blade resonance. Damage defense physical, guard density. Defense magic, guard resonance. Element is going to be guard element for defense magic because it's a specific kind of magic defense. For damage element, we don't put that under magic because it applies on both magic and physical. But for defense magic, I think it goes under element for that. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that makes sense because it's the amount and then that. Because this isn't just magic damage, is it? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Okay, I'm just gonna ban that guy now. Yeah, the admin now who is banning you is me. The guy's made like multiple accounts and is freaking out now. I'm just banning him. He's just a weirdo. Yep. Yeah, super weird behavior. What happens to the big goal? I buy 100 subs for chat. Bro, he be speaking crazy. I know it's wild, dude. His message said, hiding me when you know I have 1,000+ emails. Whatever. They're getting paid to ban you, and you're doing this for free. Have a good day, I guess. Ugh. All right. Damage magic, defense physical, defense magic. Let's see. Name, model, requirements, damage element, damage physical. So here's kind of the question, right? This gets a little bit weird. Defense magic can only guard against a specific kind of element, right? Defense physical always guards against physical. Physical is effectively an element. It's physical element, right? With damage magic, that increases overall magical output. Maybe damage magic should increase elemental output, and only that one element. Right? Right? You understood it as magic damage of that element? That makes sense. Now, here's the problem, right? Let's make it so that it's damage of that element, right? When I swing the weapon, does it apply this? You'd say yes? So right now, weapons can have other statistics on them. They don't just have the throughput stat. They do other stuff. So if we take a look at this, and we look at this warrior gear, right? This weapon can have critical chance, critical power, but it can do other stuff too. It could have durability resilience. It could have stats, like other stats. Let me go and generate some real quick. We'll go up to sword. We'll go make some corrupted swords real fast. Corrupted blade of Montu. You can see all these different stats that it can have on it, right? PvP damage reduction. Critical chance, critical power, PvP damage, weapon damage. Defense. Defense, PvE damage reduction, PvP damage reduction. All these statistics are randomized on these. And that's a really interesting and fun system. If I make it so that these materials can only do these types of things, for damage physical, damage magic, defense physical, defense magic, I think there's something that should be added to that. Could the element not be physical? Could the element be physical? No, because it's a magical effect, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, The launcher just did a thing. Oh, it's still like this. All right. Yeah, I know about that, Creeper Lord. I know. Sad. All swords will always do physical and an additional element. That additional element can be physical for purely physical sword. Yes. That makes sense. Elemental defense type. So an elemental defense type can actually be physical. You can go pure physic, which I think is interesting. Yeah. Force damage like in D&D. Yep. No hightail yet? Not yet. Boop. I'd love to have a vicious mockery in here. Yeah, we're just waiting on ads. Blunt, piercing, and slashing damage can kind of complicate it, yeah. Okay, so I think this crafting system got into the weeds with swords. I don't think it's fun. We don't let him try then? No, dude's made like 1 million accounts. Just ban him. With this in mind, if we're doing a sword, let me grab this. There's a couple things that add kind of the fun of items in Blockgame, and that's the randomization of it. I think that the freestyle crafting system works perfectly. I think the template crafting system is a little bit awkward. The name of the sword will be defined by the blade ingredient. The model of the sword is defined by blade ingredient. You know what? I have a better idea. I have a way better idea. This shit's stupid. I think this is stupid as shit. I have a better one. Template crafts can only be crafted via recipe. You have to find the recipe for them. I think that makes way more sense. Right? I think this system sucks. Unless it's template crafted. Yeah. And do exact item. Exactly. But you get a choice for the pommel. The pommel changes the power on the weapon. Yeah. You thought that was the idea the whole time? I was trying to make it so that it was fully dynamic, so you can make whatever you want. Yeah. No, the materials used would not be variable. You want to make a copper sword, you're using specific materials. Like, the idea is if we go and look like, look at some of this shit, we'll go pull up a Jake Smells. No. it's a good sword. We'll go pull up a cactus sword. You would need these specific ingredients to craft the cactus sword, right? Magical seal on the pommel. Cool. Yes, exactly. Pommels define what the ability on the weapon is the idea. So the pommel would be based on what you want it to be. Would that recipe be able to be bought on the market or tradable? Yes, 100%. You could sell the recipe to somebody else. And they drop in the world, is the idea. Drop, findable, in chests, all that kind of shit. You can have some crafting recipes looted exploring? Yes. Looted from exploring, fighting, in chests, in specific locations, off specific bosses, tradable with other players. It's exactly how the recipe system works right now. Check this out. Go clear this, and we do browse, and we go into recipe. Where the hell are my recipes? There we go. Look at all these recipes. And they teach you specific things. Like, this one teaches you how to make plum jam tier 4, right? Yeah. Maybe basic recipes come with the profession. That's kind of what I'm thinking, too, as you get basic recipes. Yeah. So we'll do, like, sword, stone sword, and we'll say sword, stone on this. The requirements are going to be level based on highest ingredient value. You know, actually, we could do this as item. We could still do the same system. We could do this exact same system, but we can require specific material types in an area. So, like, if we have an ingredient and the ingredient is copper ingot, the type can be ingredient, metal. You have to use metal in this spot. You can use any metal in the whole game, but you have to use metal. For the blade, the blade has to be stone. It can be any stone, but it has to be stone, right? Yeah. Density. Oh, sorry. Blade, guard, grip, pommel. Right? And we'll just do that. Like this. Example gathering nodes, example ingredients, example freestyle crafts, example template crafts. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I think this works great. Where's the creator code? It's pirate. Yeah. Level 10, make it a sandwich. Level 10 to make a sandwich? No, in this case, it's just it's a whatever value. These values are irrelevant, dude. Yeah. So crafting, cooking, bread, lettuce. And then modifiers are going to be this. And this one will be crafting. There we go. So we can do category type matches. And I think that works. I think that works really well. Okay, so the idea here is that we have a name of a stone sword. We have a model of sword stone, right? We have the recipe of recipe sword stone, so you have to know the recipe for that. And then from there you have ingredients of blade made of stone, guard made of stone, grip made of stone, pommel made of stone. The requirements for the item are going to be a highest ingredient value. The damage physical is going to be the blade's density. Damage magic is going to be the amount and element of blade resonance and blade element. Damage physical, or defense physical, and defense magic are going to be the same. But for that, now we can go down that list. I think this works really, really well. Grip should always be wooden. We can do that. Wood. Fine. Yeah, no issues at all. I've never seen you developing any software to rate the digits of pi. Shit, they're onto me. Mute. I think what I'll do is the grips being wood or bone is fine. I think in that. I don't think that's an issue. We'll use leather as part of crafting a grip. So I don't have a worry there. Yeah. Yeah.
Golomance's art with 500 bits said if you give me an active block system to use in Blockgame once it's ported over, you can have my tank brain forever.
Active block system? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, no. 100%. Active block system is what I want, dude. I want you to raise your shield. I want you to raise your shield. And I want it to block based on your shield being raised. I want to have two types of blocking. I want to have passive blocking only in a cone in front of you. Probably to about maybe not a full 180. Probably about 150 degrees. Maybe 140 degrees. And then also a active block. So it always blocks when that's going on. And I think that'll be fine. Yeah. You raise the shield on an action for that. And I think it'd be good. Yep. I gotta figure that out, but that's like combat mechanics stuff later. Can you actually modify that stuff in Blockgame? Yeah. Hightail's crazy, dude. Can you shield bash? Shield bash will be a spell that will be applied by probably the grip on a shield, like the actual banding for it, or the thing that actually attaches it to you. I got to look up the name for it. Swords will have powers on the pommel. So. And now we can do power. Ability. We're going to say power. Power is going to be pommel density. Cooldown is going to be pommel resonance. There we go. And the type of ability is going to be based on pommel defined. So whatever pommel it is, it'll have that. You can install Hightail now, can you? No shit. Install. Downloading patch, 0%. Server's already dead. I'm excited for it. This break? No. You over this one. Alrighty. But yeah, if you're over on YouTube and you're wondering about like the community size, most everybody's over on Twitch, man. We got about 2,500 on Twitch and another 400 on YouTube. You get to 18%. I don't even know what mine's at, dude. 0. Hell yeah. I'm gonna restart mine, I think. I'm just gonna restart. I'll go in the back of the queue. It's fine to me. Oh, wait. I clicked it again and it's working perfectly now. Well, it was. I said that and it disappeared. Huh? Again. All right. Well, I'm just going to leave it over there, doing its own thing. Can't update when it's being watched. It's shy. It's a shy updater. Okay, I'll stop looking. Jesus. The server's very upset, yeah. Okay, so ability is going to be on there, and then durability. Amount. Combination of all components. Add durability. Sum of all components. There we go. I can see ingredients. Yeah. Blade, guard, grip, and pommel. Add components together. We'll just do that. Alrighty. I think we did it. I think this makes the most sense. Guard, grip, and pommel. Each ingredient chosen. I think I should change the word ingredient to material. Yeah, we're just going to do that. Yeah, material. That's much better. Okay. Less than an hour, I know, right? Hightail thing? What's the thing? It's at 24%. What's going on? Who making the server? Already done. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got two of them. One that you guys get to play on, and one that we get to build on. Don't worry about it. And by the way, the one you guys get to play on is just going to be base Hyto, to be clear. Yeah, it's not going to be Blockgame Hyto. It's not. Like, we have so much shit to do, you have no idea. One sec. I gotta sign into all my shit. It's already live. Why is that one not up? It will be a few minutes after launch time. Yeah, you guys will be able to play. There will be two servers. One is the one that Jake and I are going to work on. One is the one that you guys are able to play on. I know that base Hightail is going to be kind of busted. You'll be able to play on that, though. We'll provide a server for it. And then the one that Jake and I are working on is a very different one, and you won't be touching that one. So do understand this. Yeah. You're already in? What do you mean you're already in, my dude? Error applying update to game. Error downloading patch 0. Error downloading this file. Relaunch. Install it again. Oh, it's going. It's trying. I just relaunched it. It's whatever. What, Tibzik? You're making a character? I don't know how that shit works. How are you making a character for Hightail, man? Oh, are you doing local server? Is that what you're doing? It's not open. I'm still downloading. Local? Okay, yeah, play it locally, for sure. You like this character creator? I'm excited for it. Alright, one sec. That should have just changed the category. Did it? Japan doesn't have daylight savings? What? Does it not? God damn it. It did? Alright. We're now in the Hightail category. Okay. Your launcher froze? F. Saw someone download it 1 minute ago. It's sitting there. It's doing it. you put pirate in for the creator code? Yes, in for the creator code. What the heck? There you go. Yeah, it's still downloading. Yeah. Did you ever get your 99 agility? Yes, I did. I got 99 agility, and I'm on my way to 99 strength now, too. Love it. Okay, is this up? Are we done? Close this out. Boop. Creator code is pirate. Pin comment, yes. Is that phone to ring endlessly? I mean, if you don't pick it up. I'm out of tea. The last of the tea is gone. Sadness. Gobbling too hard in the little indie devs infrastructure a little bit. It's trying. I never thought this day would come. This is nice. Yeah. What's the taxi YAML type thing? I am putting together our design document for our upgrades from Blockgame in Minecraft to Blockgame in Hytale. And this is all the basic styling information, and I'll be reading through this a little bit later, and then also all of the formatting for the types of items for our end for the development side. And that's the idea. Yeah. Hype tail, all right. What exactly is Hytale about? Think Minecraft, but easier to mod. Do we want to have copper ingots, or do we just want to take copper and put it in the machine? I think we just want to take copper and put it in the machine. I think making ingots sucks. Yeah, get out of here. Yeet. Does Thor not like talking about old school RuneScape? When have you ever heard me not like old school RuneScape? I just said that I got to level 99 agility and I'm on my way to 99 strength. What do you want from me? Okay, material copper unrefined. You hate old school RuneScape? Yeah, definitely. Hate it. Ugh. So dumb, dude. Oh, God, dude. Before you started to play it, you dissed it? No, I didn't. I said I didn't enjoy myself when I played it. And then Shay showed me a whole bunch of cool shit in it, and I liked it. Type is material metal. We're going to do category. type. Category. Material. Type. Plant. Edible. There we go. Now we got this. Category. Food. In a world? Nice. I'm at 49%. Still downloading for me. Category sword. All right. I think this works really well. I think this works really, really, really well. I think I have a full understanding of what I want to do with this now. Cubezos, dude, he's there. All right, so I've rebuilt the system. Template crafts will have specific crafts. This is crafting that requires a specific item, which is generally equipment such as armor or weapons. This presents a UI element that shows an image of a sword or otherwise and lets the player slot materials into boxes to craft the sword. Static crafts, template crafts have a basic stat block that can be modified based on the materials used for each box in the craft. As an example, if I want to craft a stone sword, I could use stone materials for the blade, guard, grip, and pommel. Each material chosen will then modify the appropriate stats for the sword that are tied to that location. Blade for damage, guard for defense, grip for critical chance and damage, and pommel for a special ability. Most of these can use basic materials, but the pommel will be crafted to choose which power it applies. The pommel system here effectively mimics materia, but cannot be removed once applied. Higher skill in a specific type of craft will allow more of the stat from the base material to come through to the finished item. This means highly skilled crafters will be sought out to ensure materials are not wasted. Ensure rare materials are not wasted. It also means low-level crafters can still produce value by creating items for lower-level players at a reduced cost. Level sets the level requirement of the resulting craft to the highest level modifier among materials used in that craft. If you use 4 materials and one of them is level 10, but the rest are level 1, then the resulting craft will require a level 10 player to wield. Each slot in a template craft will have a material type requirements to ensure that you make the item around that theme. Stone swords need to be made of stone, even if it's a low-level or endgame version of stone. These will carry different values, but the end result is a stone sword. Ayy. And it works. And now we know exactly what these do. So a sword would be made of a blade, guard, grip, and pommel. The blade increases the type and amount of attacks, so density is physical damage, resonance is magic damage. Element is the elemental damage type, and then durability is the total increased overall durability. I need to work on this because I don't know if I like density and resonance yet. I'm not sure yet. What prevents high-skill crafters to provide tons of low-level things for cheap? Nothing. Nothing prevents that. But for them, it's effectively a waste of time. They will need to look at the market and see where there are market gaps and fill them. The higher level of a craft you are, the more likely you are to be able to fill that market. Doesn't mean you will, though. Seems Cursebreaker Edition is only extra cosmetics. I'm fine with that. I want to support them. I bought it. No! I'm going to restart it completely. That's the second time that's happened. How do mods work with Hytale? Do we need another launcher? Nope. All of the mods for Hytale are server-side. All of them are server-side. Meaning the entire experience that we craft for you will just be from the base game. And you're done. You just get to log into the server, and it just goes. I'm so excited for that part, dude. I am so excited for that. Like, you have no idea. How long will you be able to alternate these editions? Get those alternate editions? What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. For their curse breaker shit. Wait, is it done? Is it done? It's done. It's done. It's actually unironically real. Oh, they actually do have a whole character creator. Dude, that's sick. Why is my name this? That's a bit weird. Do we know why the character name is wrong? Yeah, that's not my name. Do we know if that's like that for everybody? Did you not reserve your name? Yeah, I did. I did make my name. Mine was right. You can change it? Where? Because that's not my name. Check your account. I might have to contact them. Because I did set that up, and it's not working. Doot. Game profiles. Yeah, I got my reserved username. Oh, I have to go in there and then change it to the reserved one. Adjust capitalization. Oh my god, they did it correctly. Apply reserved username. What? 500 server error. The server encountered an error and could not complete your request. Please try again in 30 seconds. Oh dear. My username is reserved, though. I guess I have to do it again. Try this again. I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna give it a minute. Apply reserved username. It says, please wait. It's doing a thing. Hey, it applied. Okay, maybe it was because I had the game launcher open. That might be why. Launching it. Launching it. Pirate software. Sick. Alright, that's fixed now. Okay. Yoop. And I could just grab this with not that, but instead with this. Ah, there we go. And it looks like it's cut off a little bit. So can we make this into full screen? Settings. Gameplay. Video. Unlimited FPS. VSync. Off. Get out of here. Full screen. Yes. Save. It works. It works. Let's give it long hair, dude. Yeah. There we go. It's my hair. Done. Dude, what is this? It's got cat ears? Oh, no, dude. Instantly cat eared. Is that rabbit ears? A mohawk? Hell yeah. Dude, look at these hairstyles. These are actually kind of sick, man. They spent so much time making hair. They spent so much time making hair. There we go. Let's do eyes. I love that they have so many options on this. The character creator is actually freaking sick, dude. It's definitely not me, chat. Nope. It's somebody else. Why does it look like you? Because I'm making it look like me. Is that a crown? Nice. Nice. I mean, how could I not, right? What is that? It's like a trash bag. Rabbit hat. Headband. I want to I want a black pirate hat, dude. Oh, look at that one. We gotta have the pirate hat. Oh, there we go. There we go. Is there a black one? There's gotta be a black one, right? Wait, did that just... Oh, I'm an idiot. My microphone was in the way. I didn't see the color. Look at all the dies, dude. Look at it go. Nice. A monocle. Can I get goggles? I need goggles. Look at it. What is that shit? My body is ready. Good. Quality. This is where I want it. Look at all these different... Yeah, that's... This right here, that's just existence. Where's an eye patch? There's no eye patch. There's a monocle, though. You can have an actual monocle. It's a gold monocle, too. I'm gonna do these. Ears? Wait. Is that an acorn earring? Tiny ear. Oh, there's just a bunch of earrings, but I can't see them because I've got gigantic hair. Clothing. Wait, it has underwear options. Body characteristics. I don't even know what the character is. I want the palest human being Matt. Yes. More pale. That's too pale, I think. That's dead. Pale. Faces. Ew. Wash your face, dude. Ancient. Makeup aged. You think I should be aged? Hair covering one eye patch in the other? Dude, I wish I had an eye patch. Scarred. The glasses are the best part, dude. Model face. Thin mouth. I think neutral's the best one. Gigantic elven... Wait, that's not an elf ear. Dude, we're taking off. This comes with flight. I can fly with it. There's so much clothing. There's like a shitload of clothing, actually. Like an absolute shitload of clothing. Daredevil jacket, tracksuit, gold trim jacket. That's very piratey. I kind of like this one, though, man. This is like kind of how I normally dress in real life. Is like all dark clothes. It's my jam. I don't like gloves, though. I'm like not a gloves guy. I don't think I've ever been a gloves guy. You can scroll? Oh, I know there's scrollables, but like, I'm just looking at the stuff on top. That's kind of cool. I like that. Shit, what was the one that I had before? Whoa. It's so weird seeing that change like that. The Explorer trousers are kind of neat. I dig that. With like the leather belt on it. Wait, this one has so many belts. Yeah, I'm gonna do that one. Boots. With the fur. They've done a really good job, man. Like, this is way more than I anticipated for the character creator. Those are my exact shoes, by the way. Those are literally the shoes that I wear. But they look weird tall like that. I don't think I want that. No, I think it worked before. I think the basic boots are cool with me. Go barefoot? Dude, I'm not giving you feet for free. Who do you think I am? This guy wants feet for free. Insane. In 2026, too. Look at these capes. That looks cool. It's very anime, right? It's like super anime. Hey, man. I'm gonna sell you some things. Is that cool? No capes? Cape will get me killed. But, like, But, like, you know? It looks like crow feathers. I really like the neck on this. I wish it didn't cut through the hair as much. But that's more like a skill issue than anything else. These look sick, dude. The feather actually looks really good. It's like a crow. Yeah. It's really, really neat. I can't wait to make crazy shit in this game, dude. Yeah, an actual pirate. I think I'm gonna go capeless. Capeless and soggy. Wait, that looks neat. Oh, that's crazy. Wait, hold up. They didn't just color swap this. They model swapped it. Because it's fall leaves and spring leaves. Look at that. If they can do that on color change options, that's huge, man. That means when we build cosmetics, we can do that too. That's really cool. The options are hidden by your microphone? There's nothing over here. Nah, dude. Look. See? It's just safe. You're good. If you're talking about these ones, the no-neck one, yeah. I was more worried about these through the hair, right? I like the neck thing. The neck thing is cool. If you're talking about those ones, I like that. I think that's awesome. Yeah, this is really cool. Because, like, if you don't want to have that, I guess, but, like, that's kind of a loss, you know? Yeah. No, I think it's freaking rad, dude. What does that one look like with nothing on it? Weird, right? I think that's really goddamn cool that they can do that, though. All right, capeless and soggy. I will go capeless. What else can we do? Eyebrows. I care not. Hat, done. Glasses, done. Everything's done. Safe. Sick. Oh. First bug found. The character portrait window does not extend. Cut off. Cut off. Give feedback. Bug report. Character model on start screen is cut off when wearing tall hats. No, you just bug report is whatever. Hate pirate hat cosmetic. Why do I keep writing hate? Boop. Bug report in. All right. Servers. I need to go work on our server. So give me a moment. I'm going to get shit set up. Actually, I think we're supposed to do local servers first. I'm just going to do a local world. Exploration, is that with other people or is it... It's all local. We're going to do local. Yep. I think we do local with this. Adventure creative. I want to do creative. Actually, we'll do exploration. What do we name it? Create it. There we go. Are there public servers? There will be. We're going to have a public server up and a private server for development. Yep. Mischance for Brine Barrel? It doesn't make it for you guys. It's just a local one. Why did Riot fumble this? Like, are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me, dude? That's wild, dude. I'm so amazed that they didn't just have this be like a grassroots thing. Oh, it's going to be so easy to... Oh my god, they have glow on them. Do you know how easy this is going to be for me to build this, dude? Do you know how easy it's going to be? Oh my god, it already has shit. I have to show this to Jake. Jake, are you here? Where are you? I have to show this to you. We already have exactly what we need. We have everything we already need in terms of item components, man. It's already there. Let me go to creative tools. Can I see creative tools? I'm gonna have to, like, go into that. Riot seriously screwed up. So Riot actually canceled this game. They bought the rights to the game. They started working on it. And then they waited a number of years. They expanded the scope dramatically. And then they canceled the game. And now it got rebought by Simon and is now out in early access. And the thing that's crazy about this is already incredibly good. Like, right? Like, it's already really, really good feeling. Like, insanely so. With all of these assets and all the stuff that's in this, I'm amazed that they decided not to go forward. Like, absolutely amazed. Like, look how it wiggles when you hit it. Just like little stuff like that all over the place. Did that break the whole tree baseline? I don't have to mod that in. I don't have to mod that in. My life is so much better now. Oh my god, the tree actually plugs into the ground too. It doesn't just float on top. And look, only the tree is moving instead of the actual block around it. Instead of the grass. And the grass is covering over the top of it. Wait, how far does the tree go down? Hold up, let me build... I don't want a campfire. I want... Do we have a shovel? Crude hatchet, crude sword, signature energy. Let's make that. I want a sword first. Because I don't know what lives out there. And we've got a candle. We'll put a candle in utility slot. I'm gonna add charms to the game. Essence of life? They already have essences in the game. Wait, that's exactly what Blockgame does. Wait. What is that? It has a charge-up ability. Oh my god. It's everything that I wanted more. Does this hurt me when I walk through it? You mean a berry bush doesn't just do 1 tick damage every time you look at it funny? Lavender? Oh my god, my life is gonna be so good, dude. Hey, so you know I normally stream 12 hours a day? Nah. Oh god. Gotta put that back in my offhand. Raw wild meat. Instantly restores 5% health. Tree sap. Oak log. Dirt. Wheat. Okay, everything has rarities already. Stick. I need rubble. I do like the candle more, I think. Where did the item go? Did I just get rid of it? Okay, that's a bug. That's funny. We can get moss and plant fiber. I need more. I need more. Chicken. Hold Z. Oh! You have multiple items. Eat it! Think you can kill me when I play as Link? Get out of here. What is that? It's literally leather scraps that we have in Blockgame. Oh my god, dude. That's so funny, man. It turns into a light leather. We have leather scraps that turn into a light hide. And they have light hide that turns into light leather. It's exactly the same. Oh no. That's the best. He's losing it because my life... Dude, you have no idea how much easier my life is going to be in this, and finding out that they have a bunch of systems that are already like what we were doing anyway is crazy, dude. Oh. Oh my god. Oh god, why are its feet moving when it dead? I don't like that. Killing babies? It didn't drop resources. I had to know. You're gonna do it too, don't lie. You have an ultimate ability. You have an ult. You have an ult. Is that a mushroom? It farted when I picked it up. 10 of 10. This is honestly fantastic, dude. I'm kind of blown away by this. Look at these. Yeah, no. This is everything that we were looking for. And I'm amazed that it's this far along for this. I really want to see... Is that a giant rabbit? I just got completely distracted. What the hell is that? Does that have... Is it a Wolpertinger? It is! Wait, no. Yes, it is! It had antlers. It's a Wolpertinger. Look at it. Fallen logs with mushrooms on them? Look at the actual branches, too. They're not just logs. They're like branch parts, man. You mean jackalope? Same thing. You killed it? Of course. Why would I not kill a mythical being and then eat its flesh? Right? That's how you get its power, obviously. Right? That's the way to do it, man. Oh my god, there's so much stuff to do. Okay, I need to... Let's make a campfire. Where do I place this? Open the campfire. Input is that. Yo, am I crazy? Or is this exactly the system that I've been describing all day? Yeah, it made charcoal. Yeah, there's block size, dude. I gotta wait. I'm both crazy and it's the same system. That's great, dude. Wonder how deep we can go. Downwards. Into the pits. 2-block jump height? Is it really? No shit. Oh, it is a 2-block jump height. My man's jumping his whole height. That's crazy. How long does it stay? Oh, it slowly does it too. It's really slow regenerative on it. Darkness looks really good. There's different light levels for different things. This one is more of a white light. That's more of an orange light. That's fantastic. I love that. Let's see what we can do with this. Stairs make corners automatically. This has given me plus health regeneration and plus stamina. It had meat. If they didn't want me to kill it, it wouldn't have meat. Biomes have names that pop up on screen? How does this work? How does that work? Hey man, you cool? Ow. No bones about it. What did he drop? Bone fragments? And linen scraps. Alright. Workbench. Let's see here. I'm gonna make a hatchet. We'll pop that over there. We'll pop this over there. We'll pop that. Actually, like that. Like that. Like that. We'll do... probably that. And then do raw wild meat is useless now for right now. Make a workbench and a builder's bench. Use the structural building blocks. I need more wood. Hell is this? What kind of material is that? You know what's the nicest thing about this? Do you want to know the nicest thing that I've discovered out of all of this? When I hit F3, it doesn't pop up with a bunch of UI information showing where I am in the world and all the information around me. There is nothing less immersive than the F3 menu in Minecraft. Like, hands down. Chalk. Alright. I'm Rudy now, dude. Essence of life. Dude, this is already... The material that drops from farming in Blockgame is life essence. The material that drops from farming in Hytale is essence of life. God damn it. Can I slap this? Nice. That's very funny. What is that? What is that? Is that mud? It's wiggling. Oh, it's just wet dirt. Okay. So when it rains, it's actually doing something. I missed. Why can't I eat the woodland creature? Why? Why? Huh? Mud actually drops you downwards, and you move slower. Look at that. That's really cool. I really like that. A duck. I wish to eat it. There's so many birds. Dude, they've added so much. There's so much shit in this that I never expected to be in this. I thought this was going to be bare bones as hell, man. It's not at all. Simon has nothing to worry about. He was so afraid that this was going to be so bare bones that people would be upset, but like, look how much we have to play with already, dude. Nah. That dude's got a lot to be proud of. This is wild. You haven't even done anything yet? You have to understand something. I'm looking at this from the perspective of what I'm going to mod it into, man. And all the interactions that we need are there. All the really nice stuff, like being able to hit a block and seeing that it wiggles and things like this. Like, all of the performance for all of this, the ambient noises, the way that trees work where if you break the bottom of it and it, like, breaks the rest of it. Having structures in the world like this. This is going to be so much easier for me to mod than I anticipated. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at this just as a player right now. I'm looking at this as, oh shit, I know exactly what I'm going to use that for. Yeah. Fading into the game? Probably true. What does this do? What's this material? Quartzite. Bricks. So this was a structure of some kind. I wonder if it's got loot in it. I'm going to dig with meat. Hell yeah. Wish I had a shovel. Maybe I could build one. Let's find out. I like that the workbench is too wide. Look at that. Look how nice it looks, too. Daggers. Arrows. A battle axe. A two-handed battle axe. Yoink. All right. All right. All right. Dual stabbies. Yeah, I got the backstab on him, dude. Is that a turkey? It's a goddamn turkey. It feels so good. Dark feathers? So many materials. So many materials. What is that? What is that weird bullshit over there? Is that a lobster? What are you? Raw fish off the lobster. What is that? Alright. Why the knive's glowing? My ultimate is activated. Once you do enough damage with your charge ability, you can do that. The crystalline depths. Press V? What's on V? Oh, third. Yeah, the 3D camera. Angry Medic, thank you for the gifted subs. Look at this, man. Alright, so we got whales. Water's a little bit weird. Yep. Hey man, you cool? You're definitely undead. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Oh, that's stuck. See ya. I used my ult on him. Oh, dude, they're all over the... Look at that. They're like spawning. What is that one? Dude, that one's enormous. Yeah, the Crystalline Depths is the name of this zone. We do a map? You can do... There's just the map built in. Oh my god, dude. World Gen is gonna be crazy, dude. Yeah, there's a compass right up at the top, dude. The map. Oh my god, dude. You can set the locations. If you right-click so you know exactly where the coordinates are. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, you can super tweak the world gen. You also actually don't need to turn off... like for world gen, you don't need to restart the server. It's all done locally. Was there eels? Eels! Hey, man. I'm gonna stab you. Stabbing you. You're too fast. God damn it. Fine. Keep your secrets. Yeah, so we're gonna be porting all of Blockgame over into this. And I hope you guys understand now why we're doing that. I hope it makes sense to you now that you've seen this a little bit, of just how much better the experience is going to end up being. Because it really is. Scrap sword? That might actually just be better than my stuff. Let's find out. Nice. Wait, did I just block climb? I did. You can climb blocks. What is that? What are you? Frog. Yeah, you can just auto-climb blocks. How high can you auto-climb, though? Wait. So you can jump to a height of 2, but you can climb up a height of 3. That's wild. Yep. Can you auto-climb 2? No, you have to jump. You can jump 2, but you can climb 3. And it's got a movement penalty to it for the climbing, so like for PvP, you can escape up that, but it takes you a moment to get up, which means people get an attack of opportunity on you as you climb. I need to eat. It's like a dungeon over there, dude. Hey, man. Hey. You cool? You're not cool. You got a bunch of skulls and shit around. What? Oh, God. I don't know what just happened there. I'm getting out of here. That's a lot of dudes. He possumed and then his wolves came after me. Nasty, nasty. I think I'm going to redesign Blockgame combat to use stamina. I think stamina actually feels really good. I was worried about it in this. I thought it would not feel good. I was wrong. It's good. Used my ult on him. He's down. Nasty. Should slowly regenerate. Do they just keep spawning in here? I think they do. It's an enemy base, yeah. Eat it. I love this. Look at this. I love that the music is dynamic to that too, because that means that I'll be able to change the music to whatever we want. We can set up structures like this with custom spawns in that structure and set up custom music for it as well. Like, that feels really, really good. We got salt out of that. Let me grab... It's really weird having, like, a two-hander like this. Is there a chest in here? I didn't see a chest, but it's getting kind of dark, so... Oh, these are all chests. That's a chest. Yo. Wheat seeds. Health potions already in the game. My life easier. Beach logs. Maple logs. Fish. Iron ore. Big ol' mace. Let's try the mace. Oh, it's big. It's big, it's heavy. It's so dark in here, too. Ow. How's my damn food? It hurts. It hurts in my bones. No, this is rad, dude. Yep. Can you show the accessibility options? Sure. Let's go check this out. So we get settings. We'll go into controls. So crouch behavior, sprint behavior, walk behavior, we can actually remap all of this. I wonder if it works with controller. Let's find out. There does not appear to be controller support of any way. So no controller support yet. That's going to be a major accessibility feature there. Video. Nothing in terms of that. Gameplay. Field of view options. That's kind of nice. You can change the sprint field of view intensity. That's really good. That's actually really, really good. Creative interaction distance, we can just modify that. It doesn't look like there's anything for color blindness. Stated will be added? Yeah. I'm not surprised that it's not in right now, to be honest with you. It's really early days for them. I want to see if sitting down increases regen as well. It does not appear to. Sitting does not increase regen. But you can sit. You can just go up to it and you can sit on it. Look at it. You could just sit on the thing. No more bullshit. No more bullshit to try and get sitting animations to work in the video game. Does this hurt me? Ow! I'm on fire! I was a fool! Jesus Christ, my bones. My bones have fallen out of my body. Yeah, you don't have to do a mod for sitting, dude. That's crazy. What is that guy over there? I wonder if me being in the night works. Nope. Nope. Goodbye, everyone. Your items lost 10% durability. You drop the following items in the ground. Oh, that's cool. It didn't drop all my materials. I bet anything we can modify that. I bet anything we can modify that on our end to say how much material you drop, what materials drop, and how much durability is lost. Blockgame and Hightail is going to be so good. I know, dude. Look at that. It chops everything off the log. What's that? Hey, buddy. Enemies are actually straight up dangerous, too. I love that. Good. All right. I'm going to quit to main menu. I want to look at the creative tools. Yeah. What is Blockgame? Blockgame is our MMO that we've made in Minecraft for the last 4 or 5 years. And we're going to be porting it to Hytale. I've been waiting for this day for 3 years right now, dude. Like... What? Just giant flat open plain on that one? How does this work? All right. We have builder tools, machinima tools. No shit. World tools, prefab editor. Hold up. Hold up. Asset editor? You don't have permission to use the asset editor. How dare you? Asset node editor? It's running a program. It's immediately up on my screen. Hold up. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. 1 sec. And I'm back. All right. Okay, 1 sec. I'm going to do this. So it opened up this window for the node editor for this, and I clicked on one for a biome. So if we want to create a new biome, we can then grab terrain and material provider. So let's do terrain. Search node for... Wait, we can just grab anything that we want to? If we do terrain, we can do density. Let's do constant density for this. Value is just going to be 1.0. So purely that. Let's do material provider, and we'll say constant material provider. We'll do props. What props do they have in here? Do they have everything that's available already? Do they have anything that's available for any of these? Constant environment provider. Environment? Hold up. Environment. Oh no. I love me some environments. Let's do... What are the environment names? Do we actually have a list? No, it looks like no. Tint provider. Let's see if we can open up a existing one. So high-load generator. We've got scriptable brush. Let's do auto position nodes. Yeah, let's auto position everything. Make it nice and... That's great. That looks good. The auto positioning actually doesn't look shitty. That's the thing that always kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm in creative right now. Currently. You made a custom item? Sick. Go to root. Let me go to here and we'll do demo workspace. I just got into it, Jake. Hightail generator assignments, block mask, density, biome. Scriptable brush. What else do they have? Auto position. No, don't need that. Mirror nodes position. Set selected node as root. Go to root. Toggle compact. Find node hotkeys. What other tools do we have beyond this? Let's keep looking. I want to look at more stuff. Stop that. Yes. Build. Assets. Asset editor. We can't do this. Launches an external program that allows you to live edit game config assets. You don't have permission to use the asset editor. Is that not available yet? Their Maven isn't up yet? Damn, we gotta wait. It is? You're using it? I wonder why it's telling me I don't have permission. Did you have to change something? Do you need op? Do you not have op? Can you op yourself? Oh, op. Self. Okay, there we go. Now I can do it. Asset editor. Starting asset editor. It has begun. Yo. This is going to be so much easier, dude. Do you know how nice this is going to be? Not having to deal with going through configuration files and just being able to do it in an editor like this quite easily. Hey, Jake, I don't know if you got to see this. Did you see they have essences like we do? Did you see that? When you harvest plants, they actually drop life essence, just like our game drops life essence when you harvest plants. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Makes me laugh really hard. Is this config source controllable? I don't know. I mean, we'll just put it up on Git anyway. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Is online only? Nope. This is all local right now, too. It's not even auto server. Wait, it has eggplant? Yo, what? Oh my god, wait, look. They named everything correctly. Drops, plant, crop, aubergine. They named everything right. Berries, carrot, cauliflower, chili peppers. They're already in the game. Yeah, we're playing it offline right now, dude. That's interesting. What's in this container? Stamina plants. Those are interesting. I kind of want to see if we can get an in-game item. Can we go to here and go into items? They all have different stats, but they all have different models on them. Waiting on the ads. We're just gonna wait. They have warps built in. Let us into your server? Give me a minute. You guys can just play local for right now. When we have the server set up, I will let you know. Look at that animation. Like the crystal pops back out. Everything has like flavor on it. Like everything. Yeah. Our acid pack is available on Git right now. What do you mean, our asset pack, Jake? Oh yeah, the code doesn't do anything. It just throws money at me if you want to do that. You're phasing out of existence, you'll never prove it. Oh, the asset editor. So you made it and you placed it on Get. All right. I kind of want to look at chess. Let me go into chest. And I want to try the legendary chest. Chest large legendary. We'll go into boxes. We'll go take a look at this. That's the positioning of it, it looks like. And that's an item. So let's look at a placeable box. Sound effects chest. Legendary loop. The close and open. Can we change the animation? I don't know if we can change the animation for it. No. This is just positional places. Block bounding boxes for that. So when it's open, it has a different bounding box. Let's look into here. There we go. Functionality. Block. General rendering. General? No. State. Interactions. There we go. Reference to root interaction. Break container, open container. Open asset, new tab. Can we open that? Sir? It won't let me open it in a new goddamn... Oh, wait, maybe it did. Shit, it opened up 1 billion times. I don't want to open this 1 billion... God damn it. That's very funny. Let me close all these. There's too many of these damn things. I gotta get used to their editor. Yeah, I'm gonna close all this stuff. Okay, so in our legendary chest, we'll go back into legendary here. Close that out. Go into interactions. Interact variables. There's nothing in here. Is interactions and state not applying an animation? Let's look at components. Maybe they have an animation for that. Components is block. No. Block chunk. No. Entity chunk and environment chunk. No, nothing there. Maybe it's under behavior. Hitbox type. So that's a hitbox type that goes... Does not open. There we go. Okay, so that's the hitbox type. It's pulling from this. That makes sense. I wonder if we can change the animation for it. Is usable. Can we modify that? This asset is read-only and cannot be edited since the asset pack is read-only. So let's overwrite it. Create. Create a new asset pack first. Can we make one in this menu? It looks like no. Yeah, we have to make a new asset pack. So we can overwrite all the base stuff directly through this system. And then we can modify all the behavior from there. So we can just overwrite the original. Because the read-only ones, which are the baseline ones, we'll just overwrite them, dude. Yep. Purchase a game, didn't create me a game profile, so can't play. Feels bad. Close the launcher fully and then restart it. And make sure that you're logging in to the account through the launcher. You will be able to play it. Promise you. Could you make it possible to eat a stick? I mean, yeah, technically. Stick. Let's go look at, like, food. So, like, apple. And we'll look at food pie apple. Oh my god, that looks crazy. And then you can take the quality. I'm going to bet that it's, like, quality rare. Okay, so that's the rarity. The rarity is quality. Max stacks. You can just change the stack size. It's like leaving an abusive relationship with Minecraft. Let's go and make an asset pack. I need to look up the item asset system and see how we actually build a new one. How do we build a new one? How do we build a new asset? Asset editor. Creating. Let me look it up. How to create a new asset pack. ITEL. We'll go into here. Asset node editor. Because I'm not seeing something that like explains that. Yeah, because if we go to do that, we got to override the asset, and it says create an asset pack. And when I click on that, nothing happens. So it might be broken. But create. No, let me do it. Yeah, you can't create it directly from this. I wonder if there's a way to do it. Let me see. There's another page open? I don't believe so. No, there's no other page. I want to create... Copy that asset. That's fine. There's the source for it. Can we create... Can I just write into there? No, it won't let me write into there. Nope. It won't let me do it. Jake says there's a get for you. What do I need to do on that get? Hold up. What did Jake send me? Nice. Okay, our hosting servers should be ready for you guys. Give me just a minute. Hey, Jake, can you send me the IP for that one? I'm going to send the community the IP for the other one. Hey, goblins. Waiting for it to load. Our host is exploding now. One moment. It is very upset. Let me cancel out of this. Yeah, for some reason I can't just make a pack. We can see this. Oh, you can actually edit by source too. That's really useful. That's really useful. You can use their editor or you can use the source for the item. But for some reason I can't make a new pack. I don't know why. Yeah, weird. Explode! I know, right? Okay, quit domain menu. Make sure that this editor is closed. Make sure to go to servers. Add a server. Hide the screen. One moment. Why did that blank? That was weird. Alright, dorks. There's the IP address. Right there. Try that one. I want to see what we can do with it. We're going to update it. I think that only allows 5 people on it right now. It's going to be really limited to start because we don't know what's possible. So give it a minute. All of you are trying to log into it at once, which is deeply hilarious. What is going... It's detonating, dude. You've killed it. Yeah, you've killed it. Give it a minute. I gotta go get into our dev server now, one sec. Please, sir. What is our dev server IP? Let me grab this. Grab that. Eh? As a standalone server, op yourself /UUID in the permissions.json file while the server's off, or temporarily use the allow op program launch argument. UUID. Oop. Oh no, I can't copy paste it. Oh, you already op me? Thanks, man. You did through the console. Makes my life easy. It's really interesting that you can't copy paste out of chat. What are the commands for going to creative mode? I actually don't know what they are. Is this still GMC? No. Creative? What is the command? Help. Auth. Status. Login. State. It's gonna be like player state or some shit. Curse this. Curses the item held in your hand. What does that do? What does a curse do? Now I gotta know. Man, that takes a while, doesn't it? No. Curse this. What is it? It's just cursed. Survive fragment to cleanse. Weird. What does cursed material do? I don't know anything about that. Neat. Purple, so probably portal? Probably. That makes some more sense. Bupe. Look at the sky. It's got an actual moon. It's just radial light around those guys. They don't really have, like, good... Like, good kind of, like, occlusion, it looks. It's, like, really simplistic right now, but I guarantee that's going to improve. Guarantee it. There we go. We can modify all of this, dude. This is going to be so good. It's going to be, like, busted good. We'll have to set up a thing for instance chess as well, like we had before. But, for exploration, this is going to be dramatically better. Wait, it's out? Yeah. It is out, my dude. Look at, like, Jake, if you haven't seen this yet, look at how they did actual spawns inside of structures as well. And, like, we'll be able to modify all of those spawns to whatever we need. The weapon types are really interesting as well. They've got halberds, all kinds of shit. And if you look at this, they're already doing buffs and duration on the buffs from foods. So we can piggyback that system and change anything we want. It's like when you eat an apple, it actually does stuff. Oh. That's funny. It's an outhouse, and they hit a chest in the toilet. Insane behavior. Completely insane behavior. That's very funny. Yeah, look at this. This is cool as hell, man. There's already, like, just a shitload of options for cool stuff that we just didn't even have in Minecraft. Mouse. Wolpertinger. Jackalope. Server's still dead? Yeah, you guys killed it. You guys murdered it. Just play local. It's dead for now. Is that a piglet? Piggly wiggly. My God, he dropped raw pork. Red feathers. Interesting. You know what's really funny? Ore copper, ingredient feathers red, ingredient poop, ingredient charcoal. So they actually called them ingredients. I should change our materials to ingredients. I was calling them ingredients earlier today, and then I changed them back to materials to keep in parity with what we already had. But if they're already calling that system ingredients internally, we should call it ingredients as well. Makes life much easier. Reminds you of Creativerse? Interesting. What is that? White cap mushrooms. So they have a ton of mushroom types. Actually, let's find out how many mushrooms they have. Is there searchable in here? There is. Mushroom. Look how many mushrooms there are. Yes. Oh, you can even take the mycelium part. What does the mycelium look like? What does that do? Is it going to grow now? Huh. It's kind of weird. Oh, that might be why. Yellow mushrooms are gigantic, it seems. Oh, you just gave me a test custom item? Nice. Mushroom. That's why the mycelium was like that. So it can grow underneath, too. I think this is the part that's crazy. You can place it on top, or you can place it underneath, and it actually changes the block to fit with what you're making. That's really good. That's so far a lot of little stuff that is going to make this dramatically better for Blockgame for us. Than Minecraft ever could be. Like, a lot, actually. It's kind of crazy how much of this is just, like... It's stuff we would have to spend weeks or months modding into Minecraft to bring Minecraft up to the level of moddability that this already is right now, and this is the worst it will ever be. Like... You're fading away? Don't worry about it. It's not happening. Like, even just little stuff like this, dude. There's owls floating around, right? The trees are super gorgeous, but the part that got me was this. Watch this. I feel like you're still going to have to do a lot of work. We're going to do a shitload of work. Like, if you're wondering about how much we have to go, let me go pull this up. It's the conversation I was having with Simon last night. And Mark, and, Buddha Cat. But yeah, no, we have 1,918 items, 1,296 recipes, 233 monsters, 15 worlds, 9 professions, reputation systems, talent trees, and a ton of custom stats and systems. We have a shitload to build, dude. And right now I'm kind of just going around getting a feeling for everything that this can do. Right? Oh, Jake, let me send you the design doc stuff that I made today. So you can have an understanding of what we're building. You should wear your Hypixel shirt? I'm wearing it right now. That's the Hightail shirt, dude. There, dude. That's a full write-up from everything that I worked on today. Why are you saying we? Are you developing it as well? Jake and I are working on Blockgame, dude. Blockgame is our MMO that we made in Minecraft for the last like 4 or 5 years. And I started working on it 5 years ago. Jake came on like 3 years ago, and we've been working on it together ever since. And we have all of those items, and we're going to be porting it into Hytale. We planned to do that 3 years ago when Hytale got announced, and then it got canceled, and then it got uncanceled. And this shirt, as funny as it is, this Hytale shirt and this Hytale mug were from the dev team back before they canceled the game, because we were going to be one of the headliner games for it and like launch it and do all this kind of stuff, and then it got canceled. So now we're still porting it. This is all the stuff that we worked on today for like the stuff that I worked on today with the community to build out how we're going to be doing crafting in the Hytale version of Blockgame. What is up? Should be able to access this shit in the editor right now. How do we access that? Under the asset editor? Boop. Where can I modify that? Oh, Jake Arena. Oh, did you actually just name it? Or did you not do it under the asset editor? What'd you do it under? Ah, there we go. So now we can do all of our assets directly on this. So we do a stick. Let me see what items you have. Test custom item. So you just took that. So now we can take those. I can go over to Hytale read only. We can look at stick, right? And grab the stick itself, the item stick. And then do this, override asset, and put it into Hytale Blockgame. Create that, call it a stick, and then go over here, and now we can actually modify this. And we can go into animations, we can go into anything like this. So let's go back over to Hytale, and we'll take a apple. Grab an apple from this. Food apple pie, right? Actually, better yet, let's copy that one over. Override asset. And we'll make it into food apple pie. And create that Blockgame. And we'll go back over here. We'll go food apple pie. And I want to change out the icon for a stick. Because that's funny. Is there a searchable in here? There is. Stick. Select. So now the icon will be food sticks. Or wood sticks. And now the category. Well, they actually have categories in this too. You already made all of our item qualities? They don't have transition keys yet? Or translation keys? If you search item quality, let me check it out. Yeah, so I was thinking... I was actually thinking about this earlier today, Jake, is I'm worried about item qualities. If you read over my doc first, I would check it out. I don't know if we want to do that. Legitimately. Item qualities are super cool, but the problem that I think about is the feeling of going World of Warcraft vanilla all the way to World of Warcraft Burning Crusade. At some point, we're going to release an expansion. And when we do, how do we level up rarity? We don't, right? I guess we would have to think about, is it fun to lose an epic for an uncommon of a higher level? Does that make sense? And if the answer is no, then why are we including that? And we can't do rarities into the sun forever. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a full set of epic gear, and then you increase to, like, your, I don't know, your level cap to 50 from 40. Like, does that even work? Like, you'd have to go back down to uncommon items. One sec. There we go. Dunzo. Let's see. Yeah, because that's the thing that I'm thinking about, right? Like, if you have a whole bunch of epic gear all over your character, and then level cap increases 10, and then you replace all of it with uncommon gear that's better, that doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? Arc Raiders doesn't have that problem. Yeah, they don't have that problem because they it's not like an expansion, right? It feels average. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. Rarity should reflect rarity, not power. I agree with you. Yeah. Oh no, I'm just talking about it, Jake. I don't think we should remove anything. I think that assumption there is correct. Rarity should reflect rarity, not power. And I think that's the correct way to feel about it. Item quality developer. Ooh. Yeah. I think that's good. I'm really glad that this works this way. Stick. Delete. And then pie. Yeah, it's kind of insane that we can already do all this. Really excited for it. Our system in Blockgame actually uses cooldowns for everything. We actually don't even use stamina. So I'm wondering how we can rip out the stamina system and make it based on cooldowns. Stamina might be more fun. I don't know yet. Rarity should never be an indicator of better power. Yeah, but rarer items are generally better, right? That's where you kind of run into the problem. This asset has a parent, and inheritance is not yet supported in the property editor. Really? That's interesting. Not yet supported, huh? It's under parent template food. If there's no inheritance in the property editor, how do we do that? Right? Let me go back over to this. Item level. It actually has item levels. Interesting. It's got pickup radiuses, so we can modify that. It looks like some of the click-throughs don't work, like open asset and new tab is not functioning. Powerfully granular tools, they are, yeah. I think the part that's really interesting to me is if we go back over here to Blockgame, and we go pull this up for item. We'll go back to the pie, right? I can go into the pie, we can go to general, and we can look at the stack size and just set it to done. And then we can go back in game and do... Can I clear my inventory? Boo. I wonder what the inventory clear command is. Let's see. Is there a destroy items button? You just teleport onto me? What? Hello, Jake. I look like a pirate. How's it going? Clear inventory. Ah, it's / inventory. Clear. There we go. Oh, wait, that's weird. You can change the camera to be inside your head. Okay, so we have all kinds of different controls for things. It's V for third person? Ah, that's kind of cool. It is me, the pirate. Alright. Backpack upgrade. Okay. Okay. So we can do backpacks directly inside of this. Man-o-war jellyfish. Medium Skarak hive door. That's horrific. Blech. Isn't that insane, dude? We hate a flesh door. Dude, the flesh door is amazing. Nice. Cool item, Jake. Nice. Good job. So we can make custom blocks immediately. That's easy as hell. You see we can actually build backpacks directly onto the characters? Alright, let me go and grab this. Food apple pie. Food. Apple pie. Where's me apple pie? Oh, I made it into sticks. Look, it totally worked. The model is whatever I want it to be. Here, pick that up. Oh, I made a gigantic stack. Because I made the stack size. I don't even have to run a command. It instantly applies to the server. Oh, it's wondrous. Enjoy your inventory full of pie, nerd. Enjoy your pie inventory. Get pied on, dude. I like how their model is sticks, too. So yeah, we can modify any of this stuff, man. We can just change it real time. Quality looks like it's set to rare right now. So if we look at this, the quality is now rare. And if I go into here and I change the quality to exotic, we can change that to the one that you set. Is exotic even there? Where the hell is exotic? Ah, it's under hightail. So we change it to this. Item quality exotic. There we go. And then we go back in game. And it's instantly exotic. So it updates the items in inventory, man. We can change the items in inventory directly. We don't have to do an update command or anything like that. I wonder if that'll work for re-rolling of items, item assets. Yeah, in inventory and in real time, exactly. So, like, if we modify this, we don't have to worry about item IDs or anything like that for anything. Let me go into the duration and see if we can change that in there, too. Let me actually change it so it's no longer full screen. I need it to be full screen windowed. One sec. Is there a full screen windowed option? Nope. Now it looks silly. There we go. Nope. All I get is that. So I get full screen or not full screen. Unlimited FPS. Epic settings. Hello. Get on! I really like the grass going over the top of that like that. No, it's really pretty, dude. This is the part that that really got me. I don't know if you haven't seen this yet, watch this. Trees actually break. There's no like... Yeah, dude. I wonder if that happens with your weird block. So it's gotta be... It's gotta be a material style that does this, right? Or maybe because it's here? It's definitely a material style. So a style of material will do that. I need to look at the logs to see how that's happening. See if we can get it to apply to other block types. Because that doesn't apply with this. Does it apply when we have a log like this, though? It does not. So placed blocks don't have that as a modifier. Interesting. But when it's a grown tree, it has that modifier. That's cool. And it makes me wonder, like, can we apply that to other stuff? Yeah. No, it is fun. I think it's fun, but it's also, like, it changes the way that the economy works for our game. So I have to think about this. Yeah, there's Jake right there. I have to think about, like, how the economy is going to be altered by the fact that you don't have to put in as much work to do logging, right? So, like, when we chop down a tree, normally you have to chop the whole tree, and the drop rates of everything has been set up for that. It's not even wood is worthless. It's there are other drops that happen inside of a tree as a result of you doing actions. So now what I have to do is I have to grab the person who did the initial break and then apply that to the drop rates of everything along the tree, if that makes sense. Just remove the property from log blocks? That's not fun, right? I think this is better. And I think that if we design our systems around the better experience, the game will be better. We're moving away from Minecraft. We don't want it to be Minecraft, right? And I think that their system of doing that is a better system. Legitimately so. Like, having a tree break when you chop the bottom is nice. And it means I get to change a couple of things. One, I have to change the way that it pulls in asset stats, or stats from your character in order to determine drop rates on the trees. Two, I have to change the drop rates for tree items. And then three, I have to also... I have to likely change the resources that trees are used for. Like, I'll have to increase the amount of, say, charcoal in crafting when we cook things. Let's actually go see what we can cook. Campfire. Can we cook a thing in that? Cook basic meals. Let's look at a forge, maybe? Furnace? There we go. Like, how much does that use? That looks friggin' great. Look at it like pulsing. It's just got flavor all over it, dude. Look at that. That looks really good. Yeah. Like, that actually looks really good, man. What was that thing that was called a forge in there before we get ahead of ourselves? What is this? Forgotten Temple Gateway, Forgotten Temple Exit. What? Hey, man. What you doing, man? Look at him. Look at him. I love his I love his monocle glass, dude. That's amazing. Random bird nest. Memories unlocked. Explore the many versions of Orbis to unlock more memories. This was this thing. What is that? What is that? This is going to be nuts. I don't know what memories are. I have no idea. Collected memories? No clue. No idea. They put a game in this game? They did. They did put a game in this game. One we're going to be modifying pretty heavily and turning some of it off. But yes. Go near animals? Alright. They shouldn't be afraid of me. But like, look at the model on that. It's got a flower in its ear, you know? Ribbits. By the way, if you look at every one of these models, they follow the same design philosophy because he's using Blockbench. They're actually just made of blocks. They're made of blocks, and they're also made of flat planes. Like, if you look at the antlers there, they're not actually a whole antler piece. That's a block, that's a block, that's a block, that's a block with textures on them in flat planes. That's it. Everything is a block. It's really, really well done because it's all Blockbench, so... Yeah, even the rabbit. Like, there's no rounded edges there. It's just clever texturing. Yeah. How good is the performance? It's been fantastic, to be honest with you. We're on a server, too. Yeah, bro, this is so cool. They did such a good job, man. This is actually better than I anticipated. Like, better. Dramatically better. Or am I leaving, too? Oh, the same one I left in. Or the same one I went into. Hello, I have returned. Can you edit anything in here? Yeah, actually, we just were. Check this shit out. I just changed the stack size of this and changed the quality to exotic, and we made our own custom quality. And now I can just get that in my inventory. Like, if I go in here, and I go like this, and I look up pie, you can see these ones look like sticks, but are named apple pie and are red. Like, we could just do anything we want to, and it does it in real time. So, like, check this shit out. See how it has, like, 99999 of it, right? Let me actually do inventory layer. And then we'll go in here, we'll grab this, we'll put that there. And then I go into this, and I just go, hey, I want this to now be item quality epic instead. And then we go back in game, and it is automatically changed it in everyone's inventory. We can change every item. We can rebalance anything in real time with no reloads and no server downtime. It is everything that we wanted to do with Minecraft version of Blockgame. I know, the flickering is really weird. I don't know why that's happening. Sorry about that. Let me see if we can fix that. Let me just do this, and we'll do that. Now it won't flicker anymore. Or will it? Why is it just showing a black screen? Let me go to settings. If I change this to be like that, and then do this, now it should be cool. There we go. Now it's less upset. There we go. Yep. So we can change this shit in real time. I'm interested in what item level does. It looks like the description here is actually... Yo, Jake, have you actually seen this? They do the descriptions with the tokens directly in them. So we can do tokenized descriptions. See where it says duration? Right in that? I think we'll probably want to change that. That'll be one of the things we don't want to do. I don't know if that's a dynamic description or if that was like automated in some way, but writing that would be rough. I'm not sure how the localization strings yet. It's not even just that. It's, oh, no, this is dynamic somehow. server.items apple food pie description. Let me go grab that. Let me go see where that's at. Food apple pie. Food apple pie. It might be under food. No, this is the base one. Where does that live? I don't know where it lives. I have no idea. Is this game new? Yeah, more than you know. Is it in JSON? Well, if you go over here and we look at... Where is it? Is it this? Quick inspect. No. No. Not open asset, new tab. There's a button for this. I just don't know where it is yet. Source. There we go. You can just see this. So there's the JSON blob for it. So we can pull open the items in JSON, or we can do them through the editor. Either way is super fun, right? I think that's going to be really nice. Go back over to Blockgame and look at this. So if I wanted to create a new item, let's grab that. Let's go into the pie. Actually, I'll go delete this. Can we delete that? Delete it. Delete that. What happens if we delete an item in Blockgame while a character has it in their inventory? Nice. That's actually great, dude. There's a super big NPC folder in the asset editor. Yeah, there's a huge amount of them. Massive amount. So we could just invalidate items. Does this even do anything anymore? Let's find out. Nope. It is now an invalid item. Nice. So I don't have to change them into, like, a poop emoji anymore or any... Bro, what is that? Did you summon, like, a Cthulhu wizard? Like... I turned on noon and it died. It fears the sun. Is that a bear? There's a goddamn bear over here. It's pissed. Oh, there's bear traps. Wait, what? Oh, it's It's like clapping in my hand. Hey, man. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. You're cool. Everything's cool. Don't worry about it. We can set up traps. Oh, we can set up traps. Like, easily, too. They're, like, already in the game. Now the main question, does it trap players? I mean, let's find out. Game mode, survival. No. Game mode, adventure. New memory collected grizzly bear. Ow! GM creative. Hello. Yeah, they trap you. And they hurt. Also get a memory. What is that? What is a memory? What does it mean? Yeah, you can just do GM, it seems. God damn it. Should we... Ow! Oh, and you gotta pull it back off of yourself, or you're stuck there. Look at this. And then you're stuck. You're like, ugh. You gotta jump out of it. That's wild. Go back to that. Well, dude, we got everything we ever needed. It's time to build. All right, let me think about this. Let me look what essences they actually have in the game. Well, they have most of the ones we already have. They got fire. Okay, they have some of the ones that we have. Hold up. Let me go pull up Blockgame real quick. This is so funny, dude. Is he going to do a block game port? Yeah, we're porting it. Hytale copied block game? No. It's just parallel development, dude. They're doing a magic system. It makes sense. Void Essence is like our corrupted. It just makes me laugh. It's on Steam yet? No, not for a while. And it's Minecraft? Yeah, I'll show you something funny. So if we go over here to our vendor in-game, and we interact with this, Fire Essence, Rocky Essence, Fleeting Essence, Damp Essence, Vibrant Essence, which is our Life Essence, and then Corrupted Essence. So the idea that the game actually has already essences built into it is great. That's going to make my life way easier. Legitimately so. Have you looked at a copper block yet? No. Copper. Oh, that's rad. No, that's really cool. That's really cool. The ore looks really good as well. Like, it looks really good, dude. Yeah, everything looks really nice. What's up? You just got Minecraft and you want to play in the server. When you try to join the internal connection socket error, you got deleted by Nightbot because it thought you were posting a link. If you are on Minecraft and you're trying to get onto the Blockgame server on Minecraft, you have to be on Java version 1.21.4. And that may be the problem, right? How's the CPU GPU usage? Very good. Ridiculously so. It's actually insanely more optimized than I was anticipating. I'm kind of blown away by that. Our connection right now is really good as well. Look at all the different stuff. What is a staff? What does that look like? Okay, no magic on that. But it's got a guard. Oh, wait. It uses stamina. I'll get you eventually. I'll get you eventually. Oh! It's kind of wild, to be honest with you. Stam regen on Mage Gear? Yeah, it seems like everything uses stamina. So if we do GMA, you can see the stamina in the bottom corner there. Everything is using stamina. So stamina is how you, like, cast abilities, effectively. Yeah, the recommended GPU is a GTX 900. I'm not surprised. Yeah, so I was talking to Jake about this before. I don't know if we want to use stamina or not. I'm not sure yet. I kind of want to feel it out and see how their spells work before we go forward and decide. Really slow. It's got a lot of build-up before casting, which is interesting. And it gave me more of those memories. What are the memories? I'm really interested in knowing what they've done with that. Yeah. So let's check this out. We'll go into GMC again, and then we'll go into here. Let's look at staff. Mithril staff. What does that do? Okay, they all shoot the same magic right now. And they don't actually do anything else. So we'll add a ton of magic to this. Let's add like a shitload of magic to it. Yeah. So I think instead of books, I might do staves, man. The staves are cool. Like, staves are actually really neat. I like that. The mushroom staff is neat. What if we have a book? Is there a book in here? Purple grimoire. Round grimoire. Void grimoire. Demon spellbook. No, we're doing that. That's cool as shit. Oh. That one isn't castable. Yeah, we're doing that immediately. That's crazy. Why not both? Yeah, why not both? Screw it. The pages are even different between the different book types. I'm really excited for this. Like, I'm really excited for this, dude. What is boom powder? Alright. Okay, let me go into Purple Grimoire. Weapon Spellbook Grimoire Purple. Let's go grab that real fast. We're going to go pop that up on here. We're going to go to here. We're going to go to that. Weapon. Let's just look at Grimoire. So this doesn't have anything right now. So we're going to duplicate. Yeah, I'll export that over. We're going to override that over. Create that item. And then I'm going to go back over to here, and we're going to do copper staff. And then we're going to create this one. This one has functionality on it as weapon. Where's the weapon? So how does it actually do the interaction for this? Staff cast effect. References to the rune interaction. Where does that go from? Yeah, I think the hardest part right now is finding out where they hit everything, right? So I'm going to override that asset as well. Waiting in the ads. Oh, what did Jake send me? There we go. Okay, now we can do Grimoire. Close all this other shit. We can swap back and forth between these. So interactions is what we're after. That's interesting. How do we determine the actual cast itself? Summon launch, staff cast launch. Is that the name of this? Let's go to here. Let's try staff cast launch. And then we'll try that in game. Oh, wrong game. Oh. I wonder what that's supposed to do. Yeah, I have no idea what that's supposed to do. Huh. Yeah, weird. It might need a target, maybe. Let me close out the old mince raft. Well, this is cool. Look at that. Nope. Yeah, no. Is it a goblin? Quebex. Quebec. Yeah, it says nothing. So I need to add a spell to this in some way, but I don't know how their formatting works yet. Okay, so Spellbook Cast Hurl Fail, Spellbook Cast Effect. Where does Spellbook Cast Effect go? Let's go into here. We're going to go into that. Spellbook Cast Effect. Effects. Skeleton Mage Spellbook Impact. That's the world event. Let's actually go to Staff Cast. Sound effects, staff, ice shoot. Type simple, type simple. Particles is nothing. Let's, expand everything. And expand everything. Reference existing, reference, create embedded. Okay. So all this has is the ice shoot effect? Is it the launch that we're after then? It might be the launch. No? Projectile ID is Skeleton Mage Corruption Orb. Skeleton Mage Corruption Orb. So they're the same projectile ID. Why do books not launch? They're using life essence as currency? No. Because look, watch. That launches. This does not. That's the problem. So, like, why would one use and the other one doesn't? If this is using life essence... Yeah, no, it's not. Maybe an alpha bug? Maybe, but everything's edited through this. If one item works and the other one doesn't, then we can find out why it's not working. Character can't read yet? That's funny. There we go. Staff cast launch. Runtime is 0.25. Launch projectile. So it's not the projectile. Spellbook cast cost. Modify inventory. What is the inventory being modified for? Let's go look at this. Adjust held item quantity. An item needs to be held in the offhand. Stat modifier is minus 25 mana. So let's take this. And we're going to look at staff cast cost. minus 25 mana as well. What is the difference between these two? Modify inventory. Change stat. Change stat. Modify inventory. No modify inventory. There may be the problem. All right. Excuse me? The hell? Spell book cast cost. We're going to duplicate that to our own. We're going to override that asset, create that there. And then the cast cost, we're going to remove that. There we go. Now we can get back in game. That's not doing it. So let's get back onto it, find out what's going on. Let's look at the spellbook cast cost there. And this is still modify inventory. Staff cast cost does not have modify inventory. Minus 25. Grab this. What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think that deleted... Oh, I know. There we go. I was like, what's going on? Spellbook cast. Oh, wait. That may be even weirder. Let's open this up. It might not even be using the cost. Cast Hurl charged. Slowly but surely finding a way to make this work. Cast launch, cast effect, cast fail, down effect, left damage, right damage, down damage. Really? Using the right spellbook? I am. Yeah, it's the purple one. It doesn't matter which spellbook I'm using right now either. Oop, doesn't work. And it does update instantly, so it's not really that. I'll put those as the only two in the inventory for right now. And that's making the failed noise. So we got to figure out what the fail noise is. All right, so we can go into staff, weapon staff copper, and we can open up everything on that one. And we can go all the way to the top of this. So, spellbook cast hurl charged. Spellbook or staff cast summon charged. Spellbook cast hurl charged. Okay. And we can go grab this one. That's the summon charged. Scroll down to here. Scroll down to there. Spellbook cast hurl cost. Staff summon cost. There's nothing in the summon. There's nothing in that hurl. Interaction 0. Staff cast cost. Parent. Spellbook cast cost. I think we can remove the cost. I'm going to try to remove that. We'll just see what happens with this. Remove that cost. Yep. No more key there. Now let's try it in game. It still has a cast cost, which is interesting. Let me see. Copper. Weapon copper staff. Is there a difference? Nope. Not yet. Is there a text version of the editor? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could just do this. Watch. Boop. Okay. Interaction vars. Staff cast summon charged. Costs. Can we just do that? Can we just remove costs? Apply changes. Invalid. Why do you hate me? Can we just take that and apply changes? Okay, so we still need costs. Oh, because it needed that. We'll just say no costs to it, and then we'll try it again. Nope, still has a cost. Where is the cost? I guess mana is stamina in this. Right? Yeah. It looks like I'm using stamina, but it said mana, but there's no mana in the game. So I'm wondering what that is. Is it energy? I'm not seeing another value in here, man. It might be in one of these other ones. There is a mana stat? Stamina. Like if we look at staff cast cost, it's just mana on staff cast cost. We take this here and remove that. Remove that. And then apply those changes. And go in game. So the real question is, but why? It's the mana. Exactly. Watching Thor in front of YAML has been comforting, but now it's JSON, so I'm uncomfortable. Good. I have a weird idea. Let's look through this. Blocky model. Grimoire blocky model. If we take the spellbook, cast, hurl, launch. What if we just... Let's make a mess. Eh? I love making a mess. Just to see what happens. This doesn't even look like it's updating. This may not even be updating. No, it's still using the same stuff. What is this supposed to do? Are you on the correct item? Yeah. It automatically updates everything in the server. Like, here, watch. I'll go back into editor and we'll rename the item. This is like the interactions for it. Let's do Grimoire, and General, and the item is common. We'll change it to Epic, right? And then in game, it's now an Epic item. So like that's definitely it. I just don't know why it's not working. Its functionality as a weapon. Just open everything. How are they tying these? Interactions. How are you tying this? I have legit no idea. Changing behavior via metadata? I mean, yeah, we're able to change everything on it, you know? Try changing parent interaction. Okay. Staff, cast, summon charge. We can change over to that. Let me get back in game. Nope. And it makes a fail noise, too. Yeah, weird. Because we look at the two, we look at general. Actually, what are we in on this one? Interactions? Yeah, staff, cast, summon, charge. So I don't really know why it's like that. Very odd. Yeah, that's really odd. You rocking with the hightail? Yeah, dude. We're looking at, like, creating... I'm trying to figure out how their system of tying a spell to an object is right now. So once I understand how it works, like, we can just start porting all of our own shit over into it. What if you need attunement to it? I don't know about that. I'm not seeing anything about attunement anywhere in here. I'm going to delete this object and restart it. We're going to go pull it back from base. And we'll do... grab that, and then overwrite it, and create it. So now when we go back in here, it will be back to its normal version. It automatically updates. So, inventory, clear. And then we can go into here, we can grab our copper staff, and our grimoire purple. There we go. It may actually be... Is it because it's stacked so many times? Does it need an offhand item? No? Yeah, I don't have mana on either of these, but Copper Staff also says that it needs to use mana and is not consuming it. So I don't know why that matters, right? Like, if we pull both of these open, let me go grab both of these items. We're going to get our Spellbook Grimoire, right? We'll close that one out. We'll open this. We'll go into Copper, Weapon Staff. Go into there. You can see in interactions, we can then do search properties for mana. We'll go into any of these functionalities. Nothing. Let's see in this one. Maybe it doesn't actually update that way. Let's go into source. There's no search in source, apparently. But yeah, see in this, spellbook cast cost. And then we go into here. Maybe that's why. That might be the reason why. It may be because that one is trying to take it and it looks like the staff doesn't. I thought the staff was. Oh no, because I removed it from staff. I removed the cost. What if we just... What happens, right? Well, it's a staff now. You know? Now it's a staff. That is quite funny, though. So we're going to take that. We're going to go back over to Weapon Staff Copper. Copy that over to the top of it. And then go back into the Hightail version called Grimoire. And grab the purple Grimoire from that. Oh, cancel. Apply that, please. Grimoire Purple. And we'll get the Hightail version of the Grimoire Purple. That's weird. It's showing the wrong stat. That's actually a bug with that. There we go. Apply that change. Cool. And now we've got our staff copper. Let me get rid of this. Our copper staff and our grimoire, both on the Blockgame version of the game. And if we go back in game, it's changed it back to a grimoire correctly. And for some reason, it doesn't cast. Let's see. Okay, I have paused time. So this is the big question I have. Maybe not supposed to hold it down all the way? No, I think I am. It's kind of weird, right? Why doesn't it have LOD? Why would it need it? It runs on a GTX like 600. Those are voxels, my dude. Why would you ever need LODs? It runs on a potato. You got the spellbooks working? You figured it out? What is this? You do need mana, but mana right now is disabled. You can renable it by changing entity stat type mana, max value to anything other than 0. If that's the case, then why is it still casting even when the mana cost is set to 0? Maybe I actually have to, instead of removing the cost, maybe I have to set the cost to 0? Because if we go look at the staff itself, cancel that, apply this. The staff itself is casting mana as well, and it didn't care. So why is the Grimoire caring? Right? So that's the big question I have. Not how to enable mana on the character, but like why is one of them casting, the other one is not? There's actually a LED mod for Minecraft that allows higher render distance. That's kind of cool. Ooh, you don't need that in this. I hear you. Good question. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because like if we can set this and the mana cost is now 0 on this, where the hell is the cost coming from? Right? Yes, to leave the potential for spellbooks to be one-shot items? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Cast hurl charged. What is a hurl? What is a cast hurl charged? Let's go look that up. Does it destroy the spellbook when you use it? Useful. Make sure this parallel interaction is needed and can be optimized away. Cast cost. Cast hurl launch. Cast hurl effect. Cast hurl. Let's do cast hurl. Is that not going to show anything? Cast fail. There we go. There's the bow no ammo sound. There's the cast launch. Skeleton Mage Corruption Orb. So let's go look at staff. And that's your cast launch. Skeleton Mage Corruption Orb. So both of those are the same. Cast fail. Okay. Cast effect. Okay. Cast cost. So it's pulling a cost. That's probably what it is. Even though it has a cost on the item, I think they duplicated it as this. Adjust item held quantity. What the hell is that? It is making the books. It is using the book. I think that's the issue. All right, let's duplicate this up. Override asset. We're going to go put that on there. An asset with this ID already exists. Where? Don't care. Spellbook cast cost. Did we actually already pull that over into Blockgame? Spellbook cast cost. There we go. And it has no next on it. Editor. Stop that. Change stat is not what we want. I think I already did this. Already tried this. Try -1. The default is -25. Like, the default is literally -25. That's why I'm confused. Because if we pull this from Hightail, this is the default here. We go into source for that. Stat modifier is -25. Look at the hurl. Let me look at the hurl. There's hurl charged. Is that the one you're talking about? Is that what you mean? If staff is instant cast, maybe the book's charge attack be failing by overcharging? Could be. Staff is not instant cast. It is charge. Book is also charge. If you go to adventure mode, it will work. Why? No, it won't. You lied to me. We press O to toggle game mode. Books are all kinds of broken. Do you have spell to cast in it? What does that even mean, dude? Alright. It's the same exact spell between both of them. The cast cost is exactly the same. The only difference is, that I can see, a spellbook uses adjust held item quantity -1. It should be adjust item durability, is what we're going to end up doing. Actually, Jake, I just realized we could just do adjust item durability for all this stuff and hook it that way immediately. Does that make sense? Like, we can just have all of these adjust item durability instantly, and our casts are done. Like, finished. How do you get acid editor? Hit B. So, like, our whole system of, like, worrying about durability and, like, trying to stop Minecraft from being a piece of shit. Just be like, yeah, adjust item, held item durability. Yeah, let's go into this, actually. I want to look at that. While we're trying to figure this out. Spellbook cast cost. Change that. And we're going to do override asset. Create. Go into here in Blockgame. The stat that's going to be changed. Let's actually open everything. Modify inventory is actually going to be modify. Modify inventory. Cancel. And the inventory item that will be modified. Adjust held item quantity. Can we change that? Actually. Can we change it to something else? No. Zero cost on this. Value type absolute, behavior add, entity. So it's adding -25, so it costs 25, is basically what's happening there. That's all it's doing. Does the book maybe work like a bow where you need arrows? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking it needs, which is why it's needing the adjust held item quantity, so it's probably using an arrow component, and I'm trying to remove that. Like, if we just set that to 0. Let's look at spell. It's a two-handed item, though. So maybe not? Charge, maybe? Cast? Oh, that's freaking neat. Yeah, I have no idea. Could be paper. No. Could be page. No. Yeah, I have no idea. Equip Onyxium armor. Onyxium? Why? Oh, because he's giving maximum mana. I'm not worried about the mana as like a stat that we can get. I'm worried about why is this still not casting, even though we've told it not to take mana. Does that make sense? Oh, just for the drip? That's fair. Let's do modify inventory. Can we change inventory? Modify. Okay, modify inventory is the only one that's in there. And then modify inventory in this case, we have it set to adjust held item quantity. Can we instead adjust durability? Is there a durability tag I don't think there is. Not one that exists right now, anyway. Can we do... adjust... durability... consume charge durability. What does this do? Consume SFX... charging. So this is like a charge, like an item that actually has charges. Okay. Modify inventory. Replace. Remove effect. Adjust held item durability. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That is exactly the token I want. Hey, look. Spellbook cast cost now goes on it. Even though it doesn't cast. There's spell scrolls. Spell. Scroll. What is it called? You gotta give me an item name. Yeah, you gotta give me an item name. I have no idea what it would be called. No, Blurple. That's not what we're trying to do. Can you set modify inventory to positive value? So it adds the item you need? Could be. Fireball? Let me see. No. No. Maybe the thing you're thinking of doesn't exist. Are you just assuming, or did you find out from somewhere? Using Gemini from the sounds? Wait, what? It says on Google? Or if you're using the AI thing, don't listen to that shit, dude. Okay, so we have no stat modifier. I'm going to remove the stat modifier on this. Instead, I'm going to make it so it takes durability. This is exactly how it works for us. Failed to validate asset. ID spellbook cast cost. Key stat modifiers. Result fail. Okay, so we can't do that. We can't do a stat modifier? Cast cost. Does not work? I just wanted it to modify inventory. Because our cast cost is that. I guess it would be change stat. Change. Oh, because we're doing a change stat. So it has to do change stat on top of it. Lol. Inventory? Modify inventory. That's what we're trying to do. Confirm that. And then we can go back into source. Modify inventory. And then the next on this, let me go grab the other one. Go into source for that. It's going to be next. Type change stat. Stat modifiers. So we got to do modify inventory and adjust item held durability is the name of it. So we could probably just do this. Held item durability. There we go. Apply the changes on that. Now it's doing it. Go back into the editor and see where that's actually gone. Modify inventory. So that's next. I don't know if next actually does it like after the effect. None of this makes sense to me. What I'm doing is I'm setting up a system where when you cast a spellbook, it reduces durability on the spellbook instead of anything else. And now we can go back to the weapon and we can look at its statistics, right? And we can look at categories for it and like look at to see what it's, you know, whatever it is. Its max stack size we'll set there, and then we'll set on this, we'll go to here, and we'll set this to rare gear, right? Or uncommon in this case. We'll set the item level to, I don't know, 10. Whatever that's going to be. It'll be set as an item weapon. Type is going to be a weapon. Spellbook. Everything here is set up correctly. Item sound ID is set to there. We'll look at rendering. It is rendering the Grimoire model. Crafting, doesn't matter. Functionality, weapon. Let's expand everything. Armor slot head? Wait. Wait. Okay. I was very confused for a moment. But see now how it's green? It's using Blockgame item quality uncommon, right? But for some reason it says item slot. Like armor slot head. It's very weird. Global filter allow all. Block. It has no block. Interactions. Let's go pull this up. Spellbook primary, spellbook primary, spellbook cast hurl charged. Let's make a new one. Spellbook cast cost we already made. I'm going to make a new thing. Asset type is going to be... Let's actually cancel this. We're going to duplicate this over here. So we're going to go make a new one. Go like this. Spellbook. Cast. Actually, we'll do staff. Cast. Summon charged. And then we'll duplicate that over. And we'll change the name of it to Spellbook Frostbolt. Create. Go look in here under Blockgame. And we'll just say Frostbolt. Grab that out. Get rid of summon charge. Go back to this. And change this over to there. And we'll call it Frostbolt. Change this one. Why is that one set like that? That's a bit odd. Yeah? Let's go to the source. But where is it? Where does it live? It has disappeared. Cast cost. Spellbook Frostbolt. There we go. Spellbook Grimoire Purple Name. Yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Exactly. Okay, well, somehow, this is under interaction bars. And I don't know why. There we go. Now let's go look at our Spellbook cast cost and Spellbook Frostbolt. So Spellbook Frostbolt is the cast charged. Parallel. Change stat. Stamina. Do you only have 10 stamina? I think you only have 10 stamina, huh? I think there's only 10 stamina on the character. Yep, there's 10 stamina. That's why it's taking 50% when I do this. Makes sense. Staff cast summon cost. And it should be spellbook cast cost. Stamina regen delay. So we can actually change the regen delay as well if we want to. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, that has not changed it still. There we go. And now we'll do this. In 1.5 hours in the game, and you're already in thorium adamantite, this game's progression is terrible. If you're playing it as a video game, you're doing it wrong. That's not the point of it. Not currently, anyway. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. This is a set of Legos, my dude. Yeah. What do you mean it's a video game? I'm gonna play it like a video game? Okay. Go tell me about the progression in Minecraft. Staff cast, summon, stamina cost. Okay, so if I remove this interaction, that's under the interactions there. Where does this actually connect to? I wish that would actually show. Interactions, interactions, interactions. So if we remove this interaction, right there. Is there anything else connected to that? Let's go grab this, throw it in Notepad. Makes my life easy. Oh, much better. Now we can see where this actually connects. So that's to connect to there, under interactions. This, where does that connect to? All the way down there? Jesus. So this interaction is the one that we want to get rid of, which is stamina summon. So we can get rid of this, like that. And then we can get rid of this stamina regen delay, like that. And then this one will work just fine. There's the spellbook cast cost. There's our cost where it says type replace. Type replace. Staff cast, summon, launch. Let's grab that. We're going to pop that back in. Boop. Hey, look. It's happy. What is the replace type? This one for this replace type should not be a replace type, actually. It should be modify inventory. So the source there on this spellbook cast cost should be modify inventory. And then apply that change there. Nope. I wish I understood why it was saying no. I think I just want to build one from scratch. If this isn't going to work. Because I'm wondering why the hell it's doing that. No form of debugger? Not currently. Not that I can find anyway. There might be one that exists. I just don't know what it is. So when this goes to cast, it is doing a modify inventory action that's supposed to reduce the durability of the item. If we go to this, let me actually go to staff. The staff, because I believe the staff actually has durability. And we can go into here into the source and search. Can we not do search on this? There's no search, apparently. Dura. There's no durability there. So where does durability live? If the durability is not on the item, where's the durability? Where the hell does that live? Let me go look at the swords. Maybe in this. Sword. No, not sword bash. We need the actual weapon. Skeleton sword. There we go. What? Trork sword. Is there no data in this? This is under item. Theron sword. Goblin sword. Outliner sword. Sword. That's a bit weird, yeah? Sword. Bone sword. What was this? There's a katana in here. What was the starting sword? I think it's just the copper sword, yeah? Look at that slice animation. That's really cool, actually. Oh, that's really cool. Is it crude sword? Is that what it is? Crude sword. There we go. Crude sword. Thank you. Alright, so this is what I'm after. Signature energy plus 20. So let's go back into here. We're going to look at the crude sword. Weapon sword crude. Alright, perfect. And this is the actual asset for the item. And that looks like it's including... It's got the icon, it's got all the information. So if this doesn't have durability, then what does? Dura. Search. There we go. Max durability. So does that mean that the staff doesn't have a durability assigned? Durability loss on hit, 0.21. Let's go look at editor, and we're going to go reopen. Let's get out of there. Get out of this. Get out of that. Get out of that. Get out of that. I need to change the functionality on this to stop doing this. Weapon staff copper. There we go. Does this not have it in there? Okay, let's go to the source for this, and that's all the way at the bottom. Durability, max durability. And then the weapon staff copper. No durability. That may be why it's failing now, because I've got it set to cast based on its durability, and it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any! Alright. Time to play around with some stuff. Can you just add it? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I just needed to know what was wrong first. And I need to know where interactions, or where durability lives, you know? Functionality, maybe? Max durability, functionality. So if we go into here and we go to functionality. Max durability. There we go. And then durability loss on hit. Fuel quality. The hell is fuel quality? Can I burn it? That's quite funny. There we go. Now we've got that set. And now if we go in game and we look at this. It is not displaying it. Let's find out why. Weapon staff copper. Equip the item, please. There we go. So inventory. No, come on. Inventory clear. And then we equip this item. Now the item is actually displaying 100 durability. And when we cast it, it doesn't take the durability yet. So now, what I need to do is I'll go in here and I look at its functionality. And we'll go pull up its spellcast for its interactions. Where is that? Summon charged. Summon cost. So let's go grab the staff summon cost. We'll go back in here. Cast summon cost. Why is that not there? There's a staff summon cost, but there's no staff summon cost. Now that's interesting. Weird. That's really weird. Override asset. Maybe that's why it works. I think that might actually be why it works. Because this has staff summon cost. And there is no cost. Because it doesn't work. Staff cast summon charge. Staff cast summon charge. Staff cast summon cost. There's no such thing. That's really funny. That might be the reason. We'll go through and play around with it. I don't know why it's using summon in there, because this isn't summonable. Staff OP, no durability, no mana, easy win. I know, right? Alright, we're going to go to the cost now. You broke it. There we go. This is going to be a modify inventory now. Yep, confirm. And what it's going to be modifying... Adjust item held durability, -1. That's what it's going to be doing. So make that into a modify inventory. And then on this, staff cast summon cost, a staff cast cost. And now we need to look into the source for this. Cost of this is going to be 0. And I think we're good. I'm going to try that. Jake is doing weird shit to the sky, see? Nope, we're not good yet. Jake, what have you done to the shaders? It's amazing looking. I'm getting our magic spells working, my dude. What is that? Oh, did you already get the beam working for drops? Was that already out? Just evil? Alright. I do like evil. Can you change the music, though? Jake just shows up, the sky goes dark. He says the word evil. Alright, let's try this again. Cool to see you still modding and coding. Always, dude. I work on Blockgame quite a lot. Really happy with it, to be real with you. I'm trying to figure out if we can get the cast cost like stuff working right now. Adjust item held item durability -1. Staff cast cost. Staff cast cost. Staff cast summon cost. Interactions. Stat modifiers are not required here, because this is not what that is. And we can apply that change. The parent is going to be this. Do they not have inheritance for this? That might be the problem. That may be the issue. This should work, though, based on their system. Huh. Go look at this. Staff, cast, summon, charged. Runtime. Let's override that asset. And change the runtime to 0.05. And what else is the runtime in this? What else can we change this to? What is next on that? Runtime is 0.05. 0.01 maybe? Try that. Doesn't look like it's changed it. I'm going to try to resummon the item. I wonder if some stats just don't work until you resummon the item. That's the thing that I'm starting to think right now. Like if we equip that and then take a look at it. Hey, guess what? Guess what works on both of them? It's working! 93? 92? I got it working stamina. I have it using item durability instead of mana now. Jake, go grab a copper staff. I got one working. It uses durability already. And it was all done live, so we don't have to, like, do any of that as a mod. And it's, like, really easy to do. It still uses stamina? I'll fix that. That's great. Yep. Yeah, no, it's super easy to set this up now, dude. Now that I understand what they're doing, I just have to, like, dig through these and, like, work on it. Yeah, it's taking your durability now. 1 point per, and I set it so the item has 100 durability. This is so promising for Blockgame. The fact that I was able to replicate that without any bullshit, right? See if it breaks. I want to set the spell to, like, be faster first. Like, that's really good, dude. That was one of the biggest problems we had with Minecraft, is, like, anytime we wanted to test something like that, we had to restart the server and recompile the jar, dude. Yeah. It's been nice knowing you now that Hytale is out. It's over, dude. It's infinitely over. Okay, item level there. It's weird that, like, item statistics such as durability are not in where you would think. You'd think that'd be in, like, general stats, but I guess not. We'll do max durability down to 5. And now we have these, like, janky versions, so we'll do copper staff. There we go, now it's got 5 durability. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it still works. It's not gonna do it. I gotta do a thing to check it. It's broken, but it's still casting. So now there's a problem, right? It should check to see if you have enough durability. If you don't have enough durability, you shouldn't be able to cast, right? So now we're gonna check it. Yeah. So this is the whole idea: is you check this kind of stuff. Durability loss on hit, none. I don't like that. At least it doesn't void and allows for repair. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna remake all of this. I'm gonna turn this into a totally different thing. Let's figure this out. Get rid of that. We're gonna go look into Blockgame, and we're gonna say staff, and I'm gonna rename this to Spellbook. We're gonna call it up on here. We're gonna call this one a Spellbook cast cost. So I need to rename this. Can we rename this in the source? Well, let me do that. Or do I have to, like, duplicate it somehow? Rename. There we go. Spellcraft. We're going to do it in all caps. Spellcraft. Cast cost. We'll do it like this. Yep. Done. So that's good. And then Spellbook Frostbolt. We're going to rename that one to... Because we name all of our spell stuff Spellcrafts. Spellcraft. Firebolt. 1. Oh, you guys don't let me do that. I guess we'll have to do it through Roman numerals. That's fine, I guess. And now we'll rename this to Spellcraft or Tome Fireball 1. And we could go back into Spellcraft. Rename this one to Spell. We'll call them all spells. And Spellcraft related stuff will be like this. Maybe we'll rename it to Spell instead of Spellcraft. That'll be fine. Our old category was called Spellcrafting. So now we'll go to Spell Fireball 1. This is doing a type of replace. I want to look into the source for this. So now, Spellbook cast cost is spell cast cost. Spell cast cost. Waiting on the ads. Yeah, Blocksos is here, dude. Nice. Good old Blocksos, dude. TTS time.
Pan Meowgi with 500 bits said Yar cheer 500 happy Hightail Day, happy birthday for Shay the all-mother of ferrets. Chainsaw for Shay, happy birthday to Kronos Spare Human, and happy birthday to all goblins. Hope you all have a wonderful year, take meds, drink water and remember mods for the bread. Yar LULOH and happy birthday kitten.
Don't you do it. Okay, weapon. Firebolt 1. We'll call them weapons. And then spell Firebolt 1. And do we have a... Is there a fireball in this game? Right now? Fireball. Launch. So with this one... is this? They have a fireball, by the way, with charges and tiers. That's interesting. It's under test. You could just charge it up. Let's actually see what that feels like. Fireball? It's not listed, but it's there. Spells fireball. Huh. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, it's fine. Get rid of that. Let's go back over to there and look for Fireball. And it's just called Fireball. Cast, summon, charged. Is that where it goes off? What is the spell that actually launches? Staff, copper, texture. Fireball. I don't know what this is going to do. We're going to find out. I didn't ask what it did. I just put Fireball in the codebase. I don't really care how big it is. Nope. Where's that pulling from? Where's that pulling from? If that doesn't do anything, then what is it? I'm going to equip it again. No. Well, like, what? What is that? If this does nothing, why is that interaction var there? I'm so confused. I'm getting rid of this just to see what it does. We're just going to start ripping stuff out, you know? And then equip a new one. Well, it definitely doesn't need that. Whatever that was, irrelevant. Alright. Well, there's the staff cast cost. Weapon. His weapon's wood. So the weapon itself doesn't do this? Staff cast, summon, launch. Staff cast, launch. What if we did this? Fireball. Apply. Ah. Okay. There we go. So the issue then is staff cast, summon, launch. This is where we do this. Fireball. What is the type that it's having a problem with? There's something that it got mad about there. Let's go look at Fireball. It's staff cast effect. Staff cast effect. Let's go look at staff cast effect. Staff cast effect. What is this? Cancel. Just apply the changes. It's fine. Length of effect. So that's the spell effect. What is staff cast summon effect? Let's get rid of all these. So, staff cast. Summon charged. This is the stamina regen delay. And the staff summon cost. The cast cost, we've already changed this. There's our cast cost. Parent staff cast cost. Staff cast cost. Done. So the one that we need to change now is the launch. Launch is the one we have to change. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to make a duplicate of this. Override that asset. Create this. And go into the projectile ID and call that Fireball. And apply that change. It worked. Sick. I got a fireball. I understand. I understand how the system works now. Yes. I get it. I understand how it works. All right. We can do all this. Why is there a spinning poop? Well, Jake has turned himself into a flying, spinning shit. I don't actually have any other answers for you. But this works. Yeah, this works. We got a fireball. Which is neat. By the way, that's just hidden in the data. That's just like in there. So, now let's do some fun shit with this. We're going to go and take fireball. We're going to go back into here. I want to get the hightail read-only fireball there. We're going to grab this. We're going to duplicate it. Override that asset. Create our own version of this. And I'd like to give it some weirdness. Let's give it some weirdness, right? I want to do block damage radius, entity damage radius. Let's see what we can do here. Damage is 60. Terminal velocity is that. Muzzle velocity. So we can do terminal velocity and muzzle velocity. Radius 0.5. Apply the changes. Just see what happens. It looks like it does an explosion effect afterwards. What if we set that value something very, very high? Radius 5.0. Save. Appearance is set to fireball, so we may be able to change the appearance as well. I think it's actually doing... Yeah, it's doing a block of 5 radius. AoE now. So there's direct hit impact and then that. Alright, let's keep playing with this. Let's apply that change back and see if that was actually what was affecting it. Nice. Nope, that was not what it was. I'm going to change it to a book in a minute. Just going to keep playing with this. Fireball bounce. Explosion medium. Death particles. Explosion large. We'll have to go and look at the system ID to see what the other effects are. There is no explosion large. Let's go look at explosion. Explosion medium. Explosion big. Okay. I'm glad that it goes explosion medium, explosion big. That's great. A little bit of naming scheme there. Look how big that is. Look how much larger the explosion effect is. All right. Explosion small. It doesn't look like it does much. What? Game development. Oh, game development, dude. Yeah, the death particles. Let's do explosion. What other things we can do? I guess we can do explosion big. We can also say impact fire, bounce particles. Are there more? Explosion big. Fire ground. Explosion big. No, that's a spawner. Death effects on hit. SFX fireball bounce. Explosion medium. We'll change system ID to this to explosion big as well. And then we can do impact fire, apply those changes. Everything should be fine on that, and then we're good to go. Yeah, now it's much bigger. Look at that. What? What have you done? Ugh. Yeah, the effect is much larger. Look at that. We have small ground fire. So then for impact fire, let's go look at impact fire. Impact fire, looks like it's going to be this. That's the lifespan. So let's change the size of that. Is there actually a size here? There does not appear to be a size. Maybe on this one? This is what we're after. Override that asset. Create. And I'll probably have to create like a number of different systems for each one of these. Frame size, don't care about that. Is it in pixels? Like what the hell is that? 32 seems quite large. Total particles. 20. 20. Initial velocity. Cool. Let's change the initial velocity to 5 and 1. And now blow it up. Make it look stupid. That didn't seem to work in the way that I expected. This has got a really robust particle system, Jake. Like, really, really robust, man. I'm going to be fiddling with spell effects for 10,000 years. Like, look how much cooler that looks already. I need to make the ground fire better, though. Impact fire. Let's get out of this. Why did this open like 6 times? Bounce particles of impact fire. Let's go impact fire. We're going to do total particles 500. Just to see what the engine can do. Let's play around with it. That did nothing. I don't think that one's applied. I may need to reload the item. Weapon firebolt. Equip. Try now. Nope. Weird. I don't know why that one's not working. I'll have to keep playing with it. Close that out. Let's go into Fireball. And we can do Fireball effect. Explosion big. And I'm going to go into Explosion big. Explosion big. That one. What does this do? Explosion big, sparks linger. This is probably why it's not using impact fire in the way that I thought it was. It's not doing it in the way I thought. But we're using Explosion big instead. And we can do Explosion big star. This is all the effects going off at the same time on this. When we do Explosion big. So if you see that flash in the center, that star formation, that's Explosion big star. That's the reason. So if we go into that, and we grab that, particle rotation influence billboard, linear filtering true. So it's displaying that as a flat plane. And it's using particles textures basic star.png. Let's grab that. I'm going to override that just to see what we can do with this. And can we set the size of this up? Rotation, don't care about that. Trail spawned, particle lifespan. 1. 2. Save. See that star in the middle? That just faded out? That neat? That is that part of the effect. So the effect is quite large. You didn't see it? Let me set this to 5. We'll actually do it 5 and 5, so you can understand. See it? So this is all layered particles. Everything is layered particles. Every aspect of that. And we can take each piece of that and mod them all together to make one full cohesive effect. Like, the amount of control that I have for particles in this is disgustingly high. In Minecraft, we had redstone dust was the only color changeable one. I'm so excited for this. You have no idea. Oh, it's crazy. Okay, let's delete that back out. We're going to look at impact fire. And override that asset. Create it. Oh, that one already exists. So impact fire I thought was doing that, but it didn't seem to be doing that. Which is weird. So I don't know what's doing it quite yet. But big explosion. There's the star, the flash glow, the sparks out, sparks linger, radial lines. This is all the initial impact effect. But fireball is doing something else on top of this, which is impact fire. An explosion big, explosion big. So what is impact fire doing? It's summoning a ground system. So let's go look at that. In that ground system, we've got particle lifespan. We'll set that to 5 and 5, just to see which part of this is actually impacting. None of these seem to be doing that. The ground particle effect doesn't seem to be impacted. I'm going to remove the effect off of Fireball just to see what happens here. It may be a different effect than what we're expecting. It is not that effect. Okay, so the particles that were going off is not what I expected. I have no idea. Yeah, weird. Eat it. Reload them? We could try reloading it. That's fun. I don't think it'll change, though. Yeah, it didn't change. So the ground effect is something else. And I don't know what that ground effect is. We're going to go keep looking. Which means it's probably part of some other aspect of this. Let's take a look at this. We're going to look at Fireball. SFX Fireball Death, Fireball Miss, Fireball Bounce. Death effects on hit, true. What if we set that to false? Apply those changes. Because if it's a death effect, then now we'll know. It is not a death effect. Alright. The hell is it then? Explosion big. Miss particles. Death particles. So if we miss... What is a miss particle? Alright. Cool. What is Hightail? Good. It's like Minecraft, but more for, like, modders, basically. To make it incredible.
Highlord83 with 500 bits said good morning, kitten. I hope yours is going well. I've been indulging in older games from back when quality was something studios lived and died by.
Fair.
In particular, I've been playing Arcanum, of Steamworks and Magic Obscura. I'd forgotten how great it is. Highly recommend for anyone looking for an awesome classic RPG.
Yep. Yep. Arcanum's really good, dude. Arcanum is really good. You know what? There's a projectile spells fireball, but there's model asset projectile spells fireball. What are you, sir? That's the actual model. What if we just overrode that asset, create it, and then, you know? Arcanum is really good, yeah. Huh. It doesn't seem to be using that. The min and max scale doesn't seem to be using. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be using it. I don't know why. Color. What is that color? It's like a weird blue color. We'll make it a weird blue color. 3-digit hex color code. Let me grab them. I need my 3-digit hex. Let's see. Interesting they're using 3-digit hex there. Let me do hex color picker. I wonder if I can use a full hex code instead. We'll grab this and just put a full hex code in there and see if we can change it to blue. Apply. Is it mad? It does not appear to be angry. It's also not blue. Odd. So let's go back into the editor, and we'll take a look as to why. Just ask AI. Gross, dude. So AI can only really regurgitate things that have already been solved before. This is all new. Does it need that? Oh, it's the color of the light. It's only the color of the light, not the color of anything else. I'm stupid. One moment. Time, set, night. Oh, it's totally blue. So we can do radial lights around it, and the light is blue now. Okay, that makes way more sense. I like that. That's red. Yeah, that's super red. So if we take this now and we put it back on it, we go back over here. I'm going to dig this. Now it's got that orange, yellowy color around the outside edge. That's red. Yep. After looking around, the world seems static, not generated, and it seems everyone's the same. Likely one that they generated. I wouldn't be surprised. World gen is something that I'm going to be playing with a lot, so I'm not too worried about it. All right. With that in mind, let's go to this. It's still the old world gen, not surprised. Okay, so we can now do system ID fire projectile. We now have the projectile for that. We can change the lighting on it, but the scale of the size didn't work, which is a little bit weird. So it looks like model scaling doesn't seem to function. Yeah. No. There we go. Let's see here. What are you talking about? Fuel? Oh, okay. Yeah, get out of here. Not interested. Let's see. Sound effects, fireball bounce, sound effects, fireball miss, sound effects, fireball death. All of it is working correctly. So the only thing we really need to do at this point is just make a custom part, like custom bullet, which is neat. This is very funny, though. This model is strongly, you know? Model. Use model. The model is scrungled. Infinitely scrungled. The hitbox on it can be changed as well. Look at that. We can change the hitbox entirely, and it's all done in config as well. This is sick, dude. Can we have moon armor? Technically, yes. I can add moon armor. Alright, so let's go back into this. We're going to get out of all of this. Close all this stuff. We'll go back into Firebolt, right? Firebolt. We've got staff, cast launch, cast effect. I need to go into each one of these. Staff cast launch is the one where we actually do Fireball. Charged ability on this does minus stamina, so we're going to get rid of that. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Staff cast summon stamina cost is stupid. Get rid of that. Be gone. this interaction doesn't need to exist. There we go. Apply that change, and now we can do stamina regen delay. And we can say that interaction doesn't need to exist. Which I mean, that means we could just do this. Cast summon cost is in. Staff cast launch is in. So the real question is, do I get rid of charging? And I don't think we need charging. I think we can get rid of charging entirely. So I need to figure out how to cast instant casting. What? Jake, was that you? Jake, what is this? Is that me? Have you done this to me? Did you? Did you? I don't know what I've done. Why am I a tree? Wait, did you do this? Did you change my model to the fireball, dude? Can you undo this? Am I a tree and a mushroom? I'm blind. Please, Jake. Undo this horror. What have you done? No, I think you messed up the item. By dropping it? No, this is just me now. Oh, wait. I know what I did. I clicked use model. How do I unuse a model? Oh, that's so funny, dude. Hold up. Reset model. There we go. I didn't realize it meant use model as in turn your character into that model. That's funny as shit. That's so goddamn funny, dude. Jesus Christ. I was like, Jake, are you messing with me, dude? That's so funny. Oh my god. Okay, weapon firebolt here. We're gonna change this, so name... Weapon staff copper is not going to be that. We're not going to make it a copper staff. I don't know where the names are held yet under translation properties, so we're going to have to play around with that. Weapons. I need to look at the grimoire. Home. Test custom item? Oh, okay. Let's go into here, and we'll say grimoire. We'll have that open. We'll close all this stuff for right now. Weapon spellbook fire. So that's what I'm after. Flame spellbook is what it's called. Weapon spellbook fire. There we go. Actually, let's go back into here and do spellbook fire. That's the one we need. Waiting on those ads. I'm gonna do TTS. I'm really excited for this, man.
Corfitz once said vampires use garlic to season you. Our skeletons communicate skelepathically. Platypus are not only venomous but also bioluminescent. Your tongue knows the texture of anything you can think of. Scorpions don't lay eggs. Spaghetti is a soup and water is lava. Life is a lie and I don't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, and good morning, Mr. Wigman.
You're a wig. You're like 5 wigs. Also, all those things are great. Okay, let's see what happens when I have this in my hand. Neat. So it looks like something is actually wrong with spellbooks themselves. Because all I've done is change the model. And now it doesn't cast. Which is really interesting. So I think the issue then is going to be in spellbook primary. Which is this right here. The interaction spellbook primary. So let's go take a look at that. Now that I understand how this works. Is it interaction or root interaction? I think it's interaction. Spellbook cast hurl charged. Okay. Skeleton mage spellbook charge. Is that the issue? I don't want to do a charge effect. I just want to do spellbook primary. Okay. So we don't need that. We need this one. And we should look at staff primary. Because that is spellbook primary, is that one. And that's under weapons spellbook. Weapons staff. Staff primary. This is the swing left and right. This is the block swing left and right and down for spellbook primary? Okay. So staff secondary. Nope. Let's say copper staff. And it's got staff primary, staff primary. So this is the basic interactions with that. And then we can do staff cast summon charged. And this one is still set to staff cast summon cost, which is perfect. Let me go into here. Hightail, we'll go to Blockgame. Staff cast summon cost. Staff cast cost. And we will rename this to spell cast cost. Rename. Spell. Interesting. I don't know why we're using that there. That's a bit weird. I don't know why we have 2 of them. It was working before. I'm going to change the model back. Yeah, I'm going to change the model back. I wonder if that'll actually just change it. Nope. Now that's interesting. So if I change this from what it is right now to staff primary instead of spellbook primary, I wonder if that fixes this. So it's the difference between staff primary, weapon firebolt 1, interactive staff, cast cost and iterations. What is that? What does it mean? Missing interaction. Okay. Inventory. Clear. And we'll go into here and we'll grab the copper staff. That looks weird. That is no longer casting that. Okay. So the system that was doing this was not this one. We can delete that one. Delete that out. Yes. And then we can go back into here. Spell Firebolt 1 is fun. We'll go up here to Firebolt 1. And this is... Where is it? I've got the wrong texture on this, by the way. How the heck do you change your ASIC pack for creating items? Make the... Yeah. You make it in Blockbench. I know the model's broken. I've got the wrong texture on it. I have the texture from the book on this. So we change it to staff. And then we change that to copper. I can apply that. I think it was the copper one. One moment. It's copper texture, apparently. Odd naming scheme. We can apply that. Ta-da! Now it looks like this. And now we can go back in game and it looks like that. So weapon Firebolt 1 interaction vars staff cast summon cost interaction 0 is what's missing. And we need to take it as spellcast cost is what we're going after. So we go back in this. And we go into Blockgame. Summon. Staff cast summon charged. Staff cast summon cost. Staff cast launch. Where did I put that? Ah, this is what it needs to be. We're going to spell cast cost. And this is our new system of doing this. Now I no longer have to worry about that, and every spell in the entire game will work. Apply changes. Ah. Missing interaction spellcast cost. How dare you say the interaction is missing? It's right there, you big piece of shit. How dare you? It was working before. Okay, so it's trying to replace that. Spellcast cost. Staffcast launch. Staffcast summon launch. I need to figure out where the cost is. The item's broken? The item's fine. Yeah, I'm not worried about the item. Until an update probably breaks it? Maybe, but like whatever. We can start building everything now. I'm like not too worried about it, to be honest with you. It's mostly about like understanding the direction in their systems. Yeah. I'm a dumbass. I'm a genius. Exactly. That is exactly how this works. So this is going spellcast cost. The interaction is called spellcast cost. And there's the spellcast cost right there. So why isn't that working? Ah, that may be the reason why. Let's go over here. Staff cast cost. There are two versions on this. It's under staff. So I think the issue is that it's not a global one. It's not a common. What is under common? Icons, everything like this. Is there a common interaction? Looks like no. Characters? Okay, so common is not what I thought it was. Let's go into cast cost. You've got a staff cast cost right there, which is change stat. Wand cast cost. There's wands, huh? Are the wands in the game? Wand. Really? That uses the I'm out of resources problem. Whether it's like charges or mana or whatever, I don't know. Don't ban yourself from the server, it actually breaks if you do that. Did you ban yourself from the server, Jake? Did you do that? Wait. How did I screw this up? Hold up. Weapon firebolt. How do they get set to that? That's a little bit weird. I think I just remake the whole thing. Yeah, because it's supposed to be spell summon or staff summon cast cost, right? Is what that was originally set to. Spellcast cost thinks that it's missing. That interaction isn't missing. It's right there. So why does that interaction not think that it's real? That's the real question now. Let's go back into editor and see what's wrong here. Because that thinks that it's missing. Staff summon cast cost. The interaction spellcast cost. It should be doing spellcast cost, and spellcast cost is modify inventory, adjust held item durability. Yeah, that's really weird. No, it is a valid object. It is. We had this working before, and I started rebuilding it, and it's mad now. Yep. Yeah, you have to do /ops self. Exactly.
Supra Chicken with 500 bits said, "Hey Thor, with
So-
Spaceballs 2 finally getting made and principal photography having wrapped, I was wondering, do you like parodies?"
I do. Parody's nuts.
Supra Chicken with 500 bits said, "These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise."
D's nuts. D's. Again.
The Chessor said, "Could we have 3 types of crafting areas for cooking that determine soup, sandwich, and Wellington?
Yes.
Oven for Wellington, pot for soup, and
Yes.
cutting board for sandwich."
Yes.
Coronai Acorn said, "Good day Thor and lovely goblins.
Good
I
day.
hope you're all having a good day.
I am.
Since yesterday was Chants of Senar Day, it reminded me of a book I'm reading and I'm about 1/3 of the way through, but it's a lot of fun. It's called The Language Lover's Puzzle Book by Alex Bellows. If you enjoy puzzles, learning languages or both, then you'll love this book. It has a 100 puzzles with languages and number systems both not used anymore and still spoken to this day. Everyone have a good day and take care."
Jake, did you blow up the server? Also, that sounds awesome. Like, legitimately so. I had to manually remove my ban and restart. You banned yourself. And I lost my asset editor. You banned yourself and broke the server. You know, fair, honestly. Server's very mad. Oh, you're super banned? What did you do, man? Man, what did you do? How do I unban you? One moment. Let me go into our FTP. Bro. Type infinite. What did you do? Reason Beppis. Okay. Okay, Jake. I'm removing you from the ban list. The config is now saved. You literally put -- reason - Beppis. I swear to God, dude. You could be literally any other way. Oh my God. Okay, it's restarting now. You're bug testing, Thor. What can I say? Okay. Okay, you know I could have just unbanned you, right? You could have just been like, Thor, unban me. You know? Hey, Thor, you do that? Instead, you restart the whole server. You're lazy? I feel like this took a lot more effort. Oh god, it's taken 10,000 years. Wait. All right. The hell was I working on? Reconnect. No! It closed all the shit I was working on. Okay. Firebolt. Weapon Firebolt. Spell Firebolt. Rename to Firebolt. 1. We'll call it Spell Firebolt 1, because that's, I guess it's Effect Firebolt 1? No, Spell Firebolt 1. No, it's under Spells, so I guess it'll be fine. Rename. And then Projectile. Rename. Firebolt 1. Rename. What? It's mad. All right. There we go. And now we can go up here and do this. Is that done? That's done. This is done. Everything looks cool. Spell Firebolt is cool. This is cool. Go in the game. It doesn't cast. Very cool. Because I renamed everything. Very cool. All right, let's see. We're going to source on this. This is going to be doing staff cast launch. Staff cast launch. And it looks like we're doing staff's cast summon launch. I need to understand what the hell it's doing here. It looks like what they're doing is they're doing like a cancellation inside. Like if we do weapon, what is this doing as a cast? His max durability on here is fine. We can set that to 1,000 now. And then expand everything out. Armor slot should not be head. It looks like it defaults if it was an armor. So that's not it. It's interactions. Interactions is what we're after. So primary and secondary attacks, we have staff primary on both. Staff summon cast cost. Oh, because it renamed it, huh? Why is that an interaction variable? That's weird, right? Right? Like if we go over here to this, staff summon cast cost doesn't exist. So in this case, it has to get an interactive variable and then do that from the parent, and then the parent is that. Because it's looking for that name? Okay, first off, calm yourself. It'll be okay. But second off, the reason why this is interesting is because it's setting a variable, and then it's applying inheritance from a parent. And that is the one that I have as spell cast cost. This is working, by the way, to be clear. Like, this one is working. The projectile is what wasn't working, and that's why I was interested, because I don't know why it's doing a rename and then doing that. That's a weird way to implement. I would expect to just do it instantly. Like, do it directly, right? So the interaction variable being named this and then doing that is strange, you know? So we can say this to spell cast cost, and it's going to get mad, but I don't care. And then we'll go into here, we'll go to the source, and where it says spellcast cost, spellcast cost, spellcast cost. That is working just fine. Bring that in game. And it'll cast, and it reduces the durability normally. Works fine. Alright, so the next one that I want to do is the fireball. We'll get that hooked back up. The odd part is, why rename these indicators? I don't understand the reasoning for that. That's quite strange. It's all JSON oriented. You could do it in an editor too. But I guess the real question that I have is like, why re-reference the same thing? Why not just call it directly? I guess you can do modifies on it. That might be why. That might be the reason. So like, if we do the root interaction of this and then we modify it in some way, that might be the benefit here. Yeah. We can apply an interaction in different ways. We can apply a cooldown to it, charges to it. I understand now. I see what they're doing. So they can apply a whole bunch of different bonus settings and use this as like a root ability. And if we go over here to spellcast cost, that's just modify inventory and like does its own thing. So we go in here to source. That's all it does. That's the cast cost. Okay. Now it makes sense. I just needed to walk through it and like figure out why they're doing these things. Yeah, basically what I'm doing is I'm going through the entire system and like figuring out like how it functions and like kind of going from there. So we got like, on this case, you've got replace staff cast launch with staff cast summon launch, right? And then we can go and pull staff cast summon launch up. So if we do staff cast summon launch, I guess we don't have it. Staff cast launch, there we go. This shoots a fireball. But we'll have to change that to summon launch. Yeah, staff cast launch, staff cast effect, staff cast fail. This is replacing all of these. It's so weird. It's such a weird interaction system, but I get it. Yep. All right, there we go. Boop. All right. Let's go grab this. Staff cast cost. The firebolt spell. We'll get rid of the launch on this. We'll get it back up there. Summon charge we don't care about. Firebolt we don't care about. Firebolt we don't care about. Now, we can get back onto this one. Our cost is working. The launch effect. Cast summon launch effect. Let's go look in here. Staff cast summon launch. So it doesn't need that. But it does have summon charged, which is the interesting part. It looks like the charge effect is baked into it somewhere else. I'm going to need to find that. I wonder if I can also set this up in this same way. I don't know the answer to that. We'll find out. Let's go find out the answer. Time to know. Can we do this? Nope. It is very angry about this. Holy shit. Thank you for the 50 gifted memberships over on YouTube, man. Oh, it's trying to do the root interaction. For there. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Now I'll fix that. I was like, dude, why is this not working? I wanted to understand. Staff. Cast. Where is it? Copper. We'll grab the copper staff. We'll just go pull that back out. Editor. Source. Yeah, there we go. It's really interesting because, like, the modifier that I wanted to do on that didn't need to be updated, really. And I was hoping that I could just do it that way. We can get rid of this right here. Get rid of that up to there. And we can say spell cast cost. Staff cast summon cost. That is interesting. That is still casting. Because it's recasting it with a special internal name to the item. So in this case, we are calling this through inheritance, and locally we're calling it staff cast summon cost. That's exactly what's happening now. So we call staff cast launch through inheritance. So instead of that, we need to rename it to firebolt cast launch. Excuse me, sir. Rename. Firebolt 1 cast launch. And then that can do the same thing. That doesn't need to do anything. So that's fine. And now we'll go back to our Firebolt. Staff cast Firebolts. Underscore I. Cast launch. Apply. Are you still mad? Let's go find out. Firebolt 1. Cast launch. Firebolt 1 cast launch. But it's not able to find it. Staff cast summon launch. So that should be the one. I don't know why they have it as summon. Super weird. You had the magic book staff issue? I did. And what I'm doing right now is setting up a... I'm walking through the entire process of implementing a custom fireball. And I need to figure out the way that they're calling things, because it's quite weird. Because I'm new to it, right? Anytime you use a new tool, like, I'm just sitting down and I'm doing the basic of, I want to shoot a bullet, right? That's it. And once I get the ability to shoot a bullet, which I kind of ham-fisted it before, now I'm walking through and trying to do all of it correctly, then we'll get there. So Firebolt cast 1 launch effect. Firebolt 1 cast launch effect. Cast summon charged. Item animation ID. Type launch projectile. So what are you mad about? What is it mad about this time? It thinks that that indicator is not there. But why? It's gonna screenshot that shit. So this is the error. Weapon Firebolt 1, interaction vars, fail asset Firebolt 1, cast launch of type. Root interaction doesn't exist. But it does. That interaction's right there. Ah, that's why. I think that works. All right. Maybe. Staff cast launch, missing interaction. Where are you looking for staff cast launch, sir? Where are you even looking for that? Is it staff cast effect that's doing that? Yeah, I know it's just interaction. What I'm wondering is where is it even pulling that from? If it's not pulling it from here, then where is it pulling it from? Right? Because it shouldn't even be doing that. Like, if that's the way that this is written here, we don't have staff cast launch anywhere in here. We have Firebolt 1 cast launch. And Firebolt 1... Out of here. Close all this stupid shit. Firebolt 1 cast launch is specifically going to Firebolt. So where is it pulling that from? That isn't listed anywhere in here. Is it cascading from somewhere else? Summon a new staff? I don't think that's going to fix it, bud. Yeah, no. It's missing interaction staff cast launch, which that interaction isn't an interaction that we need. That's why I'm confused. So I'm going to keep digging and we're going to find it. Staff cast effect. The hell is that? Nope. Staff cast... Fail. Launch. Is that like a hard-coded thing somewhere? I don't think it would be. Is it inside of this? That might be it. That might be where it's from. Okay. I think I may have figured it out. There it is. So this is the part that was really weird to me, is like, why... No, stop that. Apply it. Why is this not working? Because you do staff cast summon launch. Let's go look at this. Staff cast summon launch. We set the variable instead there. And it's taking this one instead for the interaction. So you have to set it here and set it there? That's why I'm like, what the hell? You know? Staff cast launch is still missing. Where? Where? Where do you exist? That's it. I'm searching replacing this shit. It's not even in here. Where is this shit? I need to know where it exists. Where do you live? God damn it. Yeah, I can't do like Control F in here. Middle mouse doesn't do anything. It's gotta be hidden somewhere, dude. I just don't know where. Staff cast summon charged. Staff cast firebolt. Yeah, firebolt 1 cast launch. Firebolt 1 cast launch. This is what we're after. Where is it getting that to call that? It's got to be inherited from somewhere, but where? Because none of this exists for this. Hell, I'm going to get rid of these. And get rid of this. We don't need that interaction either. Oh, wait. We do need those interactions. We don't need this, do we? Fireball 1 cast launch of type. No, shut. It disappears too fast. Interaction vars. In interaction vars, staff cast summon launch is failing to decode. Staff cast summon launch. Firebolt 1 cast launch. Should these be the other way around? Nope. Staff cast summon launch is missing now. What if I just told it to go away? Now what's missing? Nothing. Why does it... It works now, but... Why does this exist? There's no reason for that to exist. This doesn't... What does it do? This was the problem I was having. That's why I was like, why the hell does... Like, why... Get out of here. Deleting all of you. None of you exist. Apply changes. Bam! Fireballs work. And they use their ability. Yep. Everything functions. Hell yeah. Alright. What is this, by the way? What did you summon? What is that? That is wild. It's, you spam towers, nice. So this is really weird, man. I've got my interaction for spellcast cost, right? And then we go over to staff cast summon charged, whatever the hell this is. This doesn't make any sense because it's not even in. Like, it's not even called anywhere on the item. So where is that interaction coming from? How does it know to do that? Like, it's not in there, right? It's not in the item. So how does the item know to do that? Like, summon cost is in there. I wrote that. I told it to do the thing. It does the thing for that interaction. Let's actually do this. Apply that. Yeah. Where's it inheriting it from? Like, there's no inheritance here. It's got a translation property, item weapon. Right? Maybe from items weapons for categories? Let's go look. Weapons. No. I don't know, man. Is there player logic? No, there's no player logic. I'm wondering where this is coming from. Maybe it's... Oh, you know what it might be? It might be the interactions of staff primary. That might be where the inheritance is from. Yep. Interaction, staff primary. Staff primary is... No, that's the swings. Ah, and cast, summon, charging. The animation. There it is. Allow indefinite hold. Horizontal speed multiplier. This reduces your movement speed. That is what it is. Staff, cast, summon, charged. Okay. That's where it's pulling in. So cast, staff, summon, charged right here. This entire set of interactions is being inherited into staff primary, which is then being inherited into weapon firebolt because we have it as the primary there. So what I need to do is change that around, which means that's why the Grimoire didn't work. Grimoire. Purple. This right here. Where is it? Spellbook primary. To this. Which is chaining allowance. It's doing spellbook cast, hurl, charged. Spellbook cast, hurl, charged. Which is still doing spellbook cost right there. So that's why it was costing mana for that. All right. Now I understand the system. See, this is why I was like, dude, this is so confusing. And now we have to beat it, right? You got to find a way to do it. Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to go into staff primary. We need to do a duplicate of this, override this, create, get rid of that. This is our own version now. Horizontal speed multiplier, 1.0. Apply changes. And now, when we're on the ground and we're casting, we move at full speed when moving left and right. So here's left, and we get to stay full speed. That cool? And now, I can do even more. We'd set that to 3.0, and now when I'm casting, I'll move even faster. Or maybe it won't work. It doesn't work. Maybe it won't go above 1.0. It might not. Let's go back to 0.5 and try that. Apply that. Oh, maybe I broke it. I may have just broken it. Nice. No, I think I broke it. Oh, it may be because I'm... That might be why. GMA. Yeah. So it's got to be when I'm like this. Okay, so now we'll set this to 3.0. When you're in creative mode, it looks like it turns this off. That's why. So now when we're going... Whenever I'm casting, I'm even faster. Hey. That's so funny. All right. All right, good. So now I understand the system. Chaining. What the hell is chaining? Oh, that's for weapons. It's using spear swings. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Okay, so we want to change one out and call it Spellbook Primary. Staffcast Summon Charged. So we want to go back into this, Staffcast Summon Charged. It's weird that it's called Summon, though. I don't know why they did that. I'm going to rename that, I think. Staffcast. Rename. Staffcast. Charged. Rename. And then we can go back into here, into Staff Primary, Staffcast Charged. Cast Charging. It doesn't need to have the word summon in it. It's just odd. It's probably going to do item animation ID and break that next, so that's probably not going to work. That's exactly what broke. Because it was named Summon for some ungodly reason. So cast, summon, charging. Do a TTS real quick.
Akari Gullwing said Thor about to add the unique quest X to give a single goblin the power to summon infinite Vorpal bunnies.
True. I'm interested to find out why they did item animation ID for cast, summon, charging. Because now it works. Maybe it's just what they're calling it. I want this to be instant, though, so I'm going to make that instant. Alright, so we need to do, instead of a cool up, we're going to make it have a cool down. I want an instant cast spell. So that's the next thing that we're going to play around with. So Staffcast Charged. Runtime. Parallel interaction is needed. Can be optimized away. Interactions. Type replace. Default value. Interactions spellcast cost. That's correct. We did that one. Cast launch. Cool. Cast effect. Staff cast effect. What is staff cast effect? Let's go into that. Staff cast effect. What are you? Okay, so that's the sound effect, basically. It's as sound effects staff ice shoot, which is funny because it's a fireball. Yeah. Oh, it could be a summon with yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Because it's summoning a hitbox. There's the fail. Staffcast summon fail. Okay, so fail, I need to check to see if the interaction fails because it doesn't have enough durability left. So we're going to go look at that one next. Go into here. We need to do a check. So fail. What determines failure? That's the real question. And it doesn't look like failure is defined in this. Just to do it on failure. Where is failure defined? Because I think it was failing based on mana cost before. But I want it to fail based on being out of durability. Because there's the cost, but we changed the cost. Let's try this one. Staffcast fail. Interaction called Staffcast fail. Which is just this. Item animation ID on interact. SFX bow, no ammo. Runtime 0.2. Type simple. I don't know what the hell that means. Let's go look in the editor for this. Simple. It's just the sound effect? Is that all it is? I think it's just the sound effect. So where's the logic for that? The logic is what I'm after. Weapon staff, copper. It's super weird that all of these don't actually do anything. Just kind of makes me laugh. I'm like, what the hell? Because we got a weapon fireball, you just get rid of them all. Oddly enough, I wonder if this even matters. I don't know if they do. Let's try that. Apply changes. $988. $987. No. So we can have this go. We don't need any of those. We can make this very clean then. Staff primary. In this case, let me grab this. Staff cast charged. So this is the one that does this. When we release it, it will cast. Let's think. Yeah, there was pop-up regarding reduced damage due to durability. I don't care about that, though. I don't want to have reduced damage. I want it to not cast at all. So I think that's the biggest question with this, is how we get that to function. I've set the durability down to... I'm going to set it to 2, right? And we'll set the item to be equipped, so we'll put a new one on. I mean, look at that. It's got 2 durability now, right? So when I pop this up, there's half its durability, and now it's less effective. But see how it's still going? So now what I have to do is I need to find the logic section on what determines failure. That's the thing. So we do inventory, clear. Now we can go back into this, equip that item back up, and we can figure it out. So, player animation's ID is staff. Staff primary is going to be this. So if we look at staff primary. This is under Blockgame. Cast summon charging is the item animation ID. That's fine. Chaining. Understand what chaining means. Is it converting blocked into hightail? Yes. So what we're looking at is we're looking at creating a spell. Singular. So staff cast charged. This is what it's casting from there, right? So this one is spell cast cost. We got that one working. That's actually reducing the durability. Let's close all this shit. I don't need any of this stupid shit. Gone. This one here is Firebolt 1 cast launch. That's the fireball that I'm shooting. That's working. We got that. The next one is staff cast summon effect. Let's check that out for the next thing. It's probably going to be over in the basic one. Staff cast summon effect. Making a staff cast effect. There we go. Staff cast effect. So that's the ice shoot. So when we do this, that's the sound there. So if we get rid of that, let's go get rid of it real fast. Now it makes a noise. So we know that that is functioning. There we go. So that works. Staff cast summon effect is going through. It's going to staff cast effect. And we need to go and get staff cast effect back. So let's go back over to here. Read only. Staff cast effect. We're going to cancel that. Apply the changes. Staff cast effect. Override asset. Go ahead and create our own. Go into this side. And under our staff cast charged, we're going to change that to Firebolt 1 cast effect. Now the interesting part is, I don't know if we need the variable at all. So I'm going to try some stuff. Cast effect. Because we'll make a bunch of unique effects for each one of these, and I may just do Fireball cast effect, right? Don't discard. Apply. Rename this one to Firebolt 1 cast effect. Rename that. And it's using that. There might be a fire shoot. Let's look at sound effects. SFX. Staff. Flame consume charge. Flame fireball launch. That's the one that I want to use. Can I just copy the name? Cool. Copy path, I guess. But there we go. Apply that change. Oh, are you mad? What's it angry about? That's a bit weird. Huh. That shouldn't be angry. You believe you saw SFX staff fire shoot? Staff fire shoot SFX? I did the, Oh, wait. I think I understand what's going on. Let me look something up real fast. I think I know what I just did wrong. We need to go to cast effect. Cast effect. And we have staff cast effect, which is the one that's going through. And it's going to staff cast effect. And that's doing this. Is that not doing it right? Does the event ID have JSON in it? Does it? Let me go look. Am I dumb? I might be dumb. That's not what I want. Staff cast effect, don't care. Fireball 1 cast effect. Oh, I'm an idiot. Thanks, bud. You're totally right. Listen how cool that sounds now. Sounds like a firework going off, yeah. Oh, it's got an impact sound. It's also got a knockback, too. Like a light one. I'm using a very large explosion for it. Let me see. Right now I have it all set as Firebolt 1. I will probably change that down to just Firebolt in general. Because I think it's cool. What are you're doing Java stuff? Why are you doing Java, man? We don't even really need it right now. But I mean, I guess if you want to. I've almost got the first spell working then. Which is kind of nuts, to be honest. Not really what I expected. But here we are, you know? Okay, cast, summon, charging. I kind of want to do instant. But I don't know where cast, summon, charging goes. Spell Firebolt. Rename. Rename this to Firebolt. Gas launch. Rename this to Firebolt. Apply that. What? You son of a bitch. I crashed the asset editor. No. Okay. That's fine. There's weapon Firebolt 1. Spell is going to be Firebolt. Rename that to Firebolt. Also apply change locally. Rename this can be Firebolt 1. Because the damage is applied on the spell itself. Ooh, here comes the interesting one. Here comes the interesting one. How do we get damage to be inherited from the weapon itself? That's going to be tough. Yep. The weapon itself is what needs to apply that. And then when it applies here, we need to get it modified by the player's stats. Oh, I super M, Yarlin. Yeah, I super M. Let's go try to cast my spellbook wrong. It's mad. Firebolt 1 cast effect. All right, that shit's all broken now. Which is fine. We're refactoring live. Give me back my source. There's the projectile ID. SFX staff flame fireball launch. Cool. Cool. Wait, what? Firebolt cast effect. Alright, so the intention on this is going to be to cast just the spell. And then we can have the weapon modify all of the statistics going through. Is it not doing it? Man, it really doesn't want to do it, does it? Wait. The projectile is missing. That's very funny. There's the weapon. Fireball cast launch. Projectile ID is there. Ah. That's why. Save. So it's got no projectile ID, but everything else worked. Now we're cool. Or not. Now it's even weirder. Isn't this the projectile right here? Projectile ID. Or is that the projectile? They're both the projectile. Everything is the projectile. Rename it. What are you mad about? Don't you get angry. There we go. What? I'm gonna keep blowing it up. And no one can stop me. Firebolt. Now it's set up right. Alright. Victory. Alright. Alright. Now next piece. Now we change the next piece. So in this case, we've got it set as staff primary, which is... So, I'm going to change it. Okay, we need spellbook primary. So we're going to take Firebolt. There we go. Other people are playing Hightail. I am also playing Hightail. We are not the same. I'm at maximum fun being had. You're right about that. Why is that one broken? Well, that's kind of weird. Apply that change. This icon is weird. It's rotating all the way at the bottom there, and I gotta find out kind of why. A little bit odd. It's like the bind location. Oh, it's the icon properties. That's why. Because I can change the whole icon. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's crazy, actually. That's really cool. So you can change the in-game icon anytime that you want to in here by just using the model and then turning it and then applying that rotation directly on this. This is great. Do you know how good that is? I'm gonna shit myself. That's fantastic. All right, staff primary. We need now to do some things. Spellbook cast hurl charged. Spellbook primary. All we need is spellbook primary. That's it. I don't care about anything else right now. So we're going to take staff primary. We're going to pull it up here. Staff primary. That's the only thing. And that's going to do staff cast charged. Staff cast charged. There we go. We'll throw this away. And we need to go over here. Prepare delay. Comment prepare delay. Simple. Parallel. Spellcast cost. Right in there is cool. Firebolt cast launch. Firebolt cast effect. Grab all this. And we can rename this under here to Spellbook Primary. And we'll change that in there. So, over on this side, under there, Spellbook Primary. And now we have Staff Primary. And we have Spellbook Primary. Now, the part that's really interesting about this is this and that are basically the same thing. Cast Hurled Charging. So all we need is Cast Hurled Charging. And we need to go into here. No, stop it. Just let me see both before I save it. Charging, cast hurl charging. Allow indefinite hold is true. Indefinite hold is true. Horizontal speed multiplier, 0.8. We're going to change that to 0.8. And save that. Spellbook, chaining. And we want to do book swings, block swings for each of these. So that's next. That'll say the order of operations for the animations and which melee attacks you're going to do when you're using it. Spellbook cast hurl charged. And this one is staff cast charged. Staff cast charge is right there. So we're going to change this to Spellbook cast charged. And this is now going to be Spellbook cast charged. So now we're going to go in here and say staff and change this to Spellbook primary, apply to local, and change this one also to Spellbook cast charged. And if I did this right, which I probably didn't, this is now a book that casts fireballs. Oh, it doesn't end the animation though, but it basically works. Hell yeah. I understand the system now. I don't know why I didn't stop animating, but I'll figure it out. All right, so now I get it. Spellbook cast charged. We now go into here, cast effect, staff cast summon fail. So now we need to pull all the rest of these where it says cast fail. Spellcast cost, that is reducing our durability on that. That is also working on this. We go back into here. We look at Firebolt 1. It is a book. The name on the server is silly, though. So, we'll have to change the name of the server for the translation properties. Can you shoot burning sheeps? I can shoot whatever I want. Maybe we'll launch a fireball. Maybe we'll make it so that the fireball is a sheep. Maybe we'll make it into a potato. I can do whatever I like now. Now that I understand the system and I've made a spellbook, once I'm finished with this spellbook, we can start doing everything else. The next thing that I have to do is I have to make it so the spellbook inherits, or the spell itself inherits the damage from the book. We don't want the spell having an innate amount of damage on it. If the spell itself does like 60 damage, like it currently does for Firebolt, that's going to end up being a problem. So if I look at this, Firebolt, and we look at spells Firebolt, the damage is set to 60 right there. I don't want that set on the spell. I want that inherited. So that's going to be some work. Has Jake been unbanned yet? Yeah, I saved him. Got a fix for the invalid token thing? I already fixed that. Are you trying to do something and it's saying invalid token? Invalid token means that there is a value that you have set somewhere that is trying to reference something that doesn't exist. Effectively. You even got a name for it called Spudmancer? Hell yeah. I'm just happy that I got the fireballs working on this thing. Wait. Ooh. That's fun. Something about this is just fun to do. You know? Why does the animation stop? No clue. We're gonna go figure it out. That's the next piece. So let's close out of all of this. We got Spellbook Primary. Spellbook Cast Charged. Spellbook Cast Charged. Prepare Delay. Firebolt Cast Launch. Okay. Cast Summon Charged. Item Animation, the idea. Cast Summon Charged. That's probably why. It is probably not ending the effect. Because Cast Summon Charged is not the effect that we're using right now. We are using a different effect on this called Cast Hurl Charging. So if I go into here and I change this item animation ID to Cast Hurl Charging, we sit Apply Animations. This should do it. Yep. Oh, wait. It just casts... It does the animation again, but it's doing the thing. Yeah. We're going to do this. Maybe charged? Okay, that seems to exist. Yep, there we go. Fix the animation. Eat it. If you cast magic based on veggies, does that mean you're a druid or a Vegemiter? That's quite funny. But yeah, this is way cooler. Look at this. And listen to the sound. Hit the duck. It's actually really hard to hit the duck. Was that a pigeon? Was that a pigeon? I think it's like a pigeon. Never mind. Nice. That has like a little bit of drawdown on it. Yeah, like it kind of goes downwards a little bit. I like that. I like that pull. Hey, Snappy, are you there? Your gameplay of this game is the modding screen? I mean, yeah, that's what I just made, a spellbook that shoots fire. I'm gonna make this so it's instant cast, but what do you think of the animation, dude? Or I'll make it so that it's faster casting. I don't know yet. Snappy very much so likes the wizarding magic. I think the animation would be good for some spell, and we could have spellcasting set. Yeah, what I'm kind of thinking about is like if we... Like if I make this so that it's instant cast, I wonder what the animation would look like. You know? Like, maybe if you instant cast it, it does less damage, but if you hold it, it does full damage. Does that make sense? Like, maybe you could have a choice between the two. So you have an instant cast fireball, and then you have a wind-up big boy one. And then I can do that for other spells as well. Give the player the choice, yeah. Or like, left-click does the instant cast, right-click is the hold down. Well, partial casting? It would charge up over time, is the idea. So whenever you release it, it would charge to that amount, which I think would be kind of cool. But having staff and books, staff is instant cast and book is wind up. Ooh, that would be kind of cool. I kind of like the wind up feature though. In and of itself, it serves as a cooldown. So I kind of don't like the wind up for one reason. It feels bad. And I know that it looks cool, but I have to say that holding an ability is really shitty unless that ability is boss. This is their bread and butter spell. This is their basic attack, right? Fire mages and frost mages use frostbolt and firebolt. That's what they do. This is not like your giga spell. A giga spell, hold it, cast it, 10,000 years. Got it. Instant bread and butter is much better. Yeah. I'm big on holding abilities. Feels way better than toggle. I think holding abilities need to feel impactful for the time that you are holding it. And here's the reason why. When you're casting, you move slower. Time feels like it slows down. You feel like you slow down. And because of that, it needs to feel like it's strong enough to do that. Does that make sense? Yeah. I figured how to roll. You can roll? No. I had no idea. Yeah. I guess instant cast is fine. Jake just changed his mind instantly. Didn't even fight for it. You can dash crouch? What does that even mean? How do you dash? Oh, wait. I might not be able to do it in this. GMA. Oh! Oh, shit! I got little feet! You could butt slide, dude. Dude, look at the butt slide. Oh my god, you could butt slide. Did you see that you can jump 2 blocks, by the way? For those who weren't here before, check this shit out. We'll do GMC. So watch this. GM A. So if we're here, I can just jump up it 2 blocks, right? Which is really, really nice. 1 sec. There we go. Get rid of that. And then if it's 3 blocks, watch this. Watch this. You actually climb it. Yeah, dude. And if it's 2 blocks, you could jump up it. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, oh, shit, that's amazing. You can climb 4. Is it if you're sprinting? Oh, you totally can climb 4. You have to be facing up, though. I couldn't do that before. Oh, maybe you could just do it. Oh, shit, you can climb 4. Wait, how far does this go? Okay. I want to parkour. Oh, okay. Look at that. That's really far. I'm gonna make jumping puzzles. I'm gonna make so many jumping puzzles, dude. I'm gonna... Oh. Oh my god. So many jumping puzzles, dude. You break your fall if you hold crouch due to a roll? Do you? Oh! Wait, how much damage less do you take? Do I explode? Let me find out. There's a limit. There's a limit. Yeah, I guess when it's too high, it doesn't matter. I just crunched, dude. Look at that duck. What's he doing? All right, I need to get something to eat real quick. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm eating a delicious bagel. One moment. Where does one find the modding tools? Hit B. Hit B, and your asset editor is right there. Done. You created something you shouldn't have. What is this? Oh, God. Why have you done this? You know, I'll allow it. That's fair. That's probably fine. Did you make a walled-off area so that the Thubes would not escape? Is that what I'm seeing in the background? Is a Thube containment zone? What is this? Thubes. I'm grabbing that. I'm sending that directly to Simon, dude. Where's Simon? There we go. Is this a new TTP? Pretty much, dude. Praise Simon. I sent it to him and I just said horrors unleashed. Time to Thor, dude. Yeah, it's the TTT. I'm happy about that. All right. TTS time.
The GAV 777 said, Mr. Thor, I have points to burn, and the point hole is scary, so here is a TTS instead. Thank you for your positive jams. If you are still looking for suggestions for puzzle games, have you ever played Recursed or Manifold Garden? I think they offer unique player experiences. See you in Hightail maybe. 777,777.
I don't know anything about that, dude. Okay, so now the hand goes fast. We can change this out. If I go back in here, we can change this to like probably 1.0. And I think it'll slow the animation down if I know what I'm doing. I guess I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, it's an animation. It's a cast delay afterwards. So it's a delay before other actions. That's what this is. So the runtime 0.1. I wonder if there's an animation speed. I wonder if we can speed it up in some way. Animation locking is definitely a thing. I think what I should do is make it so that instead of it going off when you release, because you can hold this forever, and then release, I'm going to make it go off when the bar fills. Yep.
Full Metal FTW4 with 500 bits said, good morning Jareth and good morning.
Good morning.
I have a question of both the Goblin King and chat. My wife and I are having our first child either this coming Monday or Tuesday, and we're still undecided on a middle name. We're down to two choices, Damien or Dane. What is everyone's thoughts?
My brother's name is Damien. And my first name is Jason. And the reason why... What? Why are you saying Thor? The reason why that's funny, though, is we're named after horror movie characters. Damien the Omen Child and Jason Voorhees. I don't know, dude. Either of those works. I think, as someone speaking from experience on this, whatever you make your kid's middle name should be cool. The first name is for the government. The middle name is for them. Whatever you want it to be. Mine was Thor because I was born in a thunderstorm. That's it. Yeah. Middle name is a family name? No, that's the last one, dude. Waiting on ads. You don't remember the weather when you're born? I don't either, because I was being born at the time. Makes it a little bit difficult, you know? By the way, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will not be streaming tomorrow. Not be streaming tomorrow. And I'm taking my normal Thursday off. I'm taking off Wednesday and Thursday. Because tomorrow is Wednesday. And the reason why is because it's Shay's birthday today. And that way, I don't have to go to bed on time. I can just dork around and play video games and hang out with Shay. We have friends over and all of that. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will not be streaming Thursday. I will be escaping into the real life, into meat space. Yes. Can you please update your schedule? I will. All right. Where is the cast speed on this? I'm going to sneeze. God damn it. Okay, I think it's in the charged. Spell book. Cast charged. Cast primary. Spellbook primary. Is it not in this? Where's the thing that says how long the charge takes? Huh. Where is the charge time? I don't know where it is. That's weird, right?
Blood Warrior 2433 said, "Hey Thor, seeing
What?
as you have such an ardent love for corporate speech and assumedly settings, let's take a moment to remember the most important and powerful part of any corporate setting. The all-powerful meeting. Meetings are special. They are the only place where you spend hours, taking minutes, and asking for seconds.
No, god damn
Well,
it.
with that small waste of time, I'm back to sleep. Presumably, hopefully.
I hate it. I hate meetings. I hate all of this. Why are you so full of hate? Why are you so full of hate? I don't know where the timing on this is. I have no idea. Because we got Firebolt cast launch. That's where we do our animation. Cast Herald charged. Firebolt cast effect. Spellbook cast charged. There's Firebolt. There's Spell Firebolt. Wait a minute. Spellbook cast charge needs to go away. That's what I'm getting rid of. Yeah. All right. Spellbook cast charge can leave now. Delete that one out. We don't have to care anymore. All right. And now we can say this is the only one that matters. How's ITIL launch? Good so far. So this effect charging, allow indefinite hold. Let's try false on that. Oh, it feels really good now. Maybe I was wrong about charging. I'm not releasing the button anymore. It auto-casts because there's no indefinite hold anymore. Okay, let's make that faster. More. Can we make this faster? Item animation ID is casserole charging. Is the speed of the animation what causes this, or type charging that causes this? Oh my god, no. Are you kidding me? Okay, so this is in tests. Let's override that asset. It's an asset type interaction. Let's do it under weapons. Select. Charging. Create. Runtime is going to be 0.25. 25. Apply changes. Why has it got 0.8 and 1.8? That's kind of odd. Nope, that's not doing it. So it's not that. Delete that, I guess. So what is doing this, then? No, Chaos, I do not. This is an animation-based one with cooldowns. Charging allowance stat? What is that? We have casserole charging. Allow indefinite hold. That's chaining allowance. Chaining allowance. I can't zoom in on it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's mind-blowing you can do all that without any external mods. I know, and in real time on a live server, too. Yeah, chaining amount. So, chaining allowance is the amount of time allowed to chain to the next hit, right? No, Joe, he does not. You can watch him on Twitch, though. His name is Yearjoy. Doesn't anymore, anyway. Let's see. Very cool. So we'll go to charging. I think we'll do charging type simple. The runtime on that is 0.5. I want to know what this is. The next 0.8 and next 1.8. Let's go into editor for this. Pop this. What is it that you do? Runtime is 0.5. What is this? What is the key being associated with this? It's kind of cool. Just wanted to be faster. Oh, what did Jake send me? Let me see. Oh, you got rid of stamina already? Nice. I think we might be able to modify that through this system, though. I'm trying to get charging to work on a different rate. What happens if we modify the shit out of this? Okay, I'm going to override this asset, put it in the exact same location, and then go into this in source and just delete everything in it. We'll delete that. And we'll set this down to 0.1. Apply that. And just see what happens. Nothing. So that is not what's using charging. Charging is something else. Yeah. No, it's something else completely. So it's not whatever that interaction is. So charging is got to be pulled from somewhere new. There's prepared delay. Type simple. Do we have simple? Tests is under simple. Is it going to be that? I don't think it's actually using this. Yeah, I don't think it is. Because we look at spell firebolt, type simple, maybe it is using that. Let's override that asset. Let's find out. Nope. So it's not that. What the hell is doing this? Maybe an attack speed weapon property? I don't think there is a weapon property on this because we're not using an attack. We're using a spell. Yeah, it's not in here. I never added it, so. We don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need... It's not simple. What is parallel? What is charging? Maybe it's under common. It might be a common thing, like a type in the game. Staff charging 1. It's an OGG. Interesting. Wait. Hold up. Is this the model for the furnace? Is that unironically the model for the furnace? Wig, what are you talking about, dude? Oh, that's wild. That's actually really funny. Yeah, I think this is actually the furnace model. So their simples are that the beard, the character, even the hair on the character. Really? Okay, that's great. Why is that funny? Because it means that we can modify the structures and like the facial hair and everything like that, just through these configs. Like we go into this, we can't do an editor, but we can see the actual JSON for this and just change it, whatever you want it to be. Like that's crazy. And I guess that would just export directly from Blockbench, really, at that point. This is how Jake did it? That's even funnier. Yeah, no, that's nuts, man. I didn't realize you could do it that way. That's awesome. This whole game is basically a big config file. Good. That's how it should be. It makes life really easy. So I guess the real question now is I don't know where it does this. I have no idea at this point. Wig, what are you talking about, dude? Something about cooldown here? Let me see this. Thanks, bud. Behaviors type on use. Action cooldown. Where is that? That is not how I have this working. I'm using it on interaction. Type is on use. Let's go into our weapon firebolt 1. We're doing it through spellbook primary, which is probably not the right way to do this. Yeah, it's probably not the way to read it. Right way to do this. So spellbook primary is the one that's doing this, and we're doing spell firebolt. That's what I need to change. Okay, I understand now. We're going to rename this to Firebolt Charged. And we're going to go over here to Firebolt. And I'm going to rename this. We're going to duplicate that and call it, instead of Firebolt Charged, Firebolt Instant. And create that. And our charged Firebolt now is going to be Spell Firebolt. And then this one is going to be type, I guess, on use. On use. Get rid of all that. Actually, we'll discard that change. We'll change this to on use. Just to see what happens. Oh, okay. Let's do it again.
0K85 said, "Hey Thor. I
So-
remember when you were just a nerd making a game with 5 views. I was from time to time one of them.
How's
On
it going?
2023 I was laid off. Games industry crash, and your stream and way of explaining showed me I could teach. I've been teaching at university for the last 2 years, preparing
Oh,
new
shit.
game devs.
You're awesome.
So, cheers. More TTS to come at some point, maybe."
No, cheers to you. That's awesome as hell, dude. That is really, really, really awesome. Looks like I found an instant crash. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that, and I think what you're doing is amazing. That's cool as hell, man. So if we want to do Spell Firebolt, yeah, that's so cool, man. Okay, so we got the Firebolt working. I need to get a charged and instant version of it, but I don't quite understand where this goes. I need an example item. Summon an entity. Summon an entity is spawn projectile. Is that those are two different things? Where is this being used? Huh. I'm going to be honest with you. This looks completely different than this. Like, that looks completely different. So I don't quite understand. It might be outdated. Because this doesn't seem correct. This is just Minecraft. Wait. I don't think this website's updated, man. I think this website is containing information from Minecraft as well. Because that does not match in any possible way with what I'm doing. And some of that stuff I recognize from Minecraft, so I'm like, yeah. I sent it to Jake. Yeah, no. Oh, this has got a... No. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what that is. You sent me part 2 before part 1? F.
V Vargan Jetta with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500. Did you see Rules of Engagement, the grey state on Steam? It's tagged as an MMO, and looks a lot like the Division or Ark Raiders, but with crazy aliens and monsters. https://store.steampowered.com/app/397."
I have not seen that, and now I want to. Why am I full of slime, dude? Yeah, you know what I need? I need an instant cast spell. Is there any spell in the game that's instant? I don't think there is. Okay, that is sick. Weird. Okay. Spellbook primary is missing, huh? Okay. So this is the part that's kind of weird. I'm actually going to get rid of this. There we go. Apply those changes. What do you mean invalid JSON? Oh, that's why. What? What are you mad about? Are you angry? One moment. Not one of that one. Not one of that one. Ah, that's why. Actually, wait. How is that one normally done? Hold up. Discard the changes on it. What was taken out? It should just be next to there. Oh, it's not 2. Oh. This is the thing that needs to be taken out. That was the problem. I took out the next, which I shouldn't have. Now we're good. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so I don't want right click to be used for basic attacks. So now when you right click, it can't basic attack. When you left click, it should basic attack, but it's broken right now. So we're going to go over to this and do weapon firebolt. And we're going to go to firebolt, which is going to be charged and instant, and then firebolt cast launch, and firebolt cast effect, and then we'll grab all the firebolt everything's in this. Yeah, I cannot stop being full of phlegm, dude. Okay, instant, charged, firebolt. I think there's one called spellbook. Nope, I removed that. Spellbook primary, there we go. So firebolt, instant, and firebolt charged. And we can apply those changes now. Why are you mad? It's angry for something. Let's find out why it's angry. But why? But why are you angry? Firebolt instant of type does not exist. Interaction root configuration does not exist. That's a lie. Firebolt instant is right there. How about charged is right there? Am I insane? Yes? Alright, good. Oh, these are all under staff. That's probably the issue. I don't know why those are under there. I'm gonna have to change a bunch of shit. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have to move it. We're gonna have to move it. Cancel. Weird. Yeah, super weird. A lot linearly for spellbook? What are you talking about? We got a weapon firebolt. We've got firebolt instant and firebolt charged. Player's animation ID is spellbook. But for some reason this is saying that it's not finding firebolt instant and a root interaction, which is very odd because they're right there. Instant and charged are right there. So what is causing this to suddenly not find them? And it's the exact same system. So what is spellbook primary? Maybe it's the folder that it's in. Weapons spellbook, is that the reason? And firebolt charged are not in the right location? Maybe? Maybe it's the category that it needs to be under? Yeah, it might be the category. That may be the issue. There's no category on this, though. Yeah, a bit odd, you know? Is it a damn comma? No, it would be mad if it was a comma. Let's try changing this to spellbook primary, just to see what happens. Okay, so it finds spellbook primary. So firebolt instant is the problem. Even though firebolt instant is there. Let's try going into this and then just resaving it. Nope, still doesn't like it. So those are in the wrong space, I guess. It's got to be in... Oh, I think I understand. I think I understand. We need to show it in Explorer. What? We'll go into Firebolts. And I need to take this into Spellbook. Can we move these? What happens when we export this? Show in folder. Show in Explorer. Oh, it just actually exports them onto my desktop. Like this. That's kind of useful. If we rename it, no. Can we change the path? We can't just move it. Why? Ridiculous. So that's the issue, and we can't move the asset, and I don't know why. So export this asset, export that asset, and I guess just manually move them from one folder to another, which is very strange and silly. So we can show in Explorer and just grab them from there, and then move them over to weapons, and then go to Spellbook. New folder, Spellbook. Dump them in there. And then we can close this out and then hit B and say Creative Tools, Assets. Is that going to work? Because that seems really, really weird. What? Do we recently edited assets? How do we move a file from there? That's super weird. So we can't do that locally, so it's not pulling the local files. We don't have to care about this. The issue is that we're not having... Why can't we move these? How do we restructure this? David's gonna be simple on this one. How do we actually move a file? Might have to copy paste all of it? You can't. You'd have to change the name. Like, I can't move it. It won't let you drag and drop. It won't let you right-click move. You can copy the path, but that's not relevant. I guess I have to rename it to be, like, ZZ Old. And then, like... Must be an uppercase. Okay, buddy. And then rename, and then, like, duplicate that. That's such a shit way to do that. I really hope that I'm doing this wrong, because that's horrific. Yeah. That's, I don't want to do that literally ever in my life. Yeah. No, why? Yeah, because it's not letting me change them. It's very, very weird. we delete that out. All right, so now we can just do Firebolt Charge, Firebolt Instant. We can take Weapon Firebolt, and now we can pop it in game. Grab Weapon Firebolt, and now let's see if it's mad. Nope, still angry. Oh, is it because it thinks it's a staff? It still thinks it's a staff. Yeah, if you can export, there must be some way to import. I just don't know what it is. Edit pack? No. Cancel. How do we move this shit? There has to be a way to move this. There's no way, dude. Can you open the pack and manually move the pack exists on the server? The gear icon in the corner is just disconnected settings. There's no way. This is only copy path, duplicate, rename, delete, export asset, and show and explorer. And exporting just makes it a local copy. It doesn't actually let you re-import. I have an idea. I wonder if I export this asset, and then we pull it from show and explorer, and then I go into here, and I say create item in folder. I'm going to create an item in the folder. I'm going to create a... Can I not create a folder? Find folder. Can I not add? Add a folder. Under weapon. Asset type. Folder. Can I make a folder? You can't make a folder. How do you make a folder? I'm freaking out. Use Explorer? Explorer doesn't let you do that. It's local. It's a local copy. We go to here. Create and equip item. Copy asset. Folder. Create folder. Oh, thank God. Spellbook. Create folder. Jesus Christ. What a weird way to do that. Gonna be honest with you. Wait, did it not do it? Or maybe it did. Spellbook? Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. Create item in folder. Folder. Spellbook. It's right there. It exists. Wait, did it go one up? How did it go one up? Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Inside there. Now we have spellbook and staff. Okay, so it is in there. Firebolt. Cancel. In the folder. In there. In there. Select. Create. And now I'm wondering if I can take this weapon Firebolt 1 and drag and drop it into there. And the answer appears to be no. Nope. Even though it's got a plus symbol, it doesn't look like it works. See? You say yes, but it doesn't. It doesn't actually do it. Item weapon is where I need to go. Item... What the hell's weapon? Why is this not alphabetized? Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna search Firebolt again. Is this actually that? What the hell is the path? I'm gonna copy the goddamn path for this. What is it? It's item, items, weapons. Where's items, man? Item, item, spellbook. Okay, that one can be deleted. Delete it. Weapon, spellbook. Fireball. There we go. Now can I drag and drop it in here? No. How do you import? How do you do this? Couldn't you just make a new thing under it and copy paste? I could grab all of this and copy paste it over, but this is such a pain in the ass. Legitimately so. It's like a huge pain in the ass. Like, it's a massive, massive pain in the ass. Yeah. So, like, the idea of having to do this for every single one of the assets is crazy to me. Because I have to do that for all of these. There's got to be a way that we can transfer these files. I wonder if it's just not in yet. Like, legitimately. You open it on the Explorer and it just gives you this, but that's a local copy. Like, it doesn't actually update. It's not actually, like, what's on the server. So this is irrelevant. This is just an illusion. It's an illusion. That's really annoying. It is. There's no way for me to say otherwise. It's just annoying. Item interaction staff. Item interaction weapons is what I need to go to next. Yeah. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, so I need to move. Let's go and look at this. Get out of. Why is this called Oh God still? Get out of there. Weapon Fireball 1. There we go. And if I do this and I apply the changes, it's still missing Firebolt Instant. Even though it's in the root interaction there. Let's go look at Spellbook Charged. And I'm going to go do here on read-only version. Charged. It was named like Staff Charged or some shit. On server. Where is it? Did everything just disappear? Spellbook? No, it looks like it's gone. Didn't do the same thing. It's like Cast Charge, I think. Am I somehow now blind? There's Weapon Spellbook Fire. And that goes to Spellbook Primary. And that's in Interaction Weapon Spellbook. But it's also in Root Interaction Weapon Spellbook. Oh, you sneaky shit. That's what was missing. They're two different things. I know I'm looking at Hytale Read Only. I needed to know which of these I needed to override the asset for. So we're going to remake this. Ridiculous. Firebolt. And we've got Firebolt Charged, Firebolt Instant. And then we've got... Let me go back over to there to the basic one. Spellbook Primary. And it's in Weapons Spellbook. This is in Root Interactions Weapons Spellbook. And now we're going to go to Spellbook Primary, actually. Again, over on our version. And now we're going to rename that to Firebolt Instant. Hit rename. And then Firebolt on that. And under Root Interactions, Read interaction is such a weird thing to put. We're going to change this to instant and firebolt. And then we're going to duplicate it here. No, don't discard them. Do them. Fine. I'll get you yet. Can't stop me now. Firebolt. Instant. Apply. Now you work. Duplicate. Firebolt. Charged. Instant. There we go. And now charged. And now we go into Firebolt weapon. And it works. Sick. Alright. And now the left click does nothing. So, in here, under instant, I'm going to go into this. We're going to go back to the other side, which is the base functionality here. We're going to say Spellbook Primary. We're going to grab the Spellbook Primary base interaction here. Take all of this, go back over to our side, look at Firebolt Instant, which is that right there. Put it in here, change the type to simple, and see if it shits itself. It didn't shit itself. Nice. Now let's see what happens in game. It doesn't know what it's doing. Nice. But this works. So that's cool. So right click works. Left click does whatever it's doing. It's a DJ book, exactly. DJ book is cool though, so it's fun. Okay. A lot of pages in this book? Yes. Are you able to increase cast speed? That's what I'm working on next. I'm trying to make an instant cast version and a charge cast version, and I can't seem to find where it is pulling the speed of the cast. I don't know why. I've already gotten rid of allow indefinite hold, so it doesn't hold on to it forever. You just hold the button down, and it just keeps firing, right? What I'm looking at now is cast hurl charging is the animation ID. Type is charging, but what does that mean? Have you checked the animation? I have not. Let's go look at it. Doesn't show up. Doesn't show up anywhere. It's secret. It's secret somewhere. It's just secret. It doesn't seem to exist. Maybe it really doesn't exist. Nope, it still has a cast speed. That means it exists somewhere. But where? But where? But where? We will find it. This is the charged one. So now we do a full cast or we do an instant cast. Now I just need it to actually do Firebolt Instant next. So that's the next thing. Spellbook cast hurl charged. Spell Firebolt. Spell Firebolt. Apply. Why are you mad? What do you mean? Screwed that up. Discard. I need it to get rid of this. Apply changes. And then spell Firebolt. There There we go. Fireball cast launch. Fireball cast effect. I mean, all that should be working, yeah? Cast launch. Yeah. Cast effect. Yeah. Firebolt instant next is what's missing. Do I have it in the wrong format? I think that is the wrong format somehow. Because Firebolt instant is set to next. Yeah. Yeah, voice commanded Fireball. I think it's an index error because it's 1 instead of 0. If that was the case, then the charged one also wouldn't work, but the charged one does work. And that one is also next 1. We could try it. Might be true. Nope. Missing interaction, Firebolt instant next. Alright, let's go take a look at this. Firebolt charged next. Firebolt instant next. Let's get rid of all this other shit in the middle there. Get rid of that. Apply. Get rid of this. Apply. Firebolt instant next. Firebolt instant next is not there. Hightail's available? Yeah. And I'm building things. But I don't know why it's not finding the next token in this. I'm not actually sure. So maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's got to be near it for whatever reason. I don't know. That's invalid JSON, of course it is. Oh, because I got rid of the token somehow. Or the thing. There we go. I need to find something that does a simple effect that just fires it off. And I don't know why that's not doing it. Yeah. Let's go into editor and take a look. Effects. Next.